PKA 610 with our guest from clearly his crypt, Ms. Driftor, Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load, Wonky Weeds, Death by Gummy Bears, Fume, that's a new one, and BetterHelp. We'll hear more from all of them later. But for now, we've got Driftor looking like he's checking in from the hospital. Are you okay?
No.
Right?
It's not the hospital. I'm going to go ahead and move this. I'm just on mobile, laying in my bed like a big loser because I made a slight miscalculation doing physical therapy that caused a little injury, and I probably just shouldn't be sitting in my chair for 2 or 3 hours. And you guys said I could just do this laying in bed, so I'm just laying in bed, being lazy, doing a podcast.
How old are you, Driftor?
I am rapidly approaching 35, so about to transition into like boomer numbers.
I'm definitely an asshole, but I've enjoyed watching all my 20-year-olds turn 35.
Yeah, we're all hitting geriatric pregnancy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Does your back hurt? I've been in back pain town for a while now.
Yeah.
So what kicked it off for you? It seems like you have some shit luck with your health. What happened? I was looking at your channel and I saw a video from recent where you're like, oh, I've been out of commission for 6 weeks. Just another thing. What happened there?
Yeah.
Is that
so I'll make this story really short. I hired a private physical therapist. I do physical therapy at home. Actually went really well. I was a victim of my own success and just kind of crushing it on exercises, overperforming. So we kept picking them up perhaps a little bit more rapidly than we should have until we found one that ripped one of the discs in my L5-S1 spine that caused a lot of nerve pain and wasn't very pleasant, rapidly followed by some other bad things because I'm just having problems with my joints. And there is literally no known cause for it. I'm still fighting doctors and tests and MRIs and blood work and all sorts of nonsense. And yes, many psych evals, many psych evals. And we're headed toward that, like, is it lupus or sclerosis or like these like really like rare, like freaky diseases. But in the meantime, I still have the energy to get up and make content and shitpost.
Hold on a second. Why were you doing PT? You haven't told us. You haven't told us the thing.
What was the initial injury that had you in physical therapy?
Back pain? We started the story in the middle. I'm lost.
Okay. 2 problems. Number one, in high school, I got my spine absolutely fucked in high school football, and it became a much bigger problem later in life. There's a lot of back pain, so that's not good. And then the orthopedic hand problems, I basically couldn't use my hands for like 6 months. I did regular physical therapy. It didn't work. I hired private physical therapists to work on the back and the hands together because the back gets weak when you can't lift and do things normally, right? Mm-hmm. So I was just trying to build up muscle and strength, and honest to God, it was going great. I was going back to gaming and all the things I wanted to do until I tried to pick up just a little bit too much weight. And rest in pepperonis, it's not easy being 35.
I hear
Damn.
you.
So this is like, how much time over the past 2 years have you been like laid up? Because it seems more often than not. Like your good days like are almost equivalent.
Did you offend an elder god?
I have wondered the same thing because a vast majority of the things I've experienced are rare, unlikely, impossible, cursed, you might say.
I'm gonna be 100. Exactly. I'm glad Taylor said it. That's where I'm headed. Because I'll be honest, first of all, you're real chipper about it, and it's great that you're keeping a positive attitude. At least here, right? You got to put on a happy face. But it's like, Jesus, that's got to be such a weight. Just not physically. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's where it is. It's awful physically, but Jesus, the emotional like suffering the fact that it's making you lay there and think about what's wrong with you, and usually when something's wrong with me, I'm like, dang it. Got to go to the podiatrist and figure out why my heel hurts. But you're laying there like, what? I wish Dr. House was real.
Yeah. My Dr. House, I had a guy kind of like Dr. House. He was a little kooky, and he loved that my problems were weird because it was like fun to research. Mm-hmm. But I kind of exhausted him. So that's not good. Oh, I did beat the cancer in the meantime. The pituitary tumor, that's gone. Spontaneous remission. Problems didn't go away. Maybe it wasn't causing them to begin with. Who knows?
Your new problems ate the cancer.
I don't know. I really don't have a lot of clarity on this. Got to try to stay. chipper, as you say, but the mental toll is tough. Imagine not being able to sit in a chair. You can't hold your cell phone to scroll on TikTok or whatever. No books, no video games, can't sit upright to watch TV and stuff. So it's a lot of bed. And as you can see, I've got the cell phone rigged up here where I can watch many things and entertain myself, but it's not a healthy life.
Like, is that on the tables? Can you get your dick sucked? Or are they like, and no matter what, do not have an orgasm?
No, I've managed to somehow stay sexually active. I have no idea how. It's a challenge now. I feel like geriatrics, like, hold up, let's get the position right. We're not going to throw anything out of place. We got to get those support straps.
Jesus,
that sucks.
Oh my
goodness. I would not. I come down so much and empathize so much with what Kyle said. With like, I would be handling that so badly. I feel like I would be Mr. Woe is me. Like everything I want to do, I'd be like, oh, I want to go work out. Can't do that. I want to go sit and play a video game because I can't work out. Can't do that. Everything I like involves sitting or standing.
Yeah. You know what? One of the few things that I think I could still enjoy, like, is what we're doing right now. I feel like talking to people about stuff I like.
I'm sitting.
Yeah, I mean, but anything you do lying down, I guess. I'm thinking of all the things you can do lying down. There's like a real short list.
Fucking, and
that's a big one.
Kind of out of the equation with the
after my dick has been sucked and I wake up from the fourth nap, I'm kind of at a loss.
Yeah, you're describing my life. I'm trying to be really chipper and friendly, but no, it's not fun. It bums me out. So
no, it's not fun at all.
How long you'll be laying
got
down?
some good news though.
Yeah.
I think we mentioned this. I think I kept it private last time. I, despite all the health problems, have never been more financially successful. I've applied what I learned from social media to I have to keep it secret, different type of website to absolutely exploit algorithms and fuck that computer for every dollar it's worth. And I've managed to create something that essentially just prints money. And I can also now talk about from the ages old harassment problem. I did have to move and buy a new house because that was bad. I'd waited years so that it's all off the market and there's no very similar to that, Woody, off the market and stuff. But the funny thing was I moved in the same city, but way to the other ass inside of it, closer to Frisco. And I bought a house right at the low point of the pandemic. And it doubled in value and this other thing. So I'm now living in a giant McMansion with more money than I know what to do with. And the ironic thing is not much I can spend it on. So I'm just stacking those dollars up. And whenever this improves, I'm going to do something crazy. You're just going to see me in Dubai or something.
Money question.
Yeah.
Did you take a big loan for the house?
No, cash.
So during my fat years, the big money earning years for me, I always had this thing I want to be able to transition from this to working at McDonald's and still keep everyone basically fed. That was my thing. Don't take on a really high cost of living, which I didn't really avoid. But I didn't want to have a mortgage hanging over my head like a guillotine. The day Mojang tells all the servers they have to shut down, I want to be it was a good ride, you know?
No, that's the right thing because, like you said, even if everything disappeared overnight, and in the social media world, it can, you could still support your family with minimal work, part-time job, a low-stress job, and just coast for ages and have everything paid off. That's kind of what I'm trying to put together. Not quite as successful as you. I know how much you killed it, so I'm working on it.
I feel like you're doing well, but yeah.
Would you try to transition into a paramotor instructor? Let's say you're going to stay out of the office.
That's not in the cards for you.
But you do need to bring in another $30K a year. Do you go to paramotor instructor or something? Do you turn your hobby into a little bit of a side deal? Yeah, why couldn't Woody be instructor?
Oh, I thought you were telling Driftor that once he gets better, he should. And I was like, why would you tell him to do that?
Maybe. And I was thinking about how I do. I sometimes daydream about that job. It used to be my dream. I wanted to be a paramotor instructor so bad. Kyle, it was practically a fetish watching people take their first flights. I go on YouTube and just watch video after video of people losing their, popping their flying cherry and land and talk about their excitement. And the idea of guiding people into that and just taking away their para virginity was my cup of tea. But since then, I've evolved to just caring less about new pilots and, there's that. Oh, and then also just standing in the field seems like a pretty expensive, like a brutal way to earn your money. Like,
you don't stand in the field. You own the place where the people stand.
I'm a little confused on this one. What does stand in the field mean?
Oh, I'm
Train
sorry.
people
So
to learn to fly
when you train someone to fly a paramotor, are you familiar with what a paramotor is at all? Like the little flying machine? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, 90% of teaching someone to do that is done under the sun, standing in grass, teaching them to control the wing while they're standing on the ground.
Until now, at Woody's indoor para institute, you've got like, imagine
crank
like
up the fan.
Yeah, fans. It's fans, and they're training in there, and they've got bungee straps to them so they can like hover in place, and they're learning indoor stuff.
That's hard. We could just point a couple paramotors in your direction and have whatever wind we wanted. Yeah,
we'll get a good idea. Friend to aim them.
you know what they say about business? They say you don't want to identify a market. You want to do something you personally enjoy, right?
Well, that's true. I think all of us did that.
That's the opposite of that, obviously. There's no market for a big warehouse.
That's what Mark Twain said, though, right? No, that's what Mark Twain said. Make your vocation your vacation.
Do you remember the Simpsons where Flanders opens the Leftorium?
Leftorium.
Hell, it's nothing but left-handed doodles and stuff like that. Like, that's what the paramotor warehouse would be. He'd be like, and it's open, and then there'd be no one there.
Well, it would double as a cattle barn. So we fall back with rodeos on Sundays.
You're gonna have to moonlight to take a bath on.
Oh, but could you imagine the smell when all the fans kick up? Ugh.
It's going to motivate you to get in that sky.
For a while, no one made any money as a paramotor instructor. Everyone complained about the prices of it. And then I'd look at all the paramotor instructors living out of their vans and be like, do you think they're getting rich on this? But now that's changing. And there's a couple, they're business owners, of course. They've got people working for them. But I think there's a couple millionaire or multimillionaire flight schools. So
yeah. Well, that's good. It's a bizarre sport. I hope it keeps growing because I like niche sports that sort of push the boundaries of like little legal things and I really have always appreciated those ultralights that I guess I saw that thing. I don't even know if it qualifies as an ultralight. I think it's a glider technically. I always saw that GIF on Reddit of the guy who looks like he's holding a big model plane like you'd build with airplane glue. And then he like puts it on his shoulders, runs a little, and then tucks into that son of a bitch somehow like a contortionist.
Oh yeah,
and then now he's a fucking pilot, and he just flies away. And I got
to lose a lot of weight before I get into
I think it is an ultralight. If it weighs less than 255 pounds, that means it qualifies under those less restrictive ultralight rules.
So he's still carrying 200 plus pounds of fake airplane on his shoulders and arms and stuff. That seems very dangerous. You don't want to be heavier in the air.
It looked like he.
This is not the video, but this is let me tell you, you might think this guy's a nerd right now. This guy is don't give a fuck about his this is probably a $15,000 or $20,000 like toy that he's got that he's playing with, and that's why he's sitting so rigid. He's scared he's gonna break this bitch
on an active runway at O'Hare. Those
things are cool though. You ever see the disappointment in those guys' faces when they crash? Because they're expensive.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want to watch wait, how expensive? Like thousands of dollars?
Like tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I like it the other way. I like it when they crash a $15,000 model airplane and they're like, yeah, I mean, we all knew we fly it until it crashed. Like this was the expected outcome.
From what it's the eventual outcome if you keep flying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they have that in mind. I think the engines are the more expensive part, and like 9 times out of 10 with a crash, the engine survives. It had to be a hell of a crash to damage the engine, but the rest of that thing is as light as it can possibly be, right?
And the electronics in it. Like there's all sorts of automatic leveling, gyroscope insanity that they can reuse.
So cool. I as a kid, I was fascinated with anything remote control. I don't know why I never got into the drones. Like everybody got super into those drones, and to me, it just seemed.
What does that say? It's too small.
It's expensive, and there's a huge learning curve.
Oh, $5,000 is cheaper than I expected.
That's cheaper than I expected as well.
Same.
See related products for turbines and upgrades. Maybe that doesn't come with an engine.
I don't know.
Well, that's neat though. I'm. Oh, that's really cool. You can just buy these jet engines, huh?
Yeah, but there's like $4,000 a pop, and he needs 2. So.
Yeah, and these are little like airplane engines. You can get the big silly ones for cheap, like leftover surplus off of a goddamn airplane. Jet engines, you can buy them and strap and do whatever you want with them.
For what? Like, what could you use it for?
There's that clip thing I sent. I maybe sent it to you guys. I know I sent it to my dad because he was like, "How much do those cost?" And this guy's on like a trike in the desert with a big Santa beard, and he has a jet engine strapped to the back of this thing, and he is moving on some salt flats. Like, and the thing turns cherry red. All of the like exhaust tubing back there, and the outlet engine part is big. Like, it's not like we're gonna take off on a runway big, but like I don't want that thing behind me big. Jet engines are scary.
Yeah,
I guess
I would want to use it
like
they looked fun. You remember in Jackass when they like threw footballs up in that jet stream and like were hitting the other guys with it and like just walking into the air, and it was powerful enough to like not only knock them over but like kind of take them off their feet a little bit. That would be cool. Really demonstrates the power.
That's a different situation. That's a fucking jet dragster.
That's the scariest thing of all the things we've talked about before. So far, that's just literally strapping a rocket to a car, and it mortifies me how skinny and thin they are. And those little front wheels, you can see them wobble when they race. Could you imagine being in that and slamming into a wall at like 400 miles an hour?
Oh, there's a person in that.
Yeah,
of course there's a person in that. It's a drag race car.
I thought it looks like
I think those are the ones that go like 330 miles per hour. And doesn't John Forrest have the record for like highest speed ever in a drag car? I think it was around 330.
John Force. With a name like that, he has to have the record.
For a while, he had a reality show on like CMT or
Jason
something.
Speed.
He's got I think he's got 3 blonde, pretty daughters who all drive as well. And so it was like, I don't know what the show was called. It was like Team Force or something. And there's like him and his daughters like training to race. Like one of them caught on fire, and there's like, do we keep doing this? I could have lost all the skin on my legs. We're this close. Like, and there's a lot of that. It was a neat show.
Yeah, a lot less pretty with no skin, if I had to guess.
Yeah, you'd be a lot less pretty with no skin. Doesn't he look like a nice guy? Like just a good dad? I don't know. I feel like he's a fun guy to hang out with.
Yeah, he looks like a great. How can you tell?
Look at him. He looks like a nice guy. You don't think so?
I can tell from the mustache he's a good father, I guess.
I don't know. He seems like a good guy to me.
I like his. He wears a lot of rings. Or I guess anything more than one ring is a lot of rings.
Yeah, I was about to say those are championship rings.
See, I don't like. That's a little gaudy. Like Brady doesn't wear his.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, when people ask him,
shit where he's like, I don't know who's the best, really, and they're like all over his hands, like the same shit Jordan.
You can't wear those all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you have championship rings, you'd have to wear them sometimes.
Well, he's doing a press shoot there, so like where he lays on the ground with his daughters behind him. It's ring time.
He's only got one.
The Deegans? Are you familiar with them?
The Deegans?
No. They're interesting in the same way you mentioned. So it's this guy. I think his first name is Brian Deegan. He's popular on YouTube, and all his kids are future stars at shit. So he got a gold in the X Games for like stunt motocrossing, like half pipe motocross or something insane like that, where he takes a dirt bike, goes 60 feet in the air, does triple flips and lands and all that. Well, he's grown children that race motocross. His daughter is in the NASCAR truck series, and his other son is young, so we don't judge him yet. He's a little guy. And he's just sort of documenting his life where like, he's like, this guy's a future motocross champion. My daughter here is in the NASCAR thing. It's a good looking family too.
Yeah. That's super smart to do though, because those are sports that are like sort of popularity driven as much as anything. Right. Like if you're a star, like we don't care how many times Conor McGregor loses, if we're being honest. Same with Nate Diaz. I like him on my screen because I don't care because he doesn't care, and so like the same thing is here. If you get introduced to that fucking shithead on the left there at this age, and like for the next 8 years while he matures and learns to drive go-karts or whatever, you start liking him. By the time he gets to the big show, doesn't matter how great he does. He's dude. This guy's
that guy on the left. I actually like him. For one, like, so I ride motorcycles. He's so much better than me. He's stupidly good. Like,
he's got the genes for it.
I guess, dude. And the practice and the work he puts in. He has private coaches. His name is Danger Boy. I don't know how I left that out. The guy on the left, everyone calls him Danger Boy, and he just jumps his bike like 50 feet in the air. It's fun to watch.
Did any of you guys growing up literally copy your father's haircut? I need to know that before I start making fun.
No.
No. I didn't have any input on my haircut as a kid. I was going to comment on it too, and I was going to say a good thing. That's a racing man's haircut. You're wearing helmets all day. You don't want side hair. Like that's a raceman's.
How do you know?
That's the cut of a racist.
That is.
I'm a motorcycle racist.
I like this family. I've seen them. I will say the kids sometimes seem a little unaware of how amazing their lives are. Like they have new friends over and they're all racing like side by sides around a track, jumping them in the air. And of course, all of them are very good at it. Yet their friends are like, how does a stick shift work? And to them, the friend is the weird one. They're like, you can't ride a side by side? Like, really? At all? Like, you're scared to jump it? Okay, like you're a weird one. And it's like, no, she's normal. You're weird. You're amazing, but not normal.
They're extraordinary. That's good. That's fine.
Better phrasing.
You know?
Yeah,
these kids
it's
are all
what you get used to
at whatever they do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're starting early at like instead of I don't know. I hope they're not wasting their time at school.
I think they're homeschooled. That one on
Never
the left,
going to college.
Boy, he's on the best motocross team, the one where champions come from, and he was really good. I'm not good enough to say whether he earned his spot or whether social media helped him on his spot, but he's on like Yamaha Star or something like that.
I would have asked Zach to take it down by now, but I've been staring at this guy's daughter for a while.
I saw her. She was racing in this NASCAR series. They invited her, and the other men didn't like the way she drove. So they're like hazing her, like, you bumped, you rubbed racing, you did this and that. And she's like, just standing up for herself in what I thought was an impressive way. Not only is she a woman, which is a bit of a deficit, you know, when you're in an argument with some guy, but she's half the other person's age. So this 40-year-old is like giving this 20-year-old shit about the way that she managed her race car. And she's like, rubbing's racing, man. You know, you don't like it, you deal with it. And I was like, fuck yeah. You know, like everyone's rubbing out there, and he's picking on you because he wants you to be more polite while racing. Suck a dick.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I like that.
They're going to be the champs.
I'm fascinated by. I think it's a little bit of a new thing. Certainly in like the last 2 centuries. So, you know, it started in the last one where like if you're a championship football player, baseball player, you're going to be able to give your child the ability to do the exact same thing. Like if they have the talent, they will do it. Like. You're going to put everything in move everything from their path you can.
And that's with acting families and stuff. A lot of celebrities that we know of today got the jobs via nepotism, or their parents were producers or famous and just trained them since they were little, and they've already got the ends. And
sometimes it's like, nepotism was a good idea. Like Bryce Dallas Howard, that the red-haired young lady, the actress. She's a fantastic actress and director. Her dad's Ron Howard. Like, I'm glad her dad was Ron Howard because now I get to see her on my screen, whether she's acting or directing. It's always good. She directed a bunch of the Mando episodes. She's really good.
I
don't know.
I think that's like the only thing I still watch on Disney Plus. Or have y'all seen Stephen King's son? Stephen King's son looks exactly like him. Like he literally cloned himself. It's scary.
Have you seen Stephen King's son's new movie?
I have not. What's the new movie?
It's called The Black Phone.
Watch it.
He wrote the story.
I am familiar with The Black Phone. I've yet to watch it.
Yeah, it feels so much like a Stephen King story that it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Does Stephen King do this under like a, what do they call it, a nom de plume? No, it's his son.
You know what makes... Can his son finish a story? Like, it'd be great if his son
that's a bad picture. Find the one with his son with a beard, because when
the one with Stephen King with the beard and his son with the beard.
Stephen King is outstanding at starting stories, and he can't end them for shit.
He is so good at building. I'll never finish that book I have sitting there, Needful Things, about the devil who owns the store and gives people cursed items. As you're reading it, you're like, this is such a cool world. It's all unfurling. I bet this is going to come into play later. Oh, I bet that's going to come into play. And then, like, you can almost see him panicking towards the end. Like, like, I got myself into a corner here. But the world is so great. And the ideas and, like, the novel, like, disturbing aspects of it are so great that it sucks you in regardless.
Just go out and read 2/3 of his entire library, and by that I mean his entire library, but only the first 2/3 of every book, and you'll be great.
Yeah, just stop.
One exception. Have you guys seen the movie Maximum Overdrive starring Emilio Estevez about the machines that come to life and there's like evil trucks and stuff?
Yep.
So he that was the first movie he got to direct because he was such a famous writer, and it was also during his cocaine binge.
Yep.
So he did a ton of coke and said that he doesn't remember anything about the movie. It was panned for being bad, and to be honest, it wasn't the best movie, but like the first 15 minutes they got actual AC/DC to play their songs. The AC/DC band got murdered, kids got hit by lawnmowers, people got hit by steamrollers. There were like vending machines shooting soda cans, blowing up people's heads and stuff. It was awesome for like 10 minutes. And I think that's where all the budget went to. Like that's where all the cocaine shots happened, and the rest they just kind of hodgepodge together.
The rest was just a hangover. Whatever, I don't care.
If anybody wants a neat little horror movie, though, don't read up on it, any spoilers, but the Black Phone is pretty good. It's about I don't know, a child murdering psychopath who kidnaps little boys and kills them in his basement. And,
it's good. I really enjoyed it.
And his most recent victim is different from all the others in a way. And it's a good story. It's, I don't know, 90 minutes, and it's got Ethan Hawke in it as like
pretty fucked up,
a scary bad guy. It's pretty fucked up, yeah. But again, if you think about it, it feels very much like one of those Stephen King stories. It's set in the 80s, abusive home life with the kids, and I don't know, just it's got that 80s lived in grungy small town kids story feel to it. It's good. I liked it a lot.
I'll check it out then.
More great horror movies. I guess there must not be like a huge budget or a huge audience for like budget horror movies.
Horror is the most financially successful genre in all of filmmaking. It is where almost everybody started, because you can make a horror movie for a small amount of money that will make a huge amount of money. Some of the biggest like multipliers of money in to money out have been from the horror genre. When you look at like Paranormal Activity or Blair Witch Project. And there's several more that aren't popping in my mind right now. These movies that got made for $50,000, and then maybe a producer comes in and scruffs up the CGI like they did. That's what happened with Paranormal Activity. I think Steven Spielberg, some big famous producer director, saw a screening of Paranormal Activity and was like, "This is perfect. You need like $12,000 worth of CGI. I own a CGI company. Let's work together." And then that thing made what, hundreds of millions of dollars? I think it was J.J. Abrams. Now could have been. I don't recall.
Something like that. But you're right. Yeah, though that is, everybody starts in horror, super successful. I personally love horror movies. I watch way more of them than I should have. Even subscribed to Shudder, which is mostly hit, but some misses too that can be funny. Watching
Psycho Gorman.
I did recently finish Psycho Gorman. I despised the first 15 to 20 minutes because it was very boring, and I hated that little girl so much. But it got way better as it went. It was just hilarious. He's like telling his whole like backstory, and she's like, "That's boring. Shut up."
Yeah. So the premise of Psycho Gorman is, imagine if like a Thanos-like character was unearthed on Earth, and he's like getting ready to power up and start raping and pillaging and ripping everyone apart. But then there's like this spunky little goofy 12-year-old girl who like has his remote control. And she's like, "Hey, look what I got." And he's like, give me that. Like, "Nah, I don't think so. You got to do what I say now, huh?" "Well, technically." And like, so every time he meets one of her friends, he's like, "You will live in an abyss of hell. I will skin you and devour you, only to vomit you up to eat you again." And she's like, "Ignore him. Go to sleep, big bully." And she just like picks on him the whole time, like slaps him around and like basically makes Thanos her bitch. And he's scarier than Thanos. He's this giant monster. His name is Psycho Gorman. And so this silly little girl like is in control of him, and she like introduces him to her parents and stuff like a pet. It's a fun, like weird movie.
It's got really fun effect work in that it was mostly practical, and it looked like advanced cosplay, and it kind of felt like all the characters kind of felt like Power Ranger villains, except like horribly violent, murdery, rapey Power Ranger villains, like really gross, nasty ones, and that was really fun.
No, not the putties, like the boss characters from the Power Rangers.
Like
they
had to assemble to take them down.
Yeah, they had like 40 characters, all with different abilities and crazy stuff and great costumes, and most of them die in like 30 seconds.
I want to say Rich Evans has a small voice part in there somewhere from
Red Letter Media fan.
Yeah. Oh,
I love Red. Me and my wife watch Best of the Worst all the time. We pop some D8 and just enjoy that.
They haven't uploaded
Damon?
a thing I haven't seen.
What's the show on they eat spicy wings and they interview people?
Hot ones.
Hot Ones? Okay. That guy's
so.
a masterful interviewer, by the way. I'm really impressed with what he does. And he had Matt Damon on. He asked Matt Damon why they don't make good movies anymore. He might have phrased it different. I thought it was interesting. His answer was no DVD. He says it used to be you'd release the movie. He's like, so say you have a $25 million movie. This movie will cost $25 million to make, which we all know it sounds like a lot of money, but in the scope of making a Hollywood movie, it's towards the low budget side. Not nothing, but you make a comedy for that or a drama. And he's like, so 25 million. There's another 25 million. He had a term for it, like S&A, but it's basically promotion. So now you need 50 million, and half of it goes to the theater owners. He had a term for them, like the show people, but the people in the movie theaters. So now you need to do 100 million in sales to break even on your $25 million movie. And it used to be that when they came out to DVD, there'd just be a whole nother boost. It'd be like a second opening. So you could make that movie thinking that maybe, you do 100 million in the theaters and then the rest is all profit. And this thing has been a good idea. Now, because of live streaming making DVDs obsolete, that second boost just isn't there anymore. And that kind of movie.
Why not? Why don't they get the money that I give to Amazon? Why don't they get like a big? See, it seems to me that it should be. Did they make so much by selling whole copies to a Blockbuster? Yeah. Was that so much more profitable than getting rid of that middleman and just renting a digital copy that they have no overhead on?
That's what he's saying. Like, you might not remember, but DVDs were like $100 their first 2 weeks, and then they go down to $19.99. So Blockbuster would pay that $100 because they needed it on release day, and then we wouldn't. I think that's right. And
no, that's absolutely right. You are spot on.
But that made up a small time in history. Matt Damon seemingly make this seem like, hey, forever it was this thing. He's making it like when VHS was a thing. No. It was still
forever.
That was like from 1980 to like 2010. That was like 30 years. Don't forget the whole like VHS genre is kind of like what streaming did today. Once people could watch stuff at home, you had like shot on VHS movies and home movies and indie films. A lot of it horror stuff. It would pop off and become kind of popular because video stores would just pick them up because people would actually rent them. So it was a disruptor that they turned into something that was profitable. And streaming, I think, is harder to make a profit on because people aren't paying that much for it.
Yeah. And also, like, you have to remember, like, when people physically would go in to buy a new Eminem CD or whatever, and it was like priced high. Oh, that's the Best Buy that was selling it or whatever, or DVD, whatever. Like, they know that's a loss leader. Like, they're not making the money on that item in particular when you come in. They're banking you're going to buy other things with higher margin. And so if actually going into the store, you're going to make more purchases than if you're sitting there on your couch. You're not going to be distracted. You just hit one thing, $4.49 ordered.
I can remember how difficult it was to get the Marshall Mathers LP unedited because there aren't like record stores in Livonia, Georgia. So you've got to go to like a Walmart or a Best Buy, and like everywhere I went had like the censored version because we're in the South, I guess. I don't fucking know. It was super annoying because I'm like, I'm 15. I don't have a lot of means. It's not like I can just they don't have it here. Well, let me.
Was that pre-internet ordering?
Oh yeah.
And been like pre-Amazon kind of.
Just as worse, like pre-driver's searching, right? Yeah, this guy has a quad 4x4 by Honda and a phone book, trying to figure out how he can get this thing. And it's hard to pull off.
It was a Kawasaki 300.
My mistake.
I hurt myself so bad on that thing.
You're bringing back a weird memory. So I'm from Mississippi, and my hometown did not have a record store. My college town also did not, but a nearby town that I would drive to shop at had a pet and record store where half of it was vinyl records and CDs and the other half was a pet shop. So you could go in there and buy a couple of parakeets and a puppy and maybe some vinyls. And it was really bizarre, but I couldn't not go into there every single time. It was just something you had to see.
Kyle,
what a booming
dog
business.
Update, Kyle.
Oh, God.
Dude, so before you do, I do this thing where I ship things. Boy and girl are together, I'm marrying them off. This is a forever relationship. When I heard you still had your dog 2 days after the last time you talked about him, I'm like, this dog has found a home. This dog with its external metal sticking out of its skin and aggression issues has its forever home, and it's Kyle.
Yeah. So here's the whole story quick. I went and got this dog from the pound. He looks like a Malamute or a Husky type mix. He's got one of those stupid, cute, fucking fuzzy faces, and he's like 8.5 years old. And he has an earache.
What else
ears.
is going on with his face?
I'm not done. Taylor thinks he's got Down syndrome, and that's just because. Look,
he does. He has Down syndrome. He obviously has Down syndrome.
My dog does not have Down syndrome.
Yes, he does. You got him from the short pound.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
Does his skull have the little point?
Needs. He's very smart. He does tricks.
Nothing sneaks up on that guy with that person.
Anyway, when I get to
like a curved monitor,
I go to this kill shelter. And it's loud as fuck in there. And I look at 3 or 4 dogs that are kind of like that dog. They don't have the small dog I'm looking for, but I want to look at everything. And he was the only one that kind of came out and was like super duper friendly and was like, "Hey, who are you? I want to know you." And I was like,
dude, I've never met a grumpy person with Down syndrome.
No, they love you immediately. So
how my dog is. He's got special needs and he loves everybody.
But I also babysit my girlfriend's dogs a lot, and they're over here a lot. And he got like food aggressive with one of the other dogs and bit her in the fucking head. And now that dog's scared.
The other dog is a little dog, right?
Not a little baby dog, but like a 30-pound German Shepherd type character.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And so she's just like scared now anytime this big fucker is around, because he doesn't look in that picture, but he's like 75, 80 pounds. And his paws are like 3 fingers wide or more. Like
you could
they're
kill
big.
that 30-pound dog easily. You mean like?
Oh, it's like he's got real boy teeth. Like he's got like fangs, and most normal house dogs have little dog chewy chom teeth,
like the kind that could kill a person if it bit you on the neck.
At the same time, he's 8.5 years old, and the bottom of his paw pads are so fuzzy because he hasn't been groomed that on my hardwood floors, it's like the Grinch trying to run sprints around here. He's just slippy sliding around and looking goofy, like a big goofy fucker. He's fine most of the time, but I'm always afraid that he's going to get like food aggressive and hurt somebody. So
that seems
I got to keep an eye on it.
It's already happened.
I've got little dogs around me right now. I've got a little Pomeranian and another little dog hiding out with me here. So because they're afraid of that big fucker down there. So I'm looking for a husky rescue for him, because I tried to take him back, and they're a fucking kill shelter, and I don't want them to kill him. And he's also got they weren't taking care of his ear infection, so I'm taking him to the vet tomorrow to get him some antibiotics for his fucking ears. And at some point, the son of a bitch got one of his back legs broken, and they put some metal hardware in there, and you can see the metal hardware. And I don't mean through the skin. I mean, I went tink tink. That's stainless steel. You could put a fridge magnet on this motherfucker. And he's just walking around smiling at people. So I got a theory that maybe the reason he got a little food aggressive is because he's in a tremendous amount of pain from between his head and his leg. And so I'm going to get all that shit sorted out for him, whatever it takes. And
you got a cyber dog
on it. Next time I'm injured, I'm going to go to Kyle's house, bark a little.
I already did this once, taking him to the kill shelter.
You got hardware in both legs. That's a bridge too far.
No, just one.
What if, let's say you got the ears fixed and maybe the leg improved a little stability and training? You think you might keep the dog? You think it's in a position where it might calm down and be more domesticatable?
I think what I'm going to try to do once I get like all of his pain fixed and he's a happy boy is try to put food on the ground between the two dogs and hold them both real closely with good body harnesses and like teach him that like we share food here. Like I was talking to my dad about this, and like every time he gets a new dog into his little mini pack that he rescues over there, like the new dog won't realize that everybody gets a hot dog around here because they've never experienced that before. Dad's like, I got a whole pack of them, guys. Don't worry. Everybody gets a hot dog. And like at first, the new dog is like, fuck you, I'll kill you for a hot dog. But after a while, it's like, oh, wait, you got enough hot dogs for everybody? All right, then all right. But anybody else shows up, they don't get none, right? Now they're
teaching your dogs about socialism.
Like, dude, they have to be part of a pack where you're the boss, and they need to know that all of their food is yours, and as some of your food is theirs if you say so. Like if anything else can be kind of scary, because like if you've got a dog roaming around the house that can like is like looming over the other dog. Like, hey, motherfucker, this is my spot. Like, we can't have that. There's no bullies allowed around here.
It's not just the 30-pound dog for Driftor's benefit. You have the little Pomeranian.
Oh yeah,
I
got two little dogs that I'm babysitting. I've got a 15-year-old Pomeranian that's just like this little happy cocksucker that looks like a caterpillar. Where you at, bitch? She's around here somewhere. And she's like.
So are all the little dogs huddled up under you for protection?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm like right now.
Yeah. I'm mother hen. Yeah.
You should scoop one up. Can I see one?
I'm sitting on my like I don't know where the little one is. Like she's actually not under me. I don't feel her, but the big girl's over here. She don't want to fuck around. She's chewing on her fake.
That's how serious Kyle is taking security. Is the potentially
the door's closed. They're in here with me.
Yeah, they're in there with you.
They're in the room.
I'm glad you're taking such precautions for the Pomeranian. That poor little guy. He needs the poor little girl.
He's snack size.
Look out for him. Yeah, they're snack. Yeah. Well, if that husky just looks at him the wrong way, might kill him.
The husky the other day, like
that husky only looks wrong ways.
The Pomeranian.
Always got one eye on the prize. It is retarded.
It really has Down syndrome.
It is.
Zach, show the picture again in case people didn't see.
God damn it.
Leave a comment below with how much you obviously agree this dog is retarded.
That's what they look like.
And it's not that he doesn't have potential to be a sweet dog.
That's what they look. That's just what they look like. Pull up.
Have you ever seen those graphics where they take one side of someone's face and they show how weird it would look if you were fully symmetrical? Like that's what this dog looks like. Like there's something like you know what's up.
Like it's just been mirrored.
It's a cute boy. Look at his floofy paws.
But is the dog friendly to people? Does people aggressive?
Oh, he's had a bath since then. I got in the fucking bathtub with this motherfucker. I get in my underwear and I've got a big jacuzzi tub and we get in the jacuzzi together and he didn't hate it, but he didn't love it either. But he's tomorrow he's going to the vet first, and then after they clear him to get groomed, I'm gonna have them. I know they have an undercoat; you can't shave them down, but I'm gonna have them trim him as close as is appropriate for a husky type mix, and so he can cool off and look pretty because he's a beautiful dog. Just Down syndrome aside, and I think he's like I looked at like I think it's pronounced Samoyeds. It's like Samoyed, and that's what he looks like to me. Like that's that dirt face look that you're talking about.
But Samoyeds were like a little floofier.
He's a mix, I think Kyle is suggesting.
Yeah, I think he's a mix of something. See, I was hoping when I saw him online because they made it look like he was really short. Something about like the way his legs are so floofy makes him look short. But in the picture that I saw him in originally, I thought he was half Pomeranian, half husky, a Pomsky. And Pomskys are so
half husky,
cool.
Half foolish.
We call it the retarded husky.
I want to see a husky corgi mix. Like that seems like a neat combo.
Oh yeah, I like that too.
Probably Google
clearly
that.
Not consensual. A husky corgi mix.
As soon as I get rid of this motherfucker, I have been looking at those like designer dogs that are like there's so they take the poodle and they let it. If you're a poodle, you get to fuck. All right, they're gonna be bringing you strange, exotic pussy all day, every day.
There's all kinds of something.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Its body is so disproportional. Looks like it looks like a husky that's been scrunched.
I can pull a short sled.
Poodles get to fuck all the time because all the owners want their dog mixed with that hypoallergenic.
Because they're hypoallergenic, they don't shed. And you end up with these like curly hue looking like weird. That dog that I showed you the other day, that's a half golden retriever, half poodle. It's fucking looks like a cartoon character. That's the dog I want. If I didn't have this burden in my house downstairs, I guarantee if I walk out that door and look down the stairs, he's down on the hardwood looking up at me. Yeah, this is the dog I'm getting. As if it's still there once I get rid of this burden.
What's Burden's real name, or do we just go by Burden?
Burden's real name is Rocky, but I felt like I shouldn't bond to him, so I call him a different name every time I talk to him. So I call him Eskimo Joe sometimes. Cool. I call him Eskimo Joe sometimes. Sometimes I call him Toby, and I do that whole thing from Roots where I go, "Your name is Toby." And then he looks at me all retarded. Come on, that's not Chappelle did it. It's funny.
Chappelle did.
But it's a cute dog that needs a home.
He's got one.
What if it loves you?
I'll tell you about Love. Last night
that
at 2 a.m., I went down there and warmed up some beef broth to soak the fucking hard food in. You know why? Because I put 2 and 2 together and realized with an earache, I bet it hurts to chew. And he fucking loves it now because he's got soft food that he can just slurp up without chewing.
You're so supportive. You're such a good doggy daddy. You get that at the vet? Aw, look at the doggy daddy. Go home to mommy and daddy. It drives me crazy when they do that.
Dude, I didn't realize how much I hated that until now. You're right.
Like, okay, so we're all 30s-ish here, so I personally don't have kids. I'm in the same train. No kids, and everybody's like, yeah, look at your baby. It's your fur babies. Oh, your little fur babies. And I'm like, no, that's a dog. That's a pet. It's not a child. If that was my child, I'd have to have a very different conversation with my wife about where it came from.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have him at the vet.
Because he doesn't look like me at all.
Yes, I see it.
I watched a clip. I watched a clip on YouTube today, and it was Patrice O'Neal meeting Borat. And this is when Borat, before the movie, it was just when he was just an Ali G character that a lot of people took for real when they met him until he got real ridiculous. And he had this joke. It's probably been told before, but they were talking about sex positions and big women or something, and he was like, "You're a fat." To Patrice O'Neal, and like they were having a good time. And then he said, they asked him about sex positions in Kazakhstan. He said, most famous sex position in Kazakhstan is a dog style. And they're like, oh yeah. It's just when the man he stand up like this, and the dog he lay down. And I thought that was such a well put together joke.
Sounds like improv.
Everybody's sitting there like waiting on him to. Yeah, we know what doggy style is, and then he's like, and then the dog, and you're like, oh god. And this guy found a way to make that funny. All right, I really appreciated it. He was really funny, just sitting there riffing with them and kind of shitting on Patrice for. They're like, but you don't have many men like Patrice in your country. We have a one. We keep him in a circus. His name is Bobo. Women love Bobo.
Didn't Patrice die some number of years ago?
Patrice has been dead, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Of course he did. Like I mean, come on. No, he lost the weight and became a fitness instructor. No, he was funny.
How did he die?
I think he had like untreated diabetes, and it caused him to have a stroke, and he died as a result of that. I think.
So he died from being too fat, basically.
Yep.
I think
being fat is objectively unhealthy for you. There are even people like when my wife was a nurse, he was this 500-pound dude she took care of. And he was fat because his family was super toxic. Like he was in the hospital for heart problems, and they would bring him like Papa John's and KFC and stuff like that. After many months of treatment, it finally dawned on him that this is bad. And he literally lost like 300 pounds. He went from 500 to 200 and was super happy. But the damage had been done over the years, and the weight loss was stressful. Dude had a stroke and just keeled over.
Damn.
Yeah. Like those people on like My 600-Pound Life, like they're so fat. Like on the show My 600-Pound Life, when they made that show, they probably didn't be like, hey guys, 600, let's not lowball ourselves. Like, let's say 900. Like they probably thought 600 was wild. Now you watch like an episode of that show. I haven't seen a svelte 600-pound person in years. It's like
I want to see
820 pounds. And you're right. Like when you're that fat, anything at all, a cold could kill you because you're like you have no circulation. Like your
Which
body.
Show would you rather watch, Taylor?
Circulation to your feet.
Would you rather watch a show called My 600-Pound Life or My 1,000-Pound Death?
Well, definitely the second one.
If I'm a producer at like CMT, one of those trash networks that needs a new hit, we're taking on TLC for fall. Oh, you guys, my 600-pound life, yeah. My show's called My 1,000-Pound Death, and we got a 1,000-pound guy who's going to die. We guarantee he dies by the end of the season.
1,000-Pound Death is a brilliant show. Kyle has great ideas for
producers. How about a show called My Big Fat Fucking Funeral?
Do you guys remember the Heart Attack Grill?
Oh, Pimp My Funeral. Dude, there's so many ways we could do this.
Dude, it would be fun to watch. Like, Like, oh my gosh, this guy weighs 930 pounds and we're on season 4. I don't think she's going much longer. Like, there's no way there's season 6.
It could be like
no plot armor.
No plot armor on this.
The point of the show is to make them gain more weight. Like, it starts off at my 600-pound life, and it's like by season 3, we're like, yeah, we broke 850. And it's like still going, trying to gain more.
Whoever dies first, $2 million to your family. It's like, oh, this is a sad show. Like,
people watch it though. Pretty sure that's
Jerry
the whole collection
won
of
last night
too.
in his sleep. Yeah, those fat shows are pretty ridiculous, and
I can't watch them, man. They make me sad.
Yeah.
It just feels like
it is kind of sad.
A little bit abusive and creepy. Imagine being like, you're dying. You're so fat, you're dying. You probably stink. You can see their skin is ripping. They don't get off the couch. And a whole film crew just shows up and starts filming you so that the world can laugh at your suffering.
Yeah.
And a lot of them just seem like, I'm a celebrity now. Like, okay.
But they low key know that everyone's laughing at them. So eat the pain away.
Yeah, I'm sure that makes them stress eat when they're doing that. Like, it's just wild how fat some of these fucking people are, and it would be so hard. Like, I love to eat, I absolutely love it, but like to get to 400 pounds, you had to also get to 390. Like, to get to 500, you had to get to 480. Like, at some point, there's a point where you can't reach your ass anymore to wipe yourself. And for all of the people in this show, that was not sufficient to say, no, I'm going to keep eating. Like, that isn't enough.
Yeah, no,
like,
that should have been a wake up call.
You watch Intervention, a show like that, or any of the drug addiction shows, and you're like, oh, I'm watching somebody who's destroying their lives with prescription pills or heroin or whatever. This is sad. And then you see it with food, which is probably, like, I don't remember because it's an often made point, probably the hardest drug to stop. Because, like, if you are an alcoholic or addicted to cocaine, like, you can live just fine without alcohol or cocaine. Like, you can try and avoid it and stuff. But, like, if you're addicted to food every day, it's like, I need to eat every day, 4 to 3 times at least, probably 10 times if you're fat. Like, you have to tell yourself, yeah, I do need to eat, and it's going to be leafy greens. Like,
yeah. No, you're in America. The fat, cheap stuff with all the oil and grease is readily accessible. You don't have to cook it. They'll deliver it to you. Man, you can probably get the Uber guy to just come in and set it down on your lap for a big tip.
Get him to feed your fat ass.
Yeah. Did you ever have a wake up call? Like, one day you like looked at yourself in a mirror, or you couldn't do something, and it just hit me as like, this is my limit. I have to do something. I have to change my diet, or I got to work out or something.
Yeah, I've definitely done that. Like, it was like it was probably 2016, 2017, or no, like 2016. I wasn't lifting at all. I was just eating a bunch of garbage, not healthy, not even like good calories. And I was getting out of the shower one day and like saw myself in the mirror and was like, oh my God, like, you're a big fat person. Like, you're a big fat person who looks pear-shaped, and oh my God, this is embarrassing. Like, it just hit me where I just was like really embarrassed of myself and really ashamed. And like, it was that day I dropped it. Like, late night snacking, cut that out. That's always been a big problem for me, late night snacking.
I don't make any good food choices at 2 a.m.
No, there are not many available. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Woody, what about you? Did you have like a wake up moment, like a come to Jesus moment?
Not like that. I mean, I had moments where I felt bad, moments where the internet, like, I can remember there was one time I was starting my paramotor, and the camera was on my thigh. So it was this real terrible shot, and I looked down, and everyone who looks down has a double chin, but mine was a little pronounced. And the internet gave me a really hard time about it, but that isn't what turned it around. What turned it around is Kyle and Taylor were working out. And they would talk gym stuff all the time. And I'm kind of in this community now where, like, my friends are talking about working out, and Kyle's showing his progress pictures. I got roasted on the internet for sharing my shirtless pictures, but Taylor knows I was not alone. Kyle had a secret, and he was getting in shape too. And so I wasn't so much shamed into getting fitter as I was inspired into doing it.
Yeah, that's the most wholesome thing we've said on this entire episode. You literally had a good friend support group that encouraged you to do good things.
Nice, huh?
Just glad to hear that. Since we've been talking about fat people dying, that's a nice sort of
and special needs
back to
dogs.
Oh, we're all super sweet to each other in our group chat. It's just friends being nice, like because we're not performing.
I just imagine it's like, how was your day? You can tell me anything. We won't judge.
Or more often it'll be like Kyle being like, check out this guy in Kazakhstan getting hit by a rocket. And it's like, I didn't know they could have this few pixels in a video.
Okay, how is it?
Is part of watching this video imagining what could happen?
How are they so low res these days? Because I get like the ones in the early 2000s and 90s, cell phones and digital cameras were crap. But even a basic bitch $100 generic crapo from wish.com Android still gets pretty decent video quality, at least outside in the light. So I don't know why it looks so awful, except people probably re-render it and other people like re-download and upload, but it'd have to happen so many thousands of times to degrade.
Just
like you literally have to do it like 1,000 times to mess up the video quality. So I have no idea how.
Kyle nailed it too. Like I just imagine there's some Ukrainian YouTube who takes your decent video and turns it into garbage.
Yeah,
and there you go.
Sure.
I've seen a lot of high quality ones. I go to the combat footage subreddit, and then the Ukraine video report and subreddit as well. And there's a couple more, but you see some really HD, like fucking. They don't have Rode microphones on yet, but everybody's got a GoPro. They really need to get on the mic game. I want to see those new
audio's
Rode.
half the video.
Have you seen those new Rode mics that I see everybody wearing? It's just a little puck right here instead of a silly microphone that gets scruffy and stuff. I don't know. It's really high quality. Like I see a lot of people using them now. Like I want to see a guy mic'd up, speaking fucking English, explaining to me what's going on, and I want to actually see what's going on. All I ever see is that bullshit where they blind fire over a hill or something. Maybe
they don't want to get shot.
Maybe I'd be the one guy who's like, hang on, I'm going to shoot somebody, and I put my head up and I immediately get shot by a guy that's doing this over his head. But I don't think so. I don't think they're hitting shit. I think they're just wasting ammo.
Yeah.
Is it this thing, Kyle? I'm curious. I hope that link works.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a battle scene or something? A lot of these, the really low quality ones also, like, when you'll see something posted and it'll be like, this fight took place outside in Boston, where someone did this and that. And then like you click it and it's like, this just happened? Like, this is dog shit quality. And then you see the comments. It's like, this is a fight from 2006. It was posted this many times. Like, that probably happens with war stuff too, where they're like crazy epic rocket launch. And you're like, this definitely is a 2022, you karma farmer.
The fight, I'm with you. I like it though when it happens with police. Like, look at this police, whatever, like 3 policemen holding down a pregnant woman and beating her. And I'm like, oh, I hope this is 7 months old. And
they whipped that guy in Arkansas.
The top comment is the resolution to what happened in this thing, or now the cop has been charged or let off or whatever. What were you saying, Kyle?
Far too often the comment is like, no charges were filed. The police said they did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Or
after a brief internal investigation.
Yeah.
Or at worst, he retired. And it's like, wait, he retired? Oh yeah, we got him, boys.
Just going to work at another department, He's
going to do private security now. And still keep all of his friends and connections and everything. No, I saw those guys in Arkansas, I think, beating the shit out of that guy outside of a gas station. The cops, they were just like ground and pounding this guy. Yeah. And then one guy's doing that thing where he's like throwing knees into a downed opponent. I'm like, they don't even allow that in UFC, dude. What are you doing?
Now those cops are in trouble, right? Like no one's taking their side, it seems.
What was the situation?
Legal ramifications. Reddit was against it.
Reddit listen to Reddit too much.
Taylor, we didn't see any like mitigating reasons or excuses why the police would act like that. We just to me, the video I saw was clipped at police beating the dickens out of someone who's clearly helpless.
Oh, okay.
What if that guy had a knife 10 seconds earlier? That's not part of the video.
Yeah, he took a good ass whooping though.
I
don't know. It would suck to get your ass beaten by the police because they get away with it, and it's kind of hard to sue them because they've got good lawyers and stuff, and you pay for their legal team
and the union.
But I don't know. I always go back to that thing. Apparently it's racist now. I think to say just obey the officers and nothing will bad will happen. But I mean, I've been in that situation. I've been locked up a few times, boys.
No, that's the good advice. They should teach that in high school, because the reality is when the cops show up, especially these days with body cams and instant communication, you're done. If they show up at your house right now and want to arrest you for a law that does not exist, you just have to bend over and take it. Because if you offer this much resistance, it's just okay to beat you up or shoot you, or you'll get additional charges or whatever.
Why do you
and
think
people are terrified of cops?
Why, you said nowadays with cameras and this and that it makes it somehow easier for them to do it?
Well, yeah, because back in the day, you used to just be able to, like, if they were going to pull you over for speeding and you had a fast car, you could just outrun them. At least that's what my dad and his friends used to do in the country. They just floor it, and the cops they're in the middle of nowhere. They're not going to call helicopters or anything. But these days, with instant communication, it's way harder.
Hazard County?
No, it was LaFleur County, Mississippi, and it was like, you know what? Okay, if you're a cop, are you going to chase a man down a windy dirt road at 80 miles an hour? No, you're just going to say, if he flips, he flips.
That's why I became.
Motorcyclists still run from police all the time. I haven't done it since I was 17, but motorcyclists routinely run from cops.
Yeah,
I know a guy who does it on a pretty slow bike. Right? I don't want to give away too many details, but this bike's top speed is like 78, and he's like, yeah. So the cop was chasing me. I made a U-turn, and then he did, and I made another U-turn, and off I went. And I'm like, oh, I guess that'd work.
W. Got out of there. Yeah, I mean, you're right with the cop thing, Kyle, because like the best cop advice would be like, treat every cop like he's an egomaniac who wants to get violent. Assume all of them are like that.
Look, I've been in multiple situations where some of them where I went to jail and some where I didn't, where like the cops were there and I had guns and they had guns and we needed to end this peacefully. And certainly it was going to end with me being like, hey, I got guns. Don't be scared. Let's make you happy. And you know, I never got shot.
And this one. And
it's been like that. Like when I got arrested at the post office, they were like, you got any guns on you? And my first instinct was to be like, none. like show them empty pockets. But it was like, clearly that's a stupid thing to do. He's like, well, hang on a minute. Like, we'll look. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you should look. But just so you know, I don't have shit. And there's a lot of y'all. I don't think I can get you.
When I get pulled over, my move is to, so first of all, they're in the car for a second. I get all my paperwork together. And then I have my hands on the steering wheel at like 10 and 2. And I just lock them there. And partly it's to show them my hands so they're not nervous. But I'm also trying to show them I'm the kind of guy who's putting his hands on the steering wheel, right? Like it's not just seeing my hands. It's knowing that I'm the kind of guy who's not trying to get trouble.
I want to see
leave
hands
this
too.
Okay.
You hit him with the yes, sir, no, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, officer.
I like officer. I feel less of a cuck to call him officer.
I don't say any of that shit. I don't say yes, sir, no, sir. I don't say officer.
I say master.
I'm an absolute ass kisser.
If this works out well, we're going to be equals by the time it's over. I want to be friends.
How can I assist you, King?
I was talking to a cop the other night with some nonsense, and by the end of it, he was telling me his story. He was like, I was like, why are you a cop anyway? I was like, your dream was to build race car engines. He's like, well, they got pulled over for speeding in 67, and the judge said I could go to Nam or I could go to jail. And to Nam I went. And it was like, we got this guy's whole life story out before we got this traffic thing over with. Like, I'm not going to say yes, sir, no, sir, unless they've got guns out. And then that just makes sense. Once the guns are out, then you say whatever you think's best.
I do like the idea of doing the peer thing and being personable over there.
I want to be friends.
I can see that.
Being combative, very bad idea. But it's really rough if you ever get pulled over by a cop that's already on an ego trip. They've had a bad day. They're combative. Get up in your face, yell at you, try their best to trip you up. It's rough to deal with.
Yeah. Cops can be such assholes. And it's like, that was where the Uvalde thing got me so mad. Like, look, you're already strutting around like peacocks where everybody kisses your ass and calls you your town's finest. Now you have to, every once in a blue moon, actually be worth a shit. And when the rubber hit the road, you're worthless. You fucking cowardly cunt.
I agree. I'm in Texas, so the Uvalde thing hurt. There's like, how many cops were there? 70, 100? I lost track. They didn't do anything but arrest parents.
I think less of Texas and Texans because of it. I'm not even kidding.
Well, I don't know. The Texas parents.
I agree with you. We're fucking Texas.
When
Our SWAT teams have like tanks and shit. Why don't they use them?
I'm surprised you needed the SWAT team. Like to me, the fact that there wasn't like a shop teacher who went in there with a 6-shooter and shot the guy.
A couple of them tried and they got tackled
what
by
part
the
of
police.
Texas were they in? Was this
Austin? Come on.
No.
Exactly. Like,
didn't the police stop like multiple parents who tried to get in and do that?
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey, all we're authorized to do is allow the killing of children.
yeah.
Like,
yeah, you know what? Back off, Mom. Your kids will take care of this. You're being kind of a helicopter parent.
yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's an American school, the kids might shoot back, you know.
Oh, is that?
All children should be armed.
I've actually been saying things like that. Like the crazy solutions for this is teachers have guns, veterans in schools, and like all sorts of like weird, like we're going to put up barbed wire fences and constant surveillance and have every student with a tag on their body, like all this nonsense. And I've just moved on to like, that's a half measure. I think all students should have guns. Every kid should have a gun. They'll solve their problems with their guns. And not that I believe any of that, but it's just that's like the only next step to go to in terms of absurdity.
That's what they do in Poland. All the students have guns. Yeah.
I never hear about shootings over there.
Exactly. You don't hear about it at all. Anybody who says shit gets shot. You don't talk about those Polish shootings or you get shot.
How about we have like a designated shooter psychiatrist who goes all around and like tries to analyze before it happens and is like, this person's risky. And they're like, all right, we're going to take that person. Farmer Johnson has a prairie dog problem. We're going to turn him loose on there, kill all the prairie dogs, get that anger out.
So you find the kids that you think might be school shooters and you train them to be crack shots?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not a good idea.
Are you afraid that America is not going to be number one in school shootings? That we're falling down the rankings and we need more professional school shootings? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's not a good idea. Well, I'm out of ideas then. What do you have? You can't just say no to my ridiculous theory.
I mean, we talked about the homeschooling your kids to be race car drivers. That seems like the plan to me. Like, Jesus Christ. Look. All the money you'll save in driving those kids back and forth to school, buy them a go-kart, get them on the circuit. Let's go. Get them that fruitcake haircut too. Just like
all the most successful kids are like those homeschooled weird ones, like the motocross ones, where they're just obsessed with something. Like all the best NHL players are like they got taken out of school at 11 to just play on a pond all day, and now they're making $20 million.
Here's a genuine question. Would you have liked to have had a parent who was that? Would you have liked it if your father was a champion, let's say in your case, Taylor, hockey player, who like was trying to mold you from birth to be that? Would you have liked that kind of lifestyle where there was no question about baseball or football? It's like, son, I played for the Blues myself. Like, I think we can get you a spot. Like, you just got to show the initiative. You got to put the hours in. Like, would you have wanted that though? Like putting your whole life aside and being that focused on a thing?
Like if it was in the cards for me, like if I had the ability and like I knew I had the ability from like,
now
stop,
like
I would do that.
And pretend that it's not hockey, a thing that you love. Pretend that your dad's a tennis star.
Man, that's a lot safer.
It is.
All right, wait. Kyle, let me take
a lot better on your everything.
Taylor, now the sport's cross country.
I'm
being pushed into it.
I'd like my dad wakes me up like day 3 for my morning run. I'm calling Child Protective Services.
And Taylor again by a head.
No, running. Oh God, I hate running. It's the worst. It's the worst thing. That's what they should do at Guantanamo. Cardio.
Is there kind of cardio you enjoy?
Rowing. I like rowing. If I'm playing a game, I can distract myself. Like if I'm like, I actually do like playing tennis, just like casually for fun. I like that's good cardio, tennis. So as long as I'm distracted playing a game, it's not bad. But when it's just on a treadmill or just running or just on an elliptical, it's so mind-numbingly boring. At least with lifting, it's like you're doing 8 different things, so it's moving around, staying active.
I really like rowing if I'm in like a kayak. I hate the rowing machine. I hate all rowing machines. I want paddles. And I really like my elliptical for that mindless cardio that you just have to do. Like this idea that we're going to have a game we play every day and get the necessary amount of cardio is nice and all, but like it's just not going to happen. You're not going to play volleyball for an hour every goddamn day. You're just not.
Not as an adult.
Like, you can do it in basketball. I bet there's games happening not too far from
That's
you.
fair. Now with basketball, that's organized and you could get that going. But could your body hold up? Let's say you're trying to do like you have to lift in the morning and you have to run at night. And like every night it's going to be a game of basketball. I think it's going to be rough on you.
Several problems. One, I'm not good enough at basketball. Two, I'm afraid the other players will beat me up for doing things wrong.
For being bad at basketball? I
don't understand the trash talk culture and when you're allowed to chirp back and when you've crossed the line. I'm going to run into trouble.
I imagine it's like every sport where like you're probably not doing a lot of chirping in a casual YMCA game. Like, right?
I'm not sure you're familiar with the basketball courts. There's a lot of chirping.
I'm thinking about like
Woody, I'm not sure if you've been to a basketball court that's full of white people before.
No.
We all have a good time. It's fun.
No,
nobody's mean or anything.
If there were white people,
nobody's good.
Go to a church basketball league, you'll be good.
Everybody sucks.
Yeah,
that's the league I want to play in.
Church
I want to play
like 6'8".
Church leagues are great because there's no black guys there to like fuck up the curve. It's like you're out there hitting dingers all night.
The competition's the homeschool kids.
Yeah,
you're like, this is how those old white baseball players did it. I get it now. Hell, I should have a baseball card if I had a time.
You are blowing me away. Are you saying there are basketball courts filled with mostly white people?
Yes. Yeah. Join a church basketball league. It's all white people.
And no one's watching those games. Like, so there's no reason to feel embarrassed.
In New Jersey,
feel embarrassed anyway. What are you worried about?
There's a couple playgrounds, and even if you do the ones...
Oh, we're not playing public basketball. Who do you think you are? What do you don't play with public people? You're not rubbing elbows.
Now I don't play at all. I'm nearly 50. They're gonna break me.
Just go to wherever the closest court is.
Wait, hold up. Hold up. Are you actually nearly 50?
49.
Holy shit. And I mean that in a good way because you definitely do not look 49.
Oh, thank you.
Respectfully, like I would have said 40 flat, maybe 42 less.
Yeah, he's looking good. You should see him without his shirt. You go even lower.
Oh, yeah.
But no, seriously, you definitely don't look almost 50. Just whatever they say about you on Reddit or whatever, you look a lot younger than you are.
His back definition? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Woody's jacked.
I used to get destroyed in basketball as a teenager.
You always go to that. This is not a great picture. All right, he's looking at the other picture. He has better pictures.
Looks in that one. He looks like he looted a larger body in a.
You know what that one looks like? No. It looks like that opening scene from Terminator when he just traveled back naked and he had to quickly grab some department store pants. He lost a lot of weight there, and he's almost showing you like a Weight Watchers thing where he's like, "These are
how many notches I can tighten this belt."
I was so slow to buy clothes that fit. Like I didn't want clothes that fit because I had to keep the weight off. I'm like, I can't deal with going into my fat clothes again. Let's just stay in them.
Yeah.
Big brain.
No, it's tremendous. The workout programs definitely helped a lot, and his diet's super good now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's an inside person, so takes care of himself.
It's been hard to work out with I got my cast off yesterday.
Ooh.
So I'm excited about that. I have here, look. See?
Oh, nice. Look at that shrunken
cat. Get a screenshot.
What is that?
I don't know.
Did you do the measurement? No. The girth measurement?
No, but it's not too late. I'm in a walking boot. Not this second, but I'm not doing any calf work yet. The boot doesn't allow your toe to flex, your flexion, I think it's called. So calf is still shrinking, I think. But you really want that measurement?
I'm curious how much difference there was and how quickly it's going to come back. Like,
I'll do it. I have one of those. I think you have one too. You measure your bicep with it. It's like a special tape measure that's good at it.
Yeah. It's curved.
Yeah, it's curved.
I sent you the guys. I don't know if you all saw it, but I sent you that little clip the other day. It looked like they were competing in an Ironman type competition, and there was an obstacle that you approached that was an overhanging wall. It was like leaned toward you, and you just have to jump. basically do a pull up and get yourself over a sheer wall. It's like imagine a giant piece of plywood leaning toward you. And there's a guy competing with one arm, it's gone at the shoulder, and one leg. He's got one of those metal like bendy legs. And you see he like approaches the obstacle and looks at it, and you see these two white girls in the back, and one of them's like, hey, should we like do a thing like and he jumps and grabs it with his one arm, does a full chin up, throws his good leg over, and he's up and over and gone. And it was so cool.
Damn.
So what he did, that one armed pull up like it was nothing, and then threw that, like I said, his good leg over, and he was just up and over that fucking obstacle faster than a whole person could have.
Impressive.
I have so much admiration for people like that. Like, all right, I've got this holding me back, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm not here for excuses.
To be fair, though, first of all, he weighs a whole lot less than a whole man. And so that one-armed pull-up is much less impressive. And frankly, like, I could do a one-arm pull-up. Like, if we just got to do
a one-arm pull-up?
I can climb a ladder with just my arms. I can just like let my legs go limp.
That's different. Can you do a one-arm pull-up? Can you grab a bar and pull yourself up with one arm and kiss that bar with your lips?
You know, I think I can do it.
Oh, that would be easy.
If I can do it with a big enough kip.
Can I jump?
Strict.
No.
He kipped. He jumped, I think.
Yeah. Like,
we can all do it here. Like, but we're in pretty good shape. Like that's the thing. Like. I mean, I do steroids and lift that and lift every week, so it's like,
you guys are. I'm Mr. Potato Man. I sprained my wrist pouring milk a few weeks back. you laughing? I just woke up, normal day, gonna go pour the milk, and I hear a little pop, and then the pain starts, and it's like, well, a couple weeks of braces. Or you talk about climbing things. I actually strained the shoulders because some woman was getting attacked outside my house. I heard these people screaming and fighting, and we're in Texas, so we have those giant 9-foot stupid fences or whatever, and I had no idea what was going on. So I was worried and should not have, but used my hands to pull myself up and jump over the fence and look. And it was like some guy was chasing, I assume, his girlfriend, taking swings at her, saying, "I'm going to get you, bitch," and chasing her down the street. So I popped back down and called the police, and they said they didn't ever find anything. But this woman was fast. Dude was big, like 6'3", 6'4", and she was way smaller, but he's one of those big guys that can't move. So she booked it, and she was like way ahead of him going somewhere. But the point is that, like, just pulling myself up over the fence, I was like, well, that sets me back about 2 weeks on physical therapy right there. I got fucked on that one.
I have a question about the T. Like, you came on this like 2 shows ago. You said your T was low and you were trying Clomid, I think. And then in a more recent show, I forget the update. But where are we now? Did you figure it out?
So we could not find what was causing the low T. We'd done a shit ton of endocrinological testing with pituitary endocrinologist, and we found exactly nothing about anything abnormal about my body, with one exception. And we did the genetic testing as well. And that's that I had a very small tumor on my pituitary gland. And I got it scanned a year later, and the tumor was gone. The doctor told me it was so small, there's a chance maybe it was an imaging error. Perhaps it was a small cyst that popped. And these kind of things do sometimes go into spontaneous remission. It could have been bigger before and was on its way down when we found it. Cool. So there's that. So I have, now that the tumor is gone, nothing wrong with me at all, but my testosterone is like double digits. So I still take the clomiphene. I did a ridiculous amount of testing, and clomiphene takes all of my hormones back up to normal. Everything, the estrogen levels, the testosterone levels, all the other, like the prolactin and everything, is all perfectly in range for the last 6 months to a year. And still got problems. So that's what's going on there. So I have almost no T for really almost no reason. And I know that like people, they're like, oh, you lazy beta male gamer soy.
For a second, you've said both that your levels are normal and you have almost no T, and I'm confused.
That's if I'm not taking meds.
Oh, okay.
So when I'm on the clomiphene, it's perfectly normal. Everything, we'd get like this huge lab work every time of like a giant list of things, and it was all normal. Now, if I don't take that, it all goes crazy. Mostly the testosterone, but that throws other things out of balance too. But the doctor told me that he's the pituitary endocrinologist, and he said there's no reason this should be happening to me, and that given a lack of anything else in good labs on clomiphene, it's smarter to leave me on that than risk changing anything. So that's where I'm at on that. We're fighting other battles. We're looking at like rheumatologists and autoimmune and nonsense, but we'll get away from that. That's a boring topic.
Before we go to healers and oils and crystals,
some sort of witch.
My question is, why did you stop at normal? If you have
not
low
100%
T,
sure that a witch isn't the source of all this.
You need to switch to high T and throw some Tren in the mix and Androlone and other stuff. You just stop fucking around with normal.
Look, crazy with your.
See, this is just like in the movies. All right, this is just like in the movies.
Stack.
He has almost exhausted. Driftor. He has almost exhausted medical science, right? He just listed all of these specialists, all the testing they've done. This is just like in The Exorcist, right? When they run the little girl through all the tests, and you're thinking like, Jesus, it might be the devil. Why is no one said
there's not much left
yet? And by the time they go through the fourth like hospital trip, you as the viewer are like, come on, guys, why is no one considering the devil? I don't believe in the devil, but at this point, it's clearly the devil. And here we are with Driftor. It's been years of like specialists and medical facilities and
the guy literally sees demons.
No one, the man literally sees demons.
Hey, you'll like this then.
Who tells us he sees demons and is plagued by inexplicable medical issues. And no one out there is thinking right now, it might be the devil. It might be a witch, a warlock, a wizard of some kind.
You're joking, but I've wondered.
5 to 10% chance.
I've legit wondered because I'm exhausting science here and not getting answers. And I don't believe that I've lost my mind. Actually, if I've lost my mind, that's the best thing ever. It's the easiest thing to fix. But you'll like this one. You talk about the devil. I had to go get an MRI a while back. And I went to 2 facilities and tried 3 different machines. And the machines failed 3 times in a row. I didn't get scanned until my 4th MRI. And all 3 times the nurses apologized and were like, we're sorry. This basically never happens. We don't know what went wrong. And that was only one time that happened, but it was just one scan that 3 MRI machines failed on me in a row. It took like a month to get it done because I was always getting rescheduled.
That sucks.
So who knows? Maybe it's demons. I've always.
So I'm guessing that those MRI technicians are part of the plot. And so what happened was they hadn't been alerted that you were going to be scanned that day. So they don't have the fake scans that they're going to present to you. They, of course, don't want you to see what's really inside of your body, what they've been growing in there for your entire life, that you are the chosen one. And this they have this elder god that they're going to try to bring back through you.
It makes sense, honestly, given all the problems and weird stuff. I would buy it.
It makes sense.
That's why your T is low. It is absorbing all of your testosterone.
It's going to come out this super hyper alpha male. It's a whole lifetime of T. It's going to bust out and be like the Giga Chad, like aliens, except a Giga Chad is just going to burst out of my chest.
It'll just be Derek. It'll just look like Derek.
Yeah.
It is.
They really will be Death Star delts. Just explode out.
But it blows up out of you like it's slowly wearing you like a suit, and then you tear like the Hulk's clothes. That would be the cool way.
But he's not naked when he comes out. He's already wearing Under Armour. It's
like what's happening, and it looks like your arms are getting huge, but then the skin starts tearing, and then you see horns, or I imagine horns, like demons have horns.
He'd also come out with a phone, just filming it, like live streaming his ascension.
Yeah, his ascension or descension. I watched. Hell.
Have you ever seen The Void, Taylor?
Yeah, that's such a fucking good movie.
I've seen that.
Yeah. The Void kick. So when The Void kicks off, this is like an 1.5-hour movie.
Yeah, I've seen this.
You start in the 3rd act. Like there's no like. In the beginning, there's no in the middle, things got scary. It's like, no, we're in the 3rd act. Shit is crazy. Guess what happens in the first 30 seconds? We shoot a woman and burn her alive. like 5 minutes later, get your axe ready because here they come. It's like you're in the end of the movie.
Oh yeah, and the end ramped up more. The beginning, even still extreme, comparatively boring to how batshit off the rails it went on the end, and I just loved it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
I really like Lovecraftian stuff. I like practical effects. I like indie horror that's well done and not it takes itself seriously, and that movie like hits all 3 of those boxes really well. It's I watched it again the other night. I also like Event Horizon. It's
very similar as well, but same thing in space, kind of. Yeah, no, I mean, you might be the same person on movies. I love all that, though. I will also watch some of the schlocky stuff on Twitter. Not Twitter, Shudder. My wife and I will get really high on Delta 8 and just put on one of those like really dumb ones and just laugh at it.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I like silly stuff too. I've been watching this TV show. I want to talk entertainment with you because you're a man who probably knows his entertainment because you're spending a lot of time presumably watching TV and stuff. or maybe some good suggestions.
I feel like I'm such a bad sounding board. So often when Kyle wants to talk about entertainment, he's like, "Have you seen this movie, Taylor, or this one?" I'm like, "No." How about this show? No, haven't heard of it. You haven't heard of it? Like,
well, then I've got a crazy recommendation, but you first.
For All Mankind, it's on Apple TV. It's a parallel universe, an alternate universe, and the difference in this, the inciting incident is the Soviets beat us to the moon, and we say no, that's not the end. Now we're going to keep going. We'll be the first to build a base on the moon. We'll be the first to put a woman on the moon. We'll be the first to put 2 women on the moon. Whatever. We'll go to Mars first. And so this first 3 seasons of this show take you through the decades from the 60s up until the mid 90s. That's where the 3rd season ends, of a different American space program that was very important to the United States, because we just stayed in neck and neck with the Soviets through the decades with the space program. It is fantastic. Really,
that actually sounds really good. I didn't even know that was a thing, but I also don't have Apple TV, so I got to find a family member.
I'm sure there's a way to get there anyway.
Yeah, probably. All right, then I've got a weird one for all of you. And as soon as I say it, I know the comments, they're going to show up under the videos and you're going to laugh. It's on Shudder. Have you seen Dragula?
I have not.
Okay.
I've seen the box art.
Yeah. Okay. So it is about a drag show, not drag racing, but the men dressing as women. It's horror themed, but it's also very extreme horror themed, like people that could probably work on movies making whole prosthetic alien bodies and crazy shit. On top of that, the show is also kind of like 1 part Fear Factor. So if you lose Dragula, you have to do some sort of very extreme challenge in drag in order to not get eliminated. So imagine taking drag queens and pushing them out of airplanes, and they're like skydiving in full drag, or they're there and it's like, how many piercings can you get in 30 minutes? And they come out looking like porcupines, or just battle each other. Last one standing gets to stay.
I don't do a lot of reality TV. And when I do, it
is reality TV.
I usually do something that's either, I think of that reality TV as like popcorn shit in the background. So it's usually Gordon Ramsay yelling at people. Or we found this show recently on Netflix called Alone. That's about a survival contest where you take I don't know how many, let's call it 10 survival experts. You scatter them throughout the wilderness in, let's say, Alaska. Last one to quit gets $500,000. and the months go by. and it's rough.
Alone is neat because, like Kyle said, they're experts, right? I saw another show, I think Naked and Afraid, and the goal is to last 21 days. The thing is, you can starve for 21 days. You find a water source and you'll pretty much stay alive. You find minimal food, sure, you're going to come out the other end pretty beat up, but you're going to live.
You're going to be looking sexy.
Yeah. If you're up against survival experts, you're going 65 days, 75 days, 100 days in there. You have, and the structures they build are impressive. These are log cabins with chimneys and hammocks and shit like that. On Naked and Afraid, 21 days, they're like, well, I guess I can just lay on a pile of leaves for a while, make it by. They're in for the long haul, these survival experts. I've been watching Survivor. I saw season 7 and 37 or something like that.
There's so many seasons.
Yeah.
37. I didn't know. They must be doing a couple seasons a year to get to that number.
Have to be.
Hasn't been that many years.
Survivor is a good show. So obviously, some of it, the audio is too good. I'm like, as a guy who's made videos, I'm like, this audio is outstanding. And both of them are shirtless. That tells me that there's a boom mic hanging over them. Yeah, there's an audio guy with the mic hanging over them while they're whispering to each other. So if it's not staged, it's at least they know they're not private, and that taints the interaction. So I'm always like,
well, they don't mind the camera. The
cameraman's keeping their secret, but
it was always the premier reality show, in my opinion. It was like S-tier reality.
It has changed in a good way, I think.
Okay.
So originally, season 1, you thought that it was about the ability to survive. And then by the end of the first season, you realize that, oh, you know what? Modern day survival skills include alliance building and manipulation and lying and stuff like that. Richard Hatch was the best survivor on that island. He wasn't the best at catching fish, but you know what? Zombie apocalypse, Richard Hatch maybe runs that show. Or I think his name, Richard Hatch. He won the first season. Now, people are looking ahead And like when they vote someone off, the last 8 or 12, I think it's 12 people now, get on the jury and decide who wins. So it's like, Driftor, I'm voting you off, but man, it hurt my soul to do it. I loved you so much. I know we all lied to you and made you think you weren't about to get voted off, but that's not who I really am. You should love me so that when you're on the jury, you secretly like me. And like, that's part of playing the game. Mm-hmm. Also, when the jury looks at who wins, they all know this is a devious game. If you make it to the end and you're not a fucking cocksucking asshole, then they're like, Driftor played kind of a weak game, but Taylor over there made major moves. He's the guy that got Karl out, and we all thought he was a juggernaut. And he's the guy that got Lewis out, and no one thought he wasn't going to make it to the final three. Taylor's a player in this thing, mover and shaker. No one's a bigger asshole. He wins. And so now people are building their Survivor resume along the way. Like, I got to make moves. I need the jury to know that I'm a bigger asshole than the rest of these people.
That's a whole different metagame.
Yeah, the metagame has evolved. And also
that makes more sense. That's better. Like if you wouldn't want to as a viewer see the winner be some guy who was like, shh, I'm not going to talk. Like you would want everybody to be like, yeah, you bested me, so you get my vote.
That's how it goes. And let's say that I'm very good at the game in this scenario. I want to drag along a few people that we viewed as non-threats. So I vote a threat off, I vote a threat off, I vote a threat off. And at the end, it's me and 2 lamos, and I get my win. And it's because I know damn well, if I don't get you off now, you're going to beat me in the final 3. And
it's $1 million prize?
$1 million for first place. Okay. Nothing for second.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that.
Right? It's so hardcore.
You would like this Russian Survivor show that never came out. They tried to do one. It was kind of like Survivor and Naked and Afraid, and it was like the last one that quits. But the producer was kind of crummy, and he's like, hey, we're going to be in Siberia, so if somebody dies, there's not exactly police around. And like contestants started killing each other, and the Russians shut it down, and it never came out.
Jesus Christ. Who won?
Yeah. So everybody lost. They all got charged with murder. It was like on camera and stuff. That was so stupid.
That went poorly. Crazy. Damn, that's going to be a great 30 for 30 style documentary.
And then here's the thing that happens on a lot of reality shows, right? I watch it and I'm like, oh, you're making this mistake. I could do this better. I could do that better. In some cases, it's true, but I'm forgetting that I have the benefit of I'm God watching like aerial shots of the camps and stuff. And I've heard your private conversation. So of course I make better decisions than you. I have more information than you. In Survivor, I watch this and routinely think these people are all better than me. They're all smarter than me. They're all more clever than me. They're like catching fish with spears and shit, and they're working hard. The structures they build, I'm like, I would lose this game. I would be Dan over here. There's a guy who fell in love with a girl, and dude, she hit it back, and it's a showmance, right? These guys are deep in love.
Would you be on it?
Would I be on it?
If the Survivor team, you just got boom in your email tomorrow, an offer to be on the show the next season, whenever they're filming, would you do it?
You gotta.
Yeah, I think so. I have to talk to Jagger.
You should apply then. It's open application.
I can tell you I'd get my ass kicked. These people.
So what? Everybody would love to see you on the show.
Would totally fall into the showman. It's a hypothetical single me. I see these guys. Of course, the girls are all beautiful, right? And it's like, oh, you're on an island for 39 days. What are you gonna wear? Bikini, and they're like huddling together for warmth. It's an environment that would make people fall in love. And the guys are like dopey love, and the girls are like, I got Dan wrapped around my finger. Yeah. He's gonna vote anyway I tell him to. And I'm like, fuck, you're bad or good. I don't know.
But you won't fall for that.
No. That particular thing I'd be immune to, but I'm not. I watched one guy. He got busted lying to everybody, right? And I watched a girl. She was working the jury, right? She was like, hey, you just want to let you know everyone's going to vote against you. And then she did too. She lied, backstab, but she was working the jury. And when they caught her working the jury, she was like, what? No, I didn't say that. She's telling you weird lies. It looked terrible for her. She should have come clean. Mm-hmm. The other guy that lied to everyone, his name was Mike. And he's like, you know what? I've told the truth 90% of the time. That's pretty good for Survivor. And everyone is like, Yeah, that's true. Okay. All is forgiven. And it was like, oh, he handled it so well. He's a social genius. Kyle would do well at survival. He's a high EQ.
His body fat's too low. He's got to put on some pounds before he goes.
Dude, it's a problem to look
about.
There's a guy on season 37. He calls himself the mayor of Slamtown. He's a professional wrestler, and he takes people to Slamtown. And dude, he's really charismatic, and I liked him. But he got voted off fairly early because to look at him, he's a threat. You know, you're like, we got to get rid of this guy or he's going to win this thing. And then there was this nerdy guy who lasted way longer, and he kept auditioning for the position of Slamtown comptroller, and it was hilarious. He's like, yeah, that's the mayor of Slamtown right there. And that's not a great picture. He looked better, I felt like, most of the time, just in his natural. But it's useful to have him on his team. There's a lot of competitions that are like, hey, hold this heavy thing above your head or prevent this heavy thing from touching the ground. And it's like, all right, Slamtown, you do that. We're going to be solving puzzles while you do it.
The big jacked guys, like, I haven't watched as much, Survivor as you, I guess, but I've watched a couple seasons. Those guys get picked out quick. Like, they'll be like, oh, that guy, he's a threat. And it's like, you haven't even talked to Big Joe over there. He could just be a dummy who doesn't know what he's doing. But it's like, it's almost like an agreement where it's like, that guy's shredded. I know I'm safe because I'm not shredded like him. And so everybody gloms onto just the most obvious visual, like, superior in their eyes. Like, oh, that guy's going to best me in all the competitions.
So you're right. And there's an actual, now I'm good about like the strategy of it. Oh, Zach says he's a WWE star. I thought he was on lesser wrestling, but in any case, what you want to do is have a strong team before the merge. So there's like two tribes. And then as they get smaller and smaller, eventually you merge. When there's two tribes, your entire tribe gets immunity. Once we merge, it's every man for himself. So if you win the immunity challenge, it only applies to you. So it's like you somehow want your team to be strong while cutting out all the best players right before the merge, because those best players, now they're going to win all the immunity challenges and stay alive. So like you want them to keep your team alive while also getting cut off right before they do. It's conflicting. Anyway, Survivor's a really good show. I didn't realize it. I thought it was a stupid reality show. And while there's certainly elements that I'm sure they're pulling the wool over my eyes, like, when they find the immunity idol, I'm like, try to tell me he didn't find that an hour ago, then they reenacted it.
It's set up.
Yeah.
You ever see, there's a new reality show people are watching kind of in the so bad it's good way. It's called The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. It's on Netflix. It's like a paranormal investigator show. It's like, imagine the most incompetent team of paranormal investigators you've ever seen, a whole army of people with thick Southern accents. And they're so bad, they get hurt like every episode. Somebody falls, somebody has a heat stroke. One dude, he's like, yeah, my head just started swelling for no reason. He's got like this big lump up here. It's like, it must have been the alien energies that we can't detect. And it's like the worst reality show I've ever seen, but it's also hilarious at the same time to just watch them go try to find aliens and get hurt.
just incompetent idiots just can't find the ghosts.
Yeah. It's like respectfully older guys, like bigger, heavier set, 50 plus conspiracy theorists. And they're like, yeah, we'll get better signal up on top of that there mountain. Let's walk up there. And, 300 yards later, they're all done.
Maybe the side of the mountain has good signal.
Yeah, if they want to be found, they'll come to us. I'm more of a ghost trapper.
Yeah.
I can't get into the paranormal shows because I know they're all horse shit. They've been looking for a decade or more. Like they've had an organized TV show that's been looking for ghosts for over a decade, and they haven't found shit. Okay, that tells me there are no goddamn ghosts. That, or they don't want to be found, in which case that means there are no goddamn ghosts, because you can't find one that sure, ghosts are real. You just can't see them or detect them in any meaningful way.
Yeah, right. Well, then that means it doesn't matter if they're real or not. You can't interact.
There you go. Perfect. So, but the show of shows has come back, of course. Game of Thrones, episode 1 of the. You watched it?
No, have you watched it? I said.
Fuck no, I didn't watch that. No, I refuse. The only way they can get me to come back and watch any of that nonsense, it would have to have glowing reviews. They would have to somehow win over the what's the subreddit?
Free folk?
The free folk. They'd have to win over free folk for me to come back over and watch a single minute of that shit. There's no fucking way. And I already saw like a meme where I guess in the new show, in the first episode, some main character says like, "Oh, but we got to be unified because one day the long night will come." And this guy's like rolling his eyes. He's like, "Well, the long night came and we had a 12-year-old girl solve it for us in 5 fucking minutes. None of this dragon shit, all the voting, like your entire kingdom is for none of it matters. We need a cloudy afternoon girl." like Jesus.
That's my problem with prequels in general.
When you know not just, it's okay when the way it all ended is a beloved thing. The way it is in, let's say, Lord of the Rings, a prequel can feel good, especially if Peter Jackson made a prequel with Elijah Wood and the gang and somehow de-aged those cocksuckers. No, like The Hobbit, but good.
The Hobbit was a prequel, wasn't it?
It was bad though.
Yeah, but it was rough. Bad. It went hard on that. What is it? 48 FPS and 3D stuff, and it was, it was neat, but that didn't make it good.
Filmmakers should never lean on new technology. You'll find more love going the other way for nostalgia's sake with some 70mm stuff like Chris Nolan or Quentin Tarantino than you would ever like capture some new audience who's like, "Ooh, 48 frames per second." Like, you don't even know what that means, dude.
There's money in
what it means.
And I say
it looks like soap opera.
It's like a soap opera.
When 3D comes
some exceptions though. Digital's fun. If you've ever watched any VR films, those are really fun. You look like the kind of guy that's watched a lot of VR films, honestly. So you gotta know.
How dare you?
No, that was the first thing you do when you get I got a brand new headset and I took it to show my neighbor who's a VR developer, right? First thing he says is, "How good does it play porn?" Because I know you watched it. And it hurt because I was like, that is the first goddamn thing I put on there to see if it works.
I put porn on my VR once and I was like, well, that's weird. I feel like this involves me. What we're essentially doing is having me masturbate in a room with a blindfold on, deafened. This is what this really is a really scary game of, is anybody watching? like if you're a voyeur, that's the fun of VR. I wonder if my wife came home early. Is she watching? And really it's the gardener being like, "Mr. Myers, I need to know about the bushes. Oh my Lord. Like, is he watching me now? Like, I was just creeped out. There's no way I can jerk off, deafened and blinded by this VR helmet. And that pixelated lady pretending to suck my dick didn't look that great either.
Oh, you must have played through the Flash player, man. You got to download the 4K stuff. So much better.
I mean, I don't think my GPU at the time could have handled 4K, but
the GPU
no VR porn for me.
Backing off the porn though, regular 360 VR videos are super fun too if they're well made. Like the Gorillaz one, their music video was amazing.
I've never done anything like that. I'm sure it's very immersive, but I always go back to that being like kind of a, oh yeah, we did that thing that time. Now let's go back to watching TV the way we watch TV on a big flat screen.
Well, yeah, it's for sometimes, but you're a fan of the cannabis plant Delta 8, perhaps. That's like peanut butter and jelly with VR headsets. You're just, when you're toasted, you're just there. It might as well be real.
Yeah, I mean, that a good sound system, darkened room, and like a big ass 4K TV, I can pretty well accomplish that too. Without, I feel like when you go into VR, you're also kind of like you're by yourself.
Yeah, you are.
And I usually like to watch movies and TV shows with a lady or something like that, like enjoy it together, because I consider myself a fun person to talk to after a movie. And so I want to watch a movie with you and then we're going to discuss it. And I'm going to be secretly judging you based on what you took from that movie. So if you didn't pay attention, I'm going to know right away because there's a quiz coming.
Wow. It's like got to make sure you got a real experience out of it. But my wife and I take turns with the VR headset and it'll like cast to the TV so we can like sort of play along and watch and stuff. So
that sounds interesting for something to do occasionally, but I think that it would just be like, yeah, you put on that helmet and watch a movie. I'm going to sit over here for a while.
Oh, no. I don't think I've ever watched a full movie in that thing. That would make me dizzy. It's like fun for like 30 to 45 minutes. You play some crazy videos and it's like, okay, cool, I'm done. Back to reality.
That's about how I felt about playing games. Granted, I had the first Vive, and so I was playing like archery games.
Yeah,
like I could play for about 45 minutes, and then you start getting a little motion sickness and start feeling a little nauseous. It's time to quit. And I would be like sweaty and out of breath after 45 minutes of doing this as fast as I could.
You ever Beat Saber, man?
Oh, I don't even know if I played Saber, man. I wouldn't have known which games were good, so I just downloaded a shitload of games. But I played
Beat Saber is the only one I can do for like hours.
Is that the one where like it's a musical thing where you're hitting stuff?
You have lightsabers and you hit notes, so it's like DDR with lightsabers. I was getting to where I could do expert and expert plus, and I would stream that for like an hour and come off stream. I'd pull the headset up and just sweat would just like pour down me, and all the mesh and stuff in there would be like sticky and gross, and hell of a workout.
Yeah, I've still got my Vive. I have no interest in using it. I'm thinking about buying a new PC, building a new PC. Actually, every day I refresh my I've got the PC parts picker put together, and so it's fun every day to refresh it and see if the price changes because it's all the prices, and they update, and every day it goes down by like $6 or $8. It's kind of neat. It's like, man, this shit gets cheap.
It's a good thing you didn't buy yesterday. There was $6.
Oh man, I've saved $12 this week alone. Woody. You don't even know.
I didn't.
Got new 4080 Ti coming.
It comes to am I going to wait for the 40 series GPU? I don't think so, because every time I say I'm going to wait, I wait, and then, oh yeah, you can't get them, or they're $2,000 or some shit. Yeah. You got to meet some guy in a shady alley somewhere to get it.
The prices have jumped. I know the prices went wild recently, but it used to be a GPU was what, $600, and 1,000 became kind of normal, and now north of 1,000 can be kind of
$1,500 is what my GPU costs.
Okay,
sounds about right.
Right, so when the 4080 comes, it's suddenly like $2,000. We didn't think they'd be $2,000, but here they are.
Yeah, you can get a 3090 Ti for around $1,200, $1,250, $1,300. But
3090?
Yeah,
I mean, you guys are all
Ti.
entertainers. Yeah. You can put this on your business card as an expense, and because it helps you render videos stupid fast.
We put the money into the account. If we had a business account that somebody else was filling up, that sound great.
Wait, PKA doesn't run out of its own business account?
It's got an account.
Okay.
Yeah,
just making sure. I was worried about you guys if that wasn't true.
But there's no reason for PKA to buy me a pimped out gaming PC that can play 8K video, right?
Yes, there is. Because one, it's something you want, and two, it's something you can tax deduct, which saves you money.
He can deduct it personally on his schedule.
We want a Kyle who's relieved and relaxed on the show. I think it makes sense.
Could I use the business card for a bit of prostitution? Maybe a little relaxation technique of my own? Maybe run that through the old business account. You'll handle that, right? You'll get the numbers to look right or whatever. You're an accountant. This is
just
perfect.
Driftor's massage therapy.
He knows how to stay out of trouble and run a business at the same time. I like this.
This is good. Right, this is a solid idea.
We need a business account that we just
and a masseuse.
Yeah, masseuse. I have a masseuse. It's great. I love it.
Does she fuck? Because that's the kind of masseuse we're looking for.
No. I actually, along with the physical therapist, have massage therapists that come and just massage me. I feel like I've already ascended to the old man form where I just take my clothes off and lay down. It's all right, oil me up.
You're beyond any sort of arousal. You're just my back's hurting today.
Kind of
strong little hands in there.
Yeah, and she'll dig right in and be like, "Does this hurt?" and crush some muscle. Oh God, yes it does. Please don't stop. I need this.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It's a weird thing. Well, if it hurts enough now, I'll just finish all my pain for the day.
No, it helps long run. Muscles healing and stuff, but
does it really?
You do feel good at the end.
It's supposed to. I did a massage once ever, and it was a sports massage. And it was when I was it was probably 5 years ago. I was lifting a lot, and I was people say to get sports massages, and it wipes out your soreness, and you're good to go. And it's my fault for going into it thinking there was going to be some magic wand of where they massage me, and the next day it's I can't even tell I worked out my back yesterday. But I don't like laying still that long. I hate that. I don't like being still.
I love it. I fucking love it. It's been a minute since I've done one. Maybe 3 years ago, I had a lady come in and get a massage, and it was so good. I was super burnt out. My legs were so sore, and it was excruciating to have someone rub your quads out when they're just completely ruined. But
maybe she didn't go hard enough because it wasn't hurting. It was.
I've never had a massage where too hard wasn't an option. Like they all have that knob. I've never met a masseuse who didn't have a knob that went all the way to Scary Town. If you cuffed me down and gave me a mean massage like that for a while, you could make me talk. I was in that strip club in Cincinnati, I think, or Kentucky maybe, and they had a masseuse there who was like wearing a cocktail dress, like she wasn't getting naked or anything, but she was like a real masseuse, and she was like, I don't know, I told her to do it hard, I guess, and she like crippled me. I was like, whoa, well, Jesus, fuck.
So I'm gonna step back. Strip club with a masseuse.
Yeah. So you can sit there in the chair and like throw dollars at the girl with another lady behind you massaging your back like you're at the poker table.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So you can be getting a massage and have titties in your face.
That's exactly what you do. Yeah.
It's therapeutic.
We had I think I had like put that strip club's phone number on like my Twitter or something and told them to like blow it up and like ask if I was there. And so it gave them the impression that I was quite the star. They literally said something like, Kid Rock was in here one time and nothing like this happened. And I'm looking at my buddies like, just keep playing it cool.
Yeah, me and Kid Rock, 2 peas in a pod, but different pods because I'm too big for him. Yeah.
That is exactly
kind of on the same level, you know.
That's
exactly. Kid Rock's going down. His album's
Kid
weird.
Rock? Yes, sweet kid. He'll make it someday.
As far as they know, at the Busy Beaver in Louisville, Kentucky, peas in a pod, Kid Rock and
And you got your free services. So
but yeah, I'd never seen that before. They had like a real masseuse who was like not up for anything dirty. She was just gonna rub your shoulders there for, I think it may be $10 for 30 minutes or something. Maybe
Jesus, that's dirt cheap. That's nothing.
I mean, I don't remember, if I'm being honest. It was $10 or $20. The thing was, we had piles of money in front of us, so it was like, how much of this do you want? You know, I'm here to give this away. How much would you like? You know,
can't do that at strip clubs. It's so expensive to just go and just throw money away.
I mean, I'm talking about a pile of $1 bills. You know, a few $100s. Like it's not like this was thousands of dollars that we were throwing away. This was
okay. Well, you were in Kentucky. I'm going in like California, where they'll spit on you if you give a $1 bill, and not in a sexy way.
Where do strippers not take ones?
California, LA, downtown LA. Also in Mississippi, they take nickels and quarters.
What do you give them? Do you get twos? That's the move.
No, I would only go to strip clubs with friends. It was not really my thing because my mom worked in that industry for a long time, so it's not exactly like sexy for me.
Really?
My mistake though is I found the oldest, most heavy-set, desperate-looking, clearly single mom stripper, and I wasn't going to spend any money, but the person taking us out gave me like $500 of fun money just so that I wouldn't get kicked out of the club, and I gave the whole $500 to the older, less attractive woman because she clearly needed it. Nobody was giving her attention. And I thought I had done a good deed and went back to my chair, but there was a miscommunication and I got a very up close and personal private show with a person that I didn't want to see in that particular type of undress right in my face. It was horrible.
You paid for a dance and you're going to get it, boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished.
I've never seen an uppity strip club that wouldn't take where girls would turn ones away. I've definitely seen situations where when you go to get your money, you get twos. You get $2 bills. That's a real popular thing that strip clubs will do. It is doubling their income, and you don't quite feel like they've doubled the income. Like it's this weird thing. Like $2 bills, yeah, cool, neato, yeah, give me 50 of them, and like you don't realize like. They're just gone real quick. Give me 50 more. And they are cool. Wait,
you know what they should do? Back in the old days, arcade machines ran off tokens, right? So you give them like $5. They'd give you, 20 tokens?
Yeah, they do that.
There's no way that you don't spend every single token. They have no value outside this
doesn't work.
I've been to clubs like that. They use Monopoly dollars.
Okay.
Really?
As a patron, like I'm not big into strip clubs. I've been to like 6 or 7. I've been to some real nice ones. When I've gone, I've been like somebody's guest that was like a cool person. I don't know what else to say. You know, some famous
VIP
I don't know,
of some sort.
Millionaire or some kind who's like, let me take you to my strip club. And he's like, show him your pussy. And the girl's like, yeah, here's my pussy. And it's like, do you own this place?
I own her.
I've literally had that happen. But it's not really my bag.
I went to the strip club.
They just
with
seem
the
like such
owner
awful
once.
people.
When I on the So when my collegiate swim team, the assistant coach owned a strip club, and if we won, he'd stop by on the way home. And I'm like 19, like I'm not even allowed in this establishment. You're supposed to be 21. So he put us like in the back corner, and we just like watched the strippers from afar while he, I guess, took care of business. I don't know.
What a cool guy.
Right? It seems a little inappropriate by today's standards. I got me too.
Like you're a 19-year-old dude, and he like arranged for you to see some titties from afar. Like, come on, like I think we're okay.
I think
the real problem is the alcohol. That's why you're not allowed in there, right? Like, isn't it? I don't think it's even the titties.
There's some strip clubs that's 18 plus you can go in, but still you got to be 21 to drink. Different states have different laws about the levels of nudity too that can be experienced.
Yeah. I think I've only been in maybe one that had full nudity.
Is that why it's 21 for strip clubs? Because they're trying to trying to make the booze money too. That's
that's a huge.
I mean, everything in the strip club is going to be stupid expensive.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like a bar, like buying a drink at the strip club is no different than buying a drink at a bar. You're paying 3 or 4 times what it's worth, and it's not worth. And it gets expensive if you're trying to get drunk at a bar.
I want to go somewhere that has appetizers.
They have appetizers at the strip club. They have good
buffets sometimes.
Honestly, a lot of strip clubs have really good food. It'll be like, sometimes I've seen it be like a Waffle House in the strip club. Not a literal Waffle House, but imagine that, it's that big griddle situation. And there's a guy right there. So you can see that, all right, he's doing a good job there. Like, nothing's gross about this at all. He's got fresh eggs and bacon, and he's like, yeah, give me a burger. Come on.
And sometimes, look, when the strip club closes, they all go to Waffle House. So
yeah, and you can buy, you're in there. I'll never forget. I've told the story, but once more, my little hometown of Livonia, Georgia, very puritanical place. I don't know how many churches we have, but we have at least 5 big ones: Baptists, Lutherans, Methodists, Church of God. It's what we do. And then this new restaurant was going to come to town. They bought up this little square of land near where the interstate pops off in Atlanta. We're right on Interstate 85 heading up here in Northeast Georgia. And so they're like, a new burger joint applied for a licensing. It's called the Cafe Risque. We'll apply. We'll approve that. And they didn't read the fine print of what they were approving. They were approving a burger restaurant and strip club and novelty store. And so that is what they built right there in puritanical Livonia, Georgia. They built the Cafe Risque strip club, and they put billboards. They put billboards up and down the interstate for 30
I've seen Cafe
miles.
Risque. I don't even know where the place is, but I've seen tons of billboards.
They have them down in Florida, I think, and maybe South Georgia. So like if you're ever on like I-95 up down there, you may see some of their billboards.
It's like a chain.
And they're a chain of them, yeah. Like I don't know how many there were, but it used to be 3 or 4.
Imagine opening up a strip club franchise. Pay your franchise fees.
So it's you pull off, and here's this 24/7, essentially Waffle House, and then there's a stage with a naked lady on it at all times. So some pool tables and a jukebox and some pornos. Yeah, there you go.
That's a hell of a deal.
Damn.
Yeah, stumble on into that fine establishment.
Wait. That's what it's like when you go there?
Yeah.
It's lame?
It's what?
Lame, I said? Like the billboards make it seem like this place will be a dream. Like James, like NBA players are going to be in there.
Looks like it used to be a dentist's office.
This is a low class establishment as far as like the girls. Like there's going to be, I would say there's a lot of like 4s and 5s that are in there, like some real rough looking ladies. And it's like a DVD. They like sell pornos and sex toys and stuff. And then there's, like I said, there's fucking food as well. You can get a burger while you're there.
I like that.
When we were like 18 or 19, like when I was right out of high school and just like staying up all night and doing silly shit, it's like Waffle House or Cafe Risque. Well, one of them has a pool table and titties and the other doesn't. So let's go to the
Waffle
Cafe
House
Risque.
must have taken a hit.
So it ended up coming to a head, and they couldn't get rid of the restaurant, so they bought them out for $1 million of taxpayers' money. Went to this little lot. I mean, it was like 1/8 of an acre that this whole thing took up for $1 million, and then they bulldozed that shit to the ground. And there's a Cracker Barrel there now. If you're ever driving through,
fun for the whole family. Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, sitting on the burial ground of the Cafe Risque. No, that was
Is
hilarious.
Cracker Barrel even good?
No. It's not bad. The breakfast
has gone down.
Yeah, the breakfast. I was thinking like the breakfast was really good. I remember as a kid.
Some hash brown casserole.
Dude, hash browns, breakfast potatoes, eggs, bacon, sauce. Like anywhere can make that good.
It's pretty good. I like the environment. I like the old country store part. I like that little peg board you get to play. They got a shirt there that says "I got pegged" at the Cracker Barrel Old Country Store. You wear there's I like all the shit on the walls and the lanterns. I like that they got that like honey on the table. I don't know. I like the biscuits. I like Cracker Barrel. It's okay. I don't go a lot, but maybe once a year.
I just haven't been to one in a long time. Maybe I'm underrating it. There's this place like in southern Missouri, not in Missouri anymore, down there, and it's called Lambert's, and there's so many fucking billboards for this place, and it's like home of the throwed rolls, and it's like that's it. They have these yeast rolls, and if you go like, "Hey, I want a roll," some guy throws it at you, and like he like goes, they like go out of their way. If like a waiter was right next to me, and I'm like, "Can I have a roll?" and he had the rolls, he'd be like, "No," and then he'd like go across the store, and then he'd throw it to me.
Can I have a roll? Go deep.
It's such like a stupid little gimmick, but as a kid, I remember going there and like thinking it was a huge deal. Like, this is the billboard place where they throw bread at you, and it didn't disappoint. I'm sure it would now. I'm sure it wouldn't hold up.
When I was a kid, there was a place that they spilled like peanuts and popcorn all over the floor. So you'd walk in there, and it was almost like a barn, like, you know, because you're crunching the peanuts and the popcorn as you walk to your table.
Texas Roadhouse does that.
Yeah. Do they? Maybe it was them. Peanuts. And I always thought it was really neat, and you could make your own mess, and it was cool.
When you go to the Texas Roadhouse, the entire floor is you just, you throw the shelled peanuts on the floor, and they're offering them everywhere for free, so they're just everywhere all the floor. And they also have those yeast rolls there with that delicious honey butter. I was talking about this with someone the other day. When I think about those, like, I don't know what you call that class of restaurant. It's a sit-down joint that entrees cost about $20 to $30. I don't know what that is, but things like Cracker Barrel,
Chili's,
Outback
Fridays,
Steakhouse, Red Lobster, shit like that. None of their food stands out in my memory. None of it, except for the bread. All of them have unique breads. The Olive Garden has those breadsticks that are just like so fucking good. Red Lobster has those cheesy biscuits. The yeast rolls, like I said, over at Texas Roadhouse, and there was somewhere else that had like tremendous like bread.
I wonder if the bread is the only thing made right on site. Everything else, I bet, is reheated food, and the bread is crafted by the chefs.
You got to do steaks though. Like I don't know. There's just something about bread that's good. I think maybe we just crave fucking carbs all the time. We don't get enough of them. And I could sit there and eat a whole basket of those goddamn breadsticks, no problem.
Dude, this leads into a topic I have. Taylor?
But before we do that, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Oh, if it's a link. Okay, go ahead.
You talked about carbs. I have the answer for Taylor.
Diarrhea.
These cheese balls that we have, they are terrible, Taylor. You know how you get Cheez-Its and you eat one after another after another? 6 of these and you're finished. That's all you need.
You don't want any popcorn?
You see how this bag is open? I guarantee you. Yeah, they get stale so quickly. By the time you've had half a dozen of these terrible, better for you cheese balls, 1, you don't want any more. 2, the next half dozen will be worse than these. This is a weight loss solution. Shitty, terrible food.
What is it made of? What's like the principal ingredient? Definitely not cheese. It's definitely not real cheese.
Cornmeal.
Okay. Not promising.
General cornmeal, sunflower oil, cheddar cheese, or something rather. These are terrible.
They sound like cheddar cornbread puffs. They sound delicious.
They're probably not.
I mean, I believe you if they're awful.
Low calorie.
Well, you guys are going to think this is a sponsored message. No. Like
what? Joke, like fucking like a real cheese ball company paid us to shit on these people.
Yeah, Utz came in with the big bucks to have us shit all over Pipcorn, stealing the market share.
It ain't easy like all being of those cheesy. Take them down.
I mentioned like I got these like cauliflower flour Cheez-It, like sea salt or cheddar flavor, like ripoffs, and I like saw the box, and it's like you can eat the whole. I looked at it by the box amount of calories, so the whole box is 450 calories, and I'm like, that's like because I'm gonna eat the whole box of this. That's the plan. And then like I started eating it, and I'm like, maybe a third of the way into the box, like you're just force feeding yourself. You're not getting any like dopamine, like nice little snack dopamine hit that you usually get with the Cheez-Its and the goldfish or the deli meats. Like,
you
it's
can
not
eat
even
Cheez-Its all night. And by the way, if you don't kill the box, they're good tomorrow. Mm-hmm. None of these problems exist with this product.
Oh yeah, you know how they fixed it on my goldfish tub, my 4-liter goldfish tub. You just snap it back in. Perfectly fine. Like the little carton, like a milk carton, you pop it back in. I still got half of one of those out there. I'm going to munch on after the show.
These get stale so quickly. By the time you transfer them to your tub, they're gone.
No, they come in for that. Yeah. Those are dog shit. All those replacement snacks, the majority of them are dog shit. If it like, this is something I wish I'd thought about. Like, if you are in the snack aisle and you see something that's too good to be true, it is. It's gonna taste like dog shit. If they're like, true. there's this chocolate and it's high fiber and it's a different kind of sugar. It's sorbitol, and then like you try it and you're like, oh, this isn't fucking chocolate, man. Like, and now I'm in the hole for 80 calories for something I didn't even enjoy.
Sometimes though, I have an exception to that. Maple syrup. They have mastered maple syrup.
Sauces are different. Yeah.
If you buy low-fat maple syrup, and by the way, everybody, you should. It tastes exactly like the real stuff, and the whole freaking bottle is 140 calories. It's a month for 140 calories. That's nothing.
Yeah, like this is a good tip. If like it's a sauce, an alternative sauce, make sure that it has sucralose in it, because that's like the sweetest of the sweet, most powerful of those like fake sugars. And so if it's got that in there, it's going to be like a good fake barbecue sauce or a good fake ketchup or something. Those G Hughes, I use those sauces all the time with the sucralose in it. Like you can have like a palm full of ketchup for like 8 calories, like something absurd.
Yeah. Sucralose is not stevia. That's something different.
It's different. Yeah. It's a different artificial sweet.
Can you guys hear me clearly? Hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
good.
we can.
Okay.
Driftor.
Just making sure. I did a little hot swap there. I went to go pee in the yard and then come upstairs and get in the office. So that's when all paranormal activity is, when I stepped outside. Did not like that. So.
All right. Well, you're looking good now. You're all set up.
Do you want to do ads now?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. This episode of PKA is brought to you by the ad I have on my phone. 1 second. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Fume. Fume is the natural inhaler designed for a better, safer, and natural way to quit cigarettes. It's a no smoke, no vape, and no nicotine replacement for the hand-to-mouth habit of smoking. Fume handcrafts wooden inhalers and uses cores infused with plant oils studied to curb cravings. They have flavors like peppermint and conker with minty notes to simulate menthol cigarettes, and other flavors like cozy chai and lemon berry bliss for a sweeter experience. And all their flavors are 100% natural, no harmful chemicals, no artificial flavors, and absolutely no nicotine. Quitting is tough, but Fume really can help. They've got thousands of 5-star reviews from smokers who have tried everything else in the world, and this worked. Whether you're a smoker or ex-smoker who still struggles with cravings, Fume is the perfect tool for you. Head to breathefume.com/PKA and use promo code PKA to save 10% off your entire order. That's 10% off your entire order when you go to breathefum.com/PKA. breathefume.com/PKA. BREATHEFUME.com/PKA. Check it out. Code PKA 10% off. If you're looking to quit smoking, this could be the ticket for you.
Nice. Be good health improvement for you guys. Try it.
Linked below. breathefume.com/PKA. This episode also brought to you by BetterHelp. We've talked about BetterHelp a couple times, so let's hear about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. It's super simple. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your therapist. And with ease, you're able to schedule weekly video or phone sessions. Video is not a requirement, by the way. Do what you're comfortable with and take advantage of professional help being only a few clicks away. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. They've got a special offer for our listeners, saving 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. Support yourself today by heading over right now and signing up for your first month. That's 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. So check them out.
You're a miserable mess, and we have a coupon code for you.
Hey, therapy is important. It helps a lot of people. A lot of people need therapy too.
It's true. It helps a lot of people. So if you think this is a good service for you out there, check it out. Use our code. Also brought to you, you guys know these guys, Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds. Driftor was talking about the Delta 8, the THC alternative. So
that is a godsend in red states.
Yes, it is. I'm in a red state as well. Are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. Well, we've got great news for you. DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com have you covered. Death by Gummy Bears and Wonky Weeds were founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of low-quality Delta-8 products that are spray-coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's why DeathByGummyBears.com and WonkyWeeds.com had the boys in the lab cook up high-quality, powerful THC alternatives that are accurately dosed and actually taste great. Looking for a super strong 100 milligram Delta-8 gummy that'll put you on your ass? Then Death by Gummy Bears is for you. Looking for more of a mellow, relaxing high? Then the cartridges, disposables, pre-rolls, distillates, and weaker gummies at wonkyweeds.com are more your speed. So whether you're trying to get absolutely shit-faced or just a nice, relaxing night at home, we've got the THC alternative product for you. With so many satisfied customers all around the USA, American-based wonkyweeds.com and deathbygummybears.com serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current THC enjoyer or just interested in trying something new, go to wonkyweeds.com or deathbygummybears.com and use code PKA20 for 20% off your order. Once again, that's wonkyweeds.com, deathbygummybears.com, PKA20 for 20% off your full order. That's a big discount, folks. So check it out. You can get yourself these unbelievably powerful 100 milligram gummies, which will knock you on your ass. But if you're a more beginner guy, just grab the carts. Just get the Delta 8 carts or the THCO carts.
Driftor, if you want to go to another place, if you want to get scary fucking high off some Delta 8,
okay,
these gummies are like I don't want to beat it into your head too much because we do it in the audience every week. Mm-hmm. They are impossibly strong.
Really? Which ones would you recommend? Which one? What's your favorite one?
You smoke a lot, so like I don't give a shit about the flavor because frankly, none of them you wouldn't eat any of them to treat them as candy.
No, I get it.
This is drugs. So
yeah.
The peach one or the strawberry one tastes okay, but I get these whole fucking jars that you notice this one's empty.
I did notice it was empty almost immediately. Yes,
25 in each of these jars, and then there's 10 of them in each of those bags there.
So each one of these is 100 milligrams.
Yes.
That is a lot. So my standard daily dose is probably 25 milligrams in the evening, and that gets me going good. If I take 50, I go off into potato land. I'm not on this planet. I'm not a functional human
Tell them how
being.
much you take, Taylor.
I can take 2 and still mostly maintain it.
200 milligrams?
I take 5. I take 500.
5 would be a scary
milligrams.
Place.
Bro, I start hallucinating.
I mean, I could take 5 and not freak out, I bet, but I wouldn't have a great time.
33 seemed excessive to me. I'm in a whole junior league here.
I don't want to do it now because we're 2 hours in, but I'll eat 5 funsies on the next episode.
We like you here.
I'll be here. I'll say this. Their carts are real strong too. This is HHC that I'm puffing on. And I can get scarier high from this than I do off the gummies sometimes. If I just keep puffing on.
Well, you got to keep going at that.
There's something about this HHC. I can tell it's definitely the strongest.
It's a dopey high. It's this
okay.
It literally makes me worse at math. It's
and also carts.
Carts are the fun kind.
Carts are always kind of the natural choice because it just allows you to meet it to where you go. You take a hit. You see where you are. Oh, I'm good there. And then you're, case closed. You don't have that new to edibles thing that people get where they're like, oh, I just took 20 milligrams. And they're like, oh no, God. What if it was too much?
A friend of mine recently here in this house, I had to take care of a mostly naked man who was having a panic attack. It was bad. Just some friends came over to visit. We had Delta 8. We ate some. This guy was a frequent flyer. I didn't think anything was wrong. Apparently, I gave him way too much, and he was convinced he was dying and had an anxiety attack and took all his clothes off and was making weird noises. We had to like get him back in bed and convince him that he was fine. And eventually fell asleep and it was fine, but it was very annoying at the time.
I think I'm an asshole with my opinion on stuff like that because I've been real fucked up before, and at no point did I. The whole time in my head, I'm going, this will be over soon, but it's going to suck. So like the people who don't have the ability to like grab onto that little bit of reality, I'm like, what's wrong with you? How
I'm like you in that regard. Like, look, it's safe. You're going to be fine. Do you have to wait this out? Yes.
Yeah.
Are you not happy right now? Fine. I'm out of compassion. I have compassion fatigue at this point. Are you going to call the police or something? No, just don't. Just don't. Just wait. You're okay intellectually.
I'm not even going to inconvenience you. If I've gotten so high that I'm vomiting, I'm going to say, hey, look, I fucked my evening up. Y'all go have fun. I'm going to go take my shirt off and lay in the bathroom and vomit. And like that's what I'll do. And that's what I do when I overdose on marijuana edibles.
That's how I handle all my shit.
The night's over for me.
Yeah. When I broke my leg, it's like I'm going to be in bed for 5 weeks. Can you bring me food? And outside of that, I'm not going to drain you.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way to be.
Well, as long as you...
we also have Lock and Load. Derek texted us to make sure that we told people about the sale coming up this Monday, August 29th at 1 Eastern time. It's going to $39.99 from $49.99, and with our code PKA or Jizz, you can get it for $35.99. So if you were on the fence, you weren't sure about whether or not you wanted to try Lock and Load, now is the chance. Now's the time. Try it out. See if you like it. It works. You're gonna see a difference. Everyone does. Everybody
does. Do the pre-comes.
Everyone's talking.
It's a service at this point. You give her a little taste while she goes down on you, and then you just fill her up like a water balloon later on.
Yeah, or more appealing ways of selling it. Like your orgasm feels better because you're coming.
If Woody didn't have the kids to prove it, I wouldn't be sure he had sex before. I was like, do you know how sex works, sir?
Like a bag of sand.
A hot water balloon. Do you think it's like this anime where she literally inflates full of semen?
Oh, maybe I'm a
We're talking about the egg laying thing where they lay the eggs in the girls and they start getting bigger.
Have you seen the end of Ghostbusters where she explodes and the white stuff splatters all over the city? Welcome to my bedroom.
Okay. All right. Messy. I fully stand behind our product because it's a messy product. It's good stuff. I'm very proud of it. Proud to be in the jizz biz. I tell everyone I know. I tell random strangers about it.
I tell them I am a mogul in the jizz biz.
Yeah,
I like the sound of it.
Yeah, I make up a story about Mark Cuban turning us down, and now we won't take his money.
You wanted to get on Mark Cuban's pharmacy? Imagine how great that would be. His like online pharmacy. It's got all these pills, and then just in case you boys want fatter loads, we got it right here.
That'd be fun.
No, it's I don't know. I guess we've said it all before, but every time I think about it or explain it to somebody, I'm kind of like,
oh, Kyle, your mic just cut off.
Yep, you just died. You're silent.
You didn't do anything wrong. It just happened. I saw it. Drifter, do you have any tattoos?
Yes, I do indeed.
What'd you get?
I have exactly one. Might look familiar to you.
Sure.
It's my symbol. So I got this tattoo in 2013. I didn't actually want it in particular. My wife wanted to get tattoos, and for some reason she just like got it in her head that I didn't like girls with tattoos. I don't know how that idea got implanted in there. No matter any amount of speaking or driving her to the tattoo shop or actions made any difference. And I just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'll get a tattoo to prove to you it's not a problem. And I could only think of one symbol, being the one for my channel that I've spent probably about the last 15 years of my life on. And when I used to play Halo 2, that was the symbol that I made in the little emblem creator when everybody else was making the grenade dicks. And that was what I put on my YouTube channel. It became my brand. And when you played Halo, you used to wear the patch over your left shoulder. So it only seemed natural to put the tattoo right here where it would be in my Spartan on Halo. And that's all I've got, though I have been considering getting more recently. Because, I mean, let's be real. I'm never getting a real job ever again. So
you get a forehead tattoo if you wanted.
I could. I think that would be a little tacky. I think.
How about a QR code?
A pair of corns.
Like right here, people just come scan my head. Oh, you the subdermal implants. Yeah, you get the holes in your cheeks. All sorts of fun stuff if you want it. Not my cup of tea though.
Do you like body horror movies?
Sometimes. I would say I usually like them, but every now and then one of them actually manages to get to me. And I say good on that movie because I'm kind of hard to get to.
Try Crimes of the Future with Viggo Mortensen. It just came out. You can rent it now, I think, for like $6 or something.
Crimes of the Future.
They're like probing into his body and like looking, and they make it they sexualize all this weird surgery stuff. It's in a future where he's growing all these tumors, and so he has an art show where he gets dissected and has the tumors removed in front of a crowd with no anesthetic.
Jesus Christ!
And it's way weirder than anything I just said. There's some weird parts where like the girl is like probing his belly with the probing thing, and she's kind of thrusting and grunting. It's Kristen Stewart, the chick from Twilight. So she's like probing 64-year-old Viggo Mortensen's belly and like grinding and like she's like, oh yeah.
So if you're into fucked up stuff, did you watch that thing they put on Shudder called The Sadness?
I did not. I'm not necessarily into fucked up stuff. I don't
had to
like
clarify.
pushing the envelope. Some people like they hear you say that and they're like, I got something you won't like. And it's like, well, then don't share it with me. like this isn't a contest. Like I like some bizarre stuff.
Well, I had to clarify because there are people that will go straight to the bottom and they're like, show me the most fucked up thing that's legal.
Yeah. You know? Someone like sent me this movie where like this guy captures this Asian couple and he's like dissecting them in front of each other, and it's like, whoa.
That's no fun. That just makes you feel sad.
I like the movie where we, make a triangular rift in reality and go, to another realm or something, and people are mutating and we chop stuff up with axes. I don't need any torture fucking porn though. That's not my bag.
I will make a recommendation that you'll like. It's one segment from a movie, VHS 94. It's a Shudder original. You're familiar? It's a horror anthology series. Yeah. So that's each one. There's like 4 or 5, and every time there's some that aren't very great. There was one in the middle of VHS 94 that is a better Doom movie than the Doom movie. It was made in Indonesia, and it's about a doctor in the 90s that kidnaps people to do cybernetic experiments, and like a SWAT team busts in and kills him, but sets all the experiments free. And it's told from the perspective of some woman that was kidnapped and turned into this like super crazy cyber mech.
And these are like shorts.
Yeah, it's like 30 minutes. So
I love
it's
those.
like SWAT team versus cyber demons, but all from the first person perspective. There's a really neat twist in the middle I won't spoil, but I'm telling you, it stomps massive dicks and is super fun.
That's VHS 84?
94. And it's like the middle segment. It's Indonesian. The rest of them you can probably skip.
Did you watch the Love, Death, Robot stuff?
Yeah, I love those.
Okay, well, there's another thing called Oats Studios. Have you seen all the Oats Studios?
All of them.
Stuff? Okay,
I supported Oats Studios. I used to talk to what was the name? Neil Blomkamp. We used to be like Twitter buddies and talk all the time. So I went to support his like studio and stuff, and then it blew up, and that sucks.
Yeah, he made the District 9 movie, right?
Mm-hmm. And
from what I understand, he like inherited those Halo props that had been built for the what was going to be a big deal blockbuster Halo movie that got canceled. But all of a sudden, they got all these guns and like fake ships and facades and tech. And they're like, how about we make a weird immigration movie about apartheid with like insect people? Mm-hmm. They're like, someone said yes for some reason, and we got
it worked, man.
Fantastic. It's so good.
A lot of the movies are good. So Elysium, I think, might have been the weaker one. I think Chappie is super underrated. There's a lot of very existential, philosophical topics they hit there, and some hyperviolence.
Chappie lost him the opportunity to do something cool. I think it lost him the opportunity to do the Alien sequel. He wanted to do an Alien sequel that took Sigourney Weaver and
Michael Biehn.
Michael Biehn. I'm glad you got and like continued their story, with like the scarred Michael Biehn from the comics. And it was Chappie that lost him that opportunity. I think that
that's sad.
I think they saw that and they were like, that guy's not going to helm an Alien film. No. And it lost him.
Chappie was too smart for its audience, in my opinion.
But they need somebody who knows that. They need somebody who won't make a movie too smart for their audience. If you're gonna make an Alien movie, you've got to hit a pretty good audience, like R-rated, like sci-fi, hit the nostalgia beats, but update, keep it fresh, and you're bringing 50, 60-year-old Sigourney Weaver and Michael Biehn back. Like, no, we're not giving.
I remember reading like the script was they were in cryo sleep for too long, so they got all wrinkly when they opened the doors. Stuff like that.
Dude, I would have loved that, but everything else they've done with that franchise has been garbage. But yeah, anyone who's listening who hasn't seen the Oats Studios stuff, that's real good shit. They actually have a Sigourney Weaver one that's like 30 minutes long, where the reptile alien race has like overthrown humanity entirely, and they're like they've got this experimental tech that they're using to try to overthrow them. And so there's like a rebellion forming, and Sigourney Weaver is kind of at the heart of it.
I love the
fire-based one with the Vietnam shit.
Yeah.
Basically, a Vietnamese man who's like lost everything to the Americans because of the war transcends to become some sort of otherworldly being who now has godlike powers. He's like so mad he becomes a god, and he starts floating around like disassembling American troops and their tanks, and just and like the CIA is there like, here's what he did at like Firebase 3, and here's what he did over here, and they've got all these scary photographs, and the thing is get you all hyped up for this Rambo-like character to go face off against the river god.
Because they gave the main character like this little like sort of almost prototype time machine that could like shoot bullets through time, and they're like, we think it might hurt him. You can go find out. Like,
it's on Netflix. I saw it on YouTube before they put it on Netflix like long ago, and there's a really good one with what's that young girl actress, the blonde girl that was like in everything, and when she was a little girl, and she's in the one with the hand. Dakota Fanning, yeah.
Really?
There's one with like adult Dakota Fanning where she's on like a space mining asteroid or something like that, and she has been lied to her whole life and told that she's a replicant, which is like a lower class of being, like a slave being, when really she's just a little girl. She finds that out like halfway through. He's like, dude, we lied to you. Okay, you're not actually a replicant. You're a person. Now, come on, snap to. We got to get out of here because something has made all the other colonists roll into a giant sentient ball, and it is coming to consume us because it has all of their intelligences.
Oh God!
And like when it goes through security checks, it's like, all right, which thumb will work? I got them all. And it's like and then it has
I remember that. That was a fun one too.
It has like a limb with everybody's eyeballs on it, like looking around 360 degrees, because it's just got all the colonist bodies like moving them around and using them to make this big hulking monster that's always chasing them. And the man is injured, and Dakota Fanning has him like thrown over her shoulder. Like, come on, we got to get out of here. And he's like limping around. It's good. They're all good.
Really good.
I like sci-fi like that. They don't make
Studios great. I'm really sad he didn't get funding. Any one of those could have made a great full-length feature, probably indie film-ish, but still very enjoyable.
I'm surprised there's like a Kickstarter thing to finance something like that. Like
it was, because we did Oats Studios did their sales, right? And you would buy oat fuel, and it didn't make enough money, so they said it's Oda fuel. And then it did Kickstarter, and that failed, and they just never quite got it going. And then Chappie failed, and Neil Blomkamp did a exorcism movie with like a Catholic priest SWAT team during the pandemic, and it was not very good. It's been rough since then.
Well, shit. Well, I think a lot of District 9, it did such a good job of, like all sci-fi does, it's shining light on a social thing that we have or have had going on in this weird, bizarre sci-fi way that brings you along for the ride. And they did that from Apartheid.
I've been watching more sci-fi lately, and you talked earlier in the show about how horror is a nice way for a filmmaker to get started. It's very low budget and it can have huge multipliers. I think of sci-fi as very expensive to produce, but it's often not. Like oh, this takes place on the moon or a space station. Yeah. When you hear something takes place on a space station, it's spinning, so now they have gravity, and there's only one set. Mm-hmm. And so what do they have? They're wearing like street clothes in something they're told is a space station.
Jumpsuits.
Jumpsuits, full like this is actually a really low budget production. It's
like
not
Moon
as bad as it seems.
With Sam Rockwell. Like you would think like, oh, it's gonna be big budget. That movie probably didn't cost shit to make. It's just him wandering around by himself in the same outfit talking.
Yeah, you look at a lot of those old sci-fi films, like Alien was meant to be cut from the same cloth. It's only because Ridley Scott shows up, like somebody like that with his wife, who he wouldn't have made those movies the way he did without his wife there, like being his absolute partner. But he comes along and he's like, oh, you got, what is it, $19 million? Okay, All right, I'll make the best movie that's ever been made here. Yeah, sci-fi. Yeah, I can do the best sci-fi horror movie ever made. Yeah, let me just knock that out of the park. And it was supposed to have all this nudity in it and be ridiculous. I saw an interview with him where he's talking. There's a scene where at the end, spoiler alert from 1979, Sigourney Weaver's character faces off with the alien in sort of the shuttle. They need to get out of here. The big ship's about to explode, and they got to face off. And they're supposed to both be naked, and because she's supposed to be changing out of her clothes, and the alien is supposed to be like naked there too. And then they're supposed to face off that way. Can't remember who didn't want to do the nudity. I think it was on Ridley Scott. He didn't want it, but he did say, he was like, Sigourney refused to trim her minge hair, so we had to spend an enormous amount of time and effort having them airbrushed out of every frame. And if you look back, and there's like a scene where like you're kind of looking up, and she's wearing the skimpiest panties and the skimpiest top, and her pubic mound is this big poof that's clearly being contained by these little panties. And then if you go back to Aliens, the sequel by James Cameron, there's a scene when they all like get to the planet where the aliens are, and they're coming out of hypersleep. And when the pod that she's in lifts up, huge bush. They didn't airbrush it this time. James Cameron.
It was the 80s,
didn't have the budget. James Cameron came and he's like, I'm not spending the time, Sigourney. It's up to you. Oh, you didn't do it? Well, it's in the movie then. And it's just pubic hair is just rolling out of her panties, and she just does not give a fuck.
That's realistic. You got bigger problems in space.
Yeah. Got to kill aliens and stuff.
You wouldn't want hair flying around getting in the instruments, probably.
In the instruments. That's why all astronauts now have to shave completely all their body hair.
Really?
Yeah, they shave each other.
That's the only way to do it.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Sigourney Weaver and her character Ripley, one of the best all-time strong female characters. There's a lot of shows.
It was written as a man. And then
it was written gender neutral, the entire script. But the point is, all these shows try to make strong female characters, but Alien did it better back in the 70s.
And Terminator did it just as well in the 80s.
Oh, yeah, with Linda Hamilton.
Linda Hamilton was
shit, bro.
I'm scared of that Linda Hamilton when she's doing fucking pull-ups in the insane asylum on her bed.
With those big bulging shoulder muscles. I was like, that chick could bench press me. But speaking of chicks that could probably bench press you, the last time I was on this show, we talked, I think her name is Gina Carano, space cop from Mandalorian. Yeah. She got fired from Disney, and she joined Ben Shapiro's film company.
Yep.
And the joke was at the time, people were like, Ben Shapiro is going to make her do a bunch of gross sexual things on camera, right? Well, I saw screenshots from the film they produced that's called My Son Hunter, and it's about like Hunter Biden's laptop. And there's a scene where the actor playing Joe Biden sexually assaults Gina Carano and like comes up and like licks her neck all like gross and slimy. And like that meme actually came to life. She left Disney to go let old dudes lick her neck in propaganda films. Strong female character.
You don't think the Daily Wire movie is going to be a hit? Do you think it's going to be ham-handed?
I think it's going to be hilarious.
There's a scene like on the cover art. It's Joe Biden smelling her hair.
Is it really?
And he's going like this, smelling it. Yes. And it's so funny because I literally just rewatched Mandalorian both seasons this week, and I was paying attention to her character, and every time I was like, she ruined her career by tweeting some bullshit. Now she's in a movie sniffing Joe Biden's hair. And she was like, wait, but she's like the second most popular character in this? I'm like, yeah, I know. She's like a star. like all she has to do is keep it zipped, and she's got her own fucking Disney show. And it would be one of the better ones.
That guy's not even Biden looking enough.
Oh, he's close enough. Come on,
he's having
that furrowed brow.
I guarantee once that hair comes down, you can see the rest of the face. You're like, that doesn't look like fucking Joe Biden.
Well, he does a damn good impression.
Does he really?
Just like him. Yeah.
That would be funny if he actually
who does an amazing politician impression? Have you seen, is it Vice? He plays Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Oh. Dude, who does? Is it Christian Bale that does it?
Yeah,
it's
Christian
Bale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He like gained a bunch of weight for that and stuff.
Of Christian Bale as Dick Cheney.
I gotta watch that. I love Christian Bale.
Oh my gosh! And I mean, you're gonna see a picture of him looking like Dick Cheney, but his mannerisms and his posture, and he just kills it as Dick
The
Cheney.
scene where George Bush and Dick Cheney are having lunch, and Bush is eating those hot wings, and he's talking to Cheney about maybe being his VP. Like, it's so good. It's so good. He's a tremendous actor. He's one of the best.
He is.
He went from Batman to Dick Cheney in a very short period of time, and then back to other stuff again.
Who's better than him? Like, who's a better actor than Christian Bale? Really?
You know,
Daniel Day-Lewis. Is that it?
Yeah.
And is
Hardy.
that only because Daniel Day-Lewis is selectively picking like just
he doesn't work
all-star
nearly as
movies?
much. He doesn't work nearly as much. Look,
What
I
about
don't like
Willem
most
Dafoe?
of Daniel
Willem
Day-Lewis's
Dafoe
movies.
is excellent.
I
How
like
about
him.
people who are considered great actors? Tom Hardy is often on that list. I had his second one. Oh, Joaquin Phoenix. Do I have his name right?
Joaquin.
He's good
Phoenix.
too. He plays like a lunatic weirdo so well. Probably because he
He
seems
plays
like
these
Yeah.
antisocial characters so well. Yeah.
yeah.
Kyle, I need an assist. Who played the main character in Nightcrawler? Do I have his
Jake
name?
Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal is another
He's
one.
good too.
Fantastic. Yep.
I think that was the
Joaquin
first movie
Phoenix-
I watched from him that like blew me away was Nightcrawler because I hadn't seen him that ghoulish before. Like, I mean, Donnie Darko, but that's different. He's being plagued by the ghouls in that one.
I have another one who impressed me. Who plays the guy with multiple personality disorders? The movie might be called Split.
Michael Fassbender.
He's
I
in
think-
the it's in the same universe as Unbreakable.
It's McAvoy. It's Henry.
Yeah,
Henry
McAvoy. My bad. I mixed those two up. But yeah,
Yeah,
the
they're in the
Split guy.
one's Magneto and one's Professor X. in the same movie together.
Sorry.
Yeah, that guy's incredible. The one who plays the movie's called Split, right? Do I have it right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's super good. He plays like 7 characters all very well.
It's in that
Oh,
Shyamalan universe of
of Unbreakable and stuff. He plays women too, and oh my gosh, like he just kills it.
He plays like a little kid. He's like, yeah, I don't know. You better be careful. And it's just like, wow, he just really seemed like a creepy kid all of a sudden. But he was an old lady a little while ago, and it would be so terrifying to deal with someone like that and like never knowing who you're fucking dealing with. Like,
It'd be horrifying, especially when they're like, don't trust what Steven says about the rest of us. He's a liar. And it's like, ugh, I don't like that. I'm going to put you in a home if Reagan hadn't shot them all. You know?
Yeah, there's a couple great actors right now. Philip Seymour Hoffman is one that I missed. Like I didn't do it right. I watched a movie last night, The Bucket List. I've seen it before, but good gosh, that movie is good.
Is that Jack Nicholson?
Jack Nicholson and the guy who always plays God. He's black and he has
Morgan
freckles. Morgan Freeman. Yeah. Dude, that movie is so good. If people don't know, the basic premise is the two people meet in a hospital because they both have cancer. It's not going to go their way. And one guy writes a bucket list. The other guy has nearly limitless money. And he's like, we should do this. And here we go.
okay.
You don't know this movie? It's Oscar winning.
No.
Seen it.
I know about it, but it seemed kind of like a sad movie about old men dying. I didn't really want to watch it, so I never have.
I'm pretty sure you'd like it. I like it.
I'm sure I would. I like both those actors.
Mhm.
If you want to see an old Bruce Willis action movie you might have never seen before, there's one called Last Man Standing. You ever seen this? It takes place around 1920 gangster era.
Ooh, I like
And it's the old trope that Clint Eastwood did in the Dollars trilogy, where you've got a stranger who rides into a town that has two big gangs, and the stranger plays them against one another. Clint Eastwood was the first one I ever saw do it. I'm sure it's a
What's it called
literary
again?
trope. Last Man Standing. So it's just right at the end of cowboys being a thing, because they are in Texas on the border with Mexico. But it's in an era where the Tommy gun exists now, and 1911 pistols, and Bruce Willis uses dual wielded 1911 pistols with I don't know how many magazines. There's a scene where he's getting ready to go fight, and he's just loading mags. You're like, where did he get all this ammo? But he has it. He has hundreds and hundreds of rounds. Because when he gets in a gunfight, he doesn't go, bang, I got you. He takes both of his pistols and goes, and the bad guys fly through windows, and then he reloads, and then he finds another one to do that too.
They fly through windows. I would like to see more 1920s gangster stuff. Yeah, we often talk about like, hey, let's all agree for the
LA
sake
Confidential.
Of this,
if you haven't seen that, you haven't seen the best of it.
Okay, that recorded sort of in the second half of the superhero bell curve, right? I love superhero stuff more than most did. And even I'm like, all right, I don't have the same excitement around Thor that I used to.
I saw a Reddit thread and they put it really well. They said that the Marvel thing is like when you play an RPG and you've completed the main quest and now you're just going back and knocking out those little side quests. Yes. They don't really have any consequences. It's just like, I don't know. Did I ever get that fish hooked back to that guy?
Everybody's
Lenny's looking for that hat, I think. And
yeah.
So that's why subversive heroes are popular now, like the boys, but listening.
Okay, good point. So, but let's just assume that superheroes are kind of, on the second half of the bell curve. What do you want to be next? We've talked about this a lot. And 1920s gangster stuff is on my short list.
That would be cool. I do like gangster stuff.
Yeah.
LA Confidential is my favorite one. It's I think it's in the 20s. It's in Los Angeles. Obviously, it has one of the strongest casts that have ever been put together. You got to go back to something like A Bridge Too Far to get a better cast. It's everybody from Walter Cromwell. Look up the cast of A Bridge Too Far. It's you're like, wait, this exists? All these people managed to get in the same movie. What's the movie I'm talking about?
LA Confidential has
LA
Kevin
Confidential,
Spacey, Russell Crowe, Guy Pearce, James Comrell, David Stratham, Kim Basinger, and Danny DeVito. Good gosh.
Yeah, it's real good. It's long, maybe 2 hours and 30, maybe 2 hours and 40.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're dealing with some mysterious noir type stuff. They're investigating a big capital murder case that has some secret stuff going on. Kevin Spacey's really good. You've got three cops who do their job completely differently. You've got Kevin Spacey who wants to be a celebrity cop. He wants to be tied into the TV shows that film there in LA and to be their consultant and to be kind of like known by the public. And then you've got Guy Pearce who's like, by the fucking book, I don't care if you all hate me. He's like, you're gonna be hated in the department. I didn't come here to be liked. I came here to get ahead. And like that's a direct quote from him. Like there's a scene where like a cop beats a prisoner and he's like, you're gonna inform on your fellow officers? Absolutely, I will. You're gonna be hated. You're gonna be a pariah. I didn't come here to make friends. I came here to get ahead. And it's all right, corporal, or whatever the fuck. And then you've got Russell Crowe, who is like the good soldier boy who will go in and get his hands dirty, beat a confession out of someone, whatever it takes. And these three are at the heart of this huge conspiracy, and they're being played against one another. And what they really need to do is come together and like have a conversation. but the shit, and it's a good movie. It's a good
Russell
movie.
Crowe's good at being
stuff.
intimidating. Like he's such a
back
big
then
dude.
he was. He is a physical force in this movie. There's a scene where
he beat people up in real life.
Someone's being interrogated, and Russell Crowe's on the outside watching the interrogation happening. And the guy is talking about raping and beating this woman, and she's held somewhere still alive. And Guy Pearce is trying to like trick this guy into giving the information. And Russell Crowe's been out there leaning on this office chair the whole time, one of those wooden ones. And you can just hear the chair's creaking. Finally, it breaks in his fucking hand, and he just runs in there and like fucking dumps all but one of the bullets out of his pistol, and he's like, and immediately starts clicking them off. Where is she? Click. Where is she? Click. And this guy's like, click. Where is she? Like, he's ready to kill this guy in front of all the cops. And the guy pisses himself, gives an address, and that's it. And they go. It's a good movie.
I always get him mixed up with the 300 guy, Gerard Butler.
They look similar. Gerard Butler's like the budget version of him.
I liked him in
Russell Crowe. Watch 1993's Virtuosity, where he's the villain and he hunts down Denzel Washington. So it's like a really young, skinny Russell Crowe, and he's like weird and creepy.
Yeah. He does not look skinny anymore, though he does look weird. He's big. He's
really is he fat now?
Big man,
big fat man. Person. Yeah. I saw him doing one of those like GQ interviews or whatever, where he like talks about all of his biggest movies. Like, here's what I did for Gladiator, and it's like, damn man, you looking rough.
I could never look like prime Russell Crowe, but 2022
you
Russell
could.
Crowe?
Dude,
no, I was meaning like as far as being handsome, like you can't work your face out. Like, but his face now, he's getting a very Phil Margera feel. Like this is him very thin compared to what I'm seeing.
Well, body fat makes a lot of people handsome. Like I just think in general, like you look. I've been watching professional soccer lately, football, and God, all these guys are good looking because all of them have like protruding cheekbones and sunken in this. Like they're just being that thin and doing the kind of cardio a European football player does, they look good.
I do like a nice, ugly super athlete. Like that might be one of my favorite things about Alexander Ovechkin is that he's an absolute dog to look at. He's an ugly man.
I don't think you're giving Rod Brindamore his due.
Rod Brindamore is not ugly. You can tell that a handsome face was beaten out of him. Like he was a handsome man, and you can see the beginnings of handsomeness. It's just his nose has been broken. It's like it's got the girth of 3 noses. It looks like it doesn't look good. But
you know what I want to talk about before Driftor goes? Kyle, did you want to go instead?
Did you want to talk about MMA?
It was going to be Biden student loan forgiveness.
Sure,
right,
I'm down.
Instead.
I think I have this right. Biden's forgiving federal student loans for $10,000 and 20 grand, which is to say another 10 if it's a Pell Grant. Not an expert in Pell Grants, but I think they're for people with low income. And so 10 or 20 grand of student loan forgiveness.
Should be called a dark grant.
If they make under a certain amount of money and to get the really additional ones for their qualifications.
Like 125,000 and 250,000 if you're married. Like it's kind of for most people, right? And I assume it phases out. It usually does if it's above that. Like if you make 150 grand, you get 9 grand back instead of 10. I'm making that up, but it's probably right. I don't know. I'm torn. In general, I wasn't for student loans. I was against it. And the reason, or student loan forgiveness. And the reason is going to college is a good deal. These people are making more money than the rest of the population. You're kind of taking the country's money and funneling it towards our most successful people. That is the guys who have college degrees or, presumably they finished school with their loans. And, the reason people still go to college now is it's still a good deal. You go to college and you can be a fucking certified public accountant. Sky's the limit.
Holy shit!
It's true.
Is it too late for me?
Why did I ever do YouTube?
So thanks for hitting that back. Anyway, so we're taking money and giving it to America's most successful people, our college graduates. And I'm like, why? But then on the other hand, we've just dumped all this money into PPP loans and some other COVID relief loans. And I'm like, shit, we gave money to everyone else. When, to try to not be a hypocrite, Trump raised taxes on blue states. And I thought it was targeted and bad, right? So here's how that worked. Something called SALT, and it is basically it was tax deductible to use the interest on your mortgage and your real estate taxes. But only made sense if you had a lot of those to do. Otherwise, the standard deduction would work fine. So these are people who live in expensive homes, which you could call rich people. But actually, if you live in Massachusetts, your home costs a lot. If you live in Hawaii, your home costs a lot. New Jersey, New York, the places with expensive homes are blue states. So he kind of raised taxes on blue states and gave them the finger. And I was like, wow, this is a really targeted kind of Trump tax increase. If you're a blue state, suck a dick. Well, now Biden's doing student loan forgiveness for college graduates, which feels kind of targeted too. Like if you're a blue voter, you get some money back.
Can't use it for my trade school loans.
Student loans, if you got a federal subsidized one, it counts.
I don't think that's true. I think if you were to go to like community college and get your HVAC degree, you would get that forgiven too.
I wonder if Scott has any like student loans. I'm gonna send him a text. I mean, he shouldn't. I mean, he's been making like 6 figures for several years, but he is the kind of guy to be like, fuck it, I'll pay. How many months? Alrighty then.
Yeah.
See you then.
Well, that would have turned out to be a good financial decision. Let the government pay it off.
Oh, it'd be so huge. Oh, like if the three of us had known this was going to happen, wouldn't we have all taken out some student loans a few years ago? Get our free 10 grand.
Going back to school.
And shit, I'm gonna go. Like, all right, let's learn some shit.
I got 10 grand worth of bullshit to learn.
If he wanted to stimulate the economy, he didn't have to do it by paying off the debt of college graduates. Like that, there are more efficient ways to dump money into everyone's pocket.
Well, I'll tell you what he did buy. There aren't more efficient ways to fire up your base and buy a few votes though than get everybody
during an election season.
$10,000.
Yeah, you can buy some serious votes that way.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't feel one way or another about it. I frankly don't have anybody in my life who benefits or from it. So I I'm sure there's somebody out there is what I'm getting at that is like, thank God, I only owed 10 more grand. Now I can like now my options are open. And for those people, it's like, oh man, that is kind of a good thing. But then I imagine there's a bunch of people who like have like $180,000 worth of bullshit. and they're just like, yeah, slice another 10 off, and we're just doing that across the board. And where's that money even coming from? It's coming from me and you who like pay taxes. People who pay taxes.
You and me, true. Also, someone working at Walmart is paying taxes. And it's going to some college graduate.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take an opposite stance and say it was a good thing. I think it was a half-assed measure, and they should have forgiven all of it. And the reason that it's so extreme is because we wanted to have student loans to get people into college, right? Because college students are smart. They stimulate the economy. It's better for everybody. But what we did by subsidizing the student loans is we kind of pumped a whole bunch of money into the college system. And colleges kind of rapidly realized they could charge what they want. And demand was only going up because I don't know about all of you, but literally from the moment I could speak, my parents told me, go to college, get a job at a big company. If you don't go to college, you're going to work at McDonald's. You don't go to college, you'll never get married. You don't go to college, you're going to die alone and poor and hating yourself. You talk to your school counselor, you talk to your teachers, you talk to other working professionals. You can go talk to your pastor, priest, or imam. You can go get on the internet. They'll all tell you the same thing. You have to go to college or you're going to be a loser. So of course people do it. Not everybody needs to go to college. With the federal money coming in, the prices kept going up, but the money availability was there and people just take the loans, because you're 18. I have to pay that when I'm 24. That's forever from now. And you have an entire generation, almost two, of young people that graduate college into an economy where they start off with a whole house worth of debt, like a whole mortgage worth of debt that they have to pay on. And the economy's in shambles. And outside of a few technical degrees, college degrees aren't as valuable as they used to be. And even the technical degrees can suck a fat one if there's not a lot of demand in that industry. So you have a bunch of people that since they were babies were told to go to college, and they did exactly what every reasonable person told them to. And now they will never have enough money to own a house. They will never be financially stable. A lot of them have difficulty getting married or dating because of the loan debt. Nobody wants to date a broke ass, right? It's really rough, and people are absolutely screwed. I mean, you have doctors, and that's a little specialty, but imagine graduating at 35, something like $500,000-$600,000 in debt, and then you're allowed to begin to work. So you've got an entire generation just super burdened by debt that will never be able to do anything useful and are just waiting around for their parents to die.
I feel like you can't get by with
wrong.
Who has
$600,000 of debt? That's not
doctors, lawyers, people with professional masters
with
and
jobs
PhD
that are going to
Can
pay
you
a
fact
lot.
check that? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
It looks like
I don't think
where are we going to school? Let's pick a college.
Hold on.
That's the other thing.
Real quick, you did say something like everyone is told to go to college. That's not true. A lot of people are told that they won't be able to go to college because they can't afford it.
We're going to Harvard
and that
Law?
It would be prohibitively expensive. Also, I'm looking up here, a little under 50% of all student loans, all federal student loans are for grad students. So you're going to take money from people making very little to pay off the full bulk of some guy who now has 30 years ahead of him as a doctor or 30 years ahead of him as an attorney. That's just not fair.
And
it's never
Zach
fair.
Googled it. The average undergraduate has $25,000 in loan. This is the average federal student loan debt balance is $37,000. That doesn't really tie in. Maybe the typical finishes with $25,000, but the average is $37,000. I don't know what's happening there, but there we are. Let's call that a range: $25,000 to $40,000 in debt.
Average.
To finish school.
It's not great.
It's not great, sure, but also these people are probably making $15,000 more a year, $60,000 more a year.
I just wish we were making someone else pay for it.
This idea that people graduate college and then they can't get good jobs afterwards. Well, pick a real degree. That's a thing too.
I'm in for it if Mexico pays.
I want Mexico to pay for it. That's the only way. That's how it should work. Because he's just willy nilly. $10,000 each. What if we had to go get that somewhere? That's how it should be. What he was like, how'd you come up with that number? It's a nice round number. It's like when Tony Soprano wanted to know some shit about his one of his guys' sex life, so he's asking his sister, and she's like, $5,500. And he's like, how'd you come up with that number? Seemed like a number that you would pay. You're right.
It's the lowest number.
like a number you would pay.
Do you guys not think society gets better if we unburden young people from debt?
Are
the
you
most
unburdening
indebted generation.
everyone?
Well, you're certain some of them, and you're helping almost everybody.
I mean, it depends how we do it, right?
You're not helping almost anyone unless you're selling some trickle-down economics plan where we take our wealthiest, most successful college graduates and give them the money in hopes that their auto mechanic gets better paid.
There is a little bit of that to it, but people out in the real world, you have professional services that you have to contract and do, and things that get made and manufactured, and doctors you see. Would you rather have those people that you deal with be in crushing debt and depression and working extra jobs and just kind of bullshitting, or would you rather have them healthy, happy, and making good decisions and actually really
trickle down?
I guess that it is a trickle down thing, but it's real. How many times have you gone to a doctor and he looked like he wanted to kill himself?
I mean, that's just that doesn't make any sense, man. Like,
do you want more cookies or less cookies?
I understand. Like you're right. The targeting of students for these predatory loans is wrong. I don't like that. But at the same time, and Destiny came on the show and made a really compelling point like a year or two ago, where he's like, as far as forgiving all student loans for everyone, that's really just huge influx of cash for the wealthiest among us who can afford to say, hey, I'm going to get a postgraduate degree in history. That person, is either making a very bad decision or they have money. And so he made it much more articulately than me, but to forgive all the loans, just whole cloth, is you're punishing people who were like, well, fuck, I didn't go because I couldn't afford it.
I don't think that's a punishment, because I
they'll
believe
be punished
that
on their
society
taxes.
as a whole. If you didn't go to college, you're not going to get your tax bill and it's like $10,000 more, and it's like, oh, here's Kyle's tax money. I mean, college money. That's not how that works.
Where do you think the money comes from?
The money comes from, honestly, a shit ton of loans from foreign entities, loans to ourselves, questionable financing, quantitative easing, and a disgusting amount of money printing. We spend, I think it's 30 to 40% more money than we make.
You mistake me. Stop gish galloping and tell me where the money comes from to pay everybody 10% or $10,000.
I don't actually know what the funding is from. Well, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I thought you were looking for something more specific than that, but taxes.
No, just general taxes. Cost of living going up, businesses having to increase their service costs, their product costs, and that's disproportionately going to hurt people in the lower income bracket, right?
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Wish I had some student loans.
So you think that the student loan debt is what is contributing to paying off student loans and freebies is what contributes to our debt and inflation situation?
If we were to whole cloth pay for every student loan, yes, that would be bad.
Then how come every other Western country on the planet just has free college for everybody? Almost, you can graduate.
Military spending.
Exactly. So
they don't have military. We take care of the whole world.
We could take 1% of the military's budget and bang out all the student loans that the entire country has over a couple of years. The military gets so much money. Those numbers.
When the aliens show up and we stomp a mud hole in their ass, the United States is going to be like, you see, that's why. That's why. That's why. The aliens show up and they're like,
yeah,
pretty good in Ukraine right now. I'm getting off topic, but anyway, I worry that we're giving money to a selective, successful group of people, and it doesn't feel good to me.
Well, I didn't have anything to do with it, so it doesn't matter. Y'all elected that guy. I'm not even allowed to vote.
Guys, it is time for me to bounce. On that note, I have some other things I have to do here this evening. It's my girl's birthday.
Thank you for coming on.
Anytime. It's good to be here.
Anything you want to pin?
Shamelessly, I have started posting on TikTok now. I'm repurposing a lot of short form content from other platforms into TikTok and YouTube news videos. And that's a platform that I'm mostly working on growing organically and doing different stuff with. So if you want to see me shitpost about all these topics, you can come check me out on TikTok.
Check him out.
All right. Check him out. Thank you for coming, man. We appreciate it. I hope you feel better. Hope you get out of the woods.
This was all fun. This makes me feel better. So good to see you guys again.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Take care, man.
See you. Have you guys checked out TikTok?
No.
I
haven't looked at it at all.
If I want that, I just do YouTube Shorts. I feel like it's the same shit.
I've checked out YouTube Shorts. I'm trying to get the algorithm to feed me more of your dude, Kevin Samuels.
Oh, I see. What I do.
Out.
I think this is some old man shit I do. What I do is I've got YouTube on my Fire Stick, and so I'm in my living room watching YouTube on TV, like watching Kevin Samuels, like sitting there with my dog, like on like it's a TV show, and I'll watch 3 hours. He would do these streams like 2 and 3 hour long, and I'll just watch the whole thing unedited with him taking callers like willy nilly. He like piles them up. He'll have like 10 in a bank waiting to talk to him, and he'll pick them one at a time to come talk to him about whatever topic they're on that night. And I'll watch him take them on. It's kind of like an arena some nights.
Yeah, I want to see that. I've been more into his shorts, and
yeah, that's how I started.
He's dunking on Fisher Price net sometimes in his shorts, but not always. It helps when you're right. These sixes come on, think they're tens, and talk about how they want to have multimillionaire husbands to take over their children, and it's like he sets them straight.
Yeah, he usually wants to talk about math more than anything. He's like, no, we're talking about math. How? Like, I need numbers. We're gonna use numbers to make.
I never hear him argue with numbers on his numbers. He's like, oh, this percent of people make this, and this percent of people do that, and all of a sudden you're asking for a point. Yeah, I mean, I can make up numbers, and
he's making them up.
I fuck up the math.
He's just, there's like 30 different numbers he needs to know. He needs to know like what percent of like black men make over 6 figures, right? I think that's like 1% or 3% or something. No. If it's men, I think it's 5%. But as you go up the rung to like 250,000, 300,000, you're like losing a whole percentage every time. So by the time you get to the guy who makes 300,000 or 350, it was like 1% of men, period. And he's like, man, you were literally talking. You ever hear the 1%? That's who we're talking about now. That's who you want. You want a guy that most people think has way too much money. That's how rich the man you want is. That there are people that think he has too much. It's good stuff. I enjoy those.
I still haven't watched any of him other than no, haven't watched him
what do you
or
watch on YouTube
Andrew
lately?
Tate. Recently, like pretty much all I've been doing on YouTube is just listening to stuff. I listened to the old Ricky Gervais show with Karl Pilkington. Mm-hmm. Those every like few years, I'll just start re-listening to those the way I'll listen to old O&A, and it's just Karl is a joy. He is so fucking funny, and like he and Ricky and Stephen Merchant, the third guy on there, who was involved with Ricky on The First Office. They're just really good at like winding Karl up and getting him to go where they want him to. It's really funny. I saw Kyle nodding. You've listened to those before, right? The old Karl Pilkington.
Well, I'm more just like Karl Pilkington in anything he does. I really enjoy him. I watched whenever like maybe you introduced me to him or I discovered him. However, I went through all that shit. I can't even remember the name of the show, but I watched
Idiot Abroad.
Yeah. Watched it all.
So Idiot Abroad is so funny. I love
when
it.
they add the little guy, the dwarf. I don't care for it.
You're right. It's the Karl Pilkington show. You're watching for him. Like you don't want to see a diversion of attention to
Warwick. So I haven't seen it. Is Karl Pilkington the genius of the show, or just a tool that Ricky Gervais plays? An instrument he plays.
Yes, it's both. He's clearly someone who knows. And you get more of an insight to this if you listen to the old radio show they get together in like the mid 2000s. Like he is a character in a way. Yeah. Like he's naturally a weird guy, but like you can tell listening to his radio, like he's prepared bits. He's prepared like ways to say things in a funny way. If you've never listened to the radio show, look up Karl's Diary. Ricky Gervais show, Karl's Diary, and they read through like the things that he talks about, and like they'll get like 5 passages in a row, and they'll start reading the next one, and they're like, "It's about bugs again, Karl. This is the 5th one in a row. They're all about the moths in your house. What are you doing?" Like
I can hear Ricky laughing now. Ricky, like, he has Ricky cracking up the whole time. It's clearly one of those situations where Ricky Gervais found Karl Pilkington and just thought he was the funniest human being in the world. And it was like,
hilarious.
I got to show more people.
Yeah. And so basically for Woody's benefit, the show, they send him around the world, and the show is just watching him fail at things. So it'll be like, we're sending you to this Amazon tribe, and they do this silly thing where they build like this rickety tower of sticks, and then they jump off it with vines tied to them. It's their version of a skydive. We want a bungee, you try it. And it's like it's like a going bit. Like he doesn't try anything. He doesn't go out of his way to give it a go. He's kind of grumpy, mean-spirited. Not mean-spirited. That's the wrong way to put it. He's grumpy, but in an innocent way. When he is offensive about cultures, he's in a way where it's like, well, this is a mockery of his ignorance, not of, Chinese people or whatever. Where like he'll just sit there and like he's like, I'm just sitting here looking at that lady. She's eating a stick with scorpions on it, just tucking in. Like
tucking in. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I think he was in China for that. He goes to China.
You think she looks at it at different parts and goes, "Oh, that's going to be good." I can't wait for that bit. Yeah, it's so fucking funny. I love Idiot Abroad.
She really is. There's and the camera just zooms into a lady over there who's eating a goddamn scorpion kebab, and she's just like looking at a fucking scorpion, like crunch. That's a leg. Crunch. That's its fucking thorax. And he's making it hilarious. And they send him to some really beautiful places, but I think they sent him to Machu Picchu or something. Like he had to go on this crazy trek to get there. Yeah. And I think he got within like a few minutes of it, and it was like, can we just say we went or something? Like he didn't even want to go the rest of the way. Like, there's a bunch of that.
Most of the way, he's like, this is about the same view. Ricky can't be mad at this. And then he just turns around and leaves.
He walked 99% of the way to Machu Picchu, and then he was like, couldn't be bothered to go up the hill. He's like, we're here. Let's just call it quits. And it's Jesus Christ.
So if you're looking for TV content, An Idiot Abroad on, I don't know if you can get it for free anywhere. I've bought all the seasons on Amazon, hoping that some of that gets back to him.
Probably on HBO, right?
It might be.
I thought all that shit was on HBO because it seems like Merchant and Ricky Gervais and that little fellow and Karl all have some plug-in at HBO where anything they want to produce can go up there. The same way that Danny McBride does, and that guy that he writes and produces for him. Like
you're probably
everything. Right. Everything Danny McBride wants to produce, they just make it over there at HBO. It seems like he's doing that like Righteous Gemstones show right now, and they're all the same goddamn character. He's the same character in everything.
On the Karl guy being a character, like he is somewhat that guy because, like, according to Ricky, he is the reason. Like, he could have done more seasons of his own show, and he was like, "I've done it." No, like just like didn't want to do it anymore. Like. Just said no. Like, you can keep doing this HBO or Sky TV, whatever, like British HBO, like, and he just shot it down. Wouldn't do anything else. So I don't know what he's up to now. I wish he'd do more fucking content.
I haven't seen anything from him in a while. No, but it's time for a new show to watch. I think I'm going to take on that Severance show on Apple TV that Woody recommended.
He's shaking his head now.
Yeah, what he said, it was a feast for the mind and the eyes. He said it's some of the finest cinema.
Feast for the senses.
He said the finest cinema since Clifford 2.
It was probably written by Stephen King. It is such an outstanding premise for a show. And then it loses me so hard where I'm just like, advance the plot, would you? You are dragging on simple points to the point where I think you're doing it on purpose. You're not bad at this. You're good at sucking. I don't know why.
Did you ever see Midnight Mass, the one on the island? Okay.
I also said it was too slow. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. And again, like I feel like
it's like 7 episodes.
It's just people sitting in boats, sitting in chairs, sitting in aisles, sitting in pews, sitting and talking, talking and sitting for it's like 7 hours of talking and sitting, and there's no doing.
The dialogue was my favorite part of the show.
The dialogue is the best.
Well, then I bet you loved it.
You wanted more vampires, I guess. Like, we need a swarm of them and lasers.
It's like 4.5 hours from now. I'm going to tease you with a sharp tooth, and then we've got a couple more hours of sitting. Ass.
He makes short work of this guy, and he'd give a speech. That's what I need. I need Tony Stark to sort. I don't know. I loved it when there's a scene where the man and the woman sit on the couch. And they both talk about what they think happens when you die, or at least what they hope happens when you die. And it makes me cry like a little bitch. Because
not quite the boat dialogue scene, but it was still good.
I mean, the boat dialogue is like making the couch dialogue come to fruition. You know, like it's I highly recommend that. It's one of the finest things I've ever seen on Netflix.
I think the majority agree with you. It was well received.
I love it so much. Midnight Mass, so fucking good. I watched it again recently, and I caught a bunch of extra shit I didn't catch before.
Okay, all right, I'd stand corrected. I was going to ask if you watched it again, and it was like my gotcha question. Like he's going to say no.
I cried the second time too. Yeah.
And you know what? If you're watching this, you might like it because I think that it's generally well received. People on Netflix said people who watched it said it was great.
Yeah, it's a drama. You know, there's sci-fi mystical elements going on. Mm-hmm. But they make you pay for them by watching the show and learning about these characters. It's not a Marvel movie at all, but there's some cool shit going on. And I'm gonna drop a few spoilers here. I like to think about wait, what was that thing? Was that an angel? Was that a demon? Was that a vampire? Are they all three the same fucking thing? Is that a fallen angel, which would be a demon come down to earth to twist
240 more minutes of dialogue, and we'll give you another hint.
Hey, the bad guy only said 3 fucking words the whole movie. He didn't say shit. He just kind of stood menacingly there. He was fucking scary. I loved it. I loved it so much.
His voice was like Jared Kushner. They didn't want to ruin the movie.
Does Jared Kushner have a weird voice?
Yeah, he does. It's not masculine at all.
Did you see Marjorie Taylor Greene got swatted the last 2 days in a row?
I only saw it as
2 days in a row.
I didn't dig into it. And as much as I dislike her and think that she acts intentionally to divide and hurt the country, I'm still not pro swatting.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, no.
No, I think that the most recent call, you might think, hey, how do they fall for it 2 nights in a row? What could they possibly say the second night? The second night, they claimed that they were a transgender youth who had went there and killed everyone. I got her. And anybody comes here and tries to mess with me, I'm going to kill them too. Click.
Wow, seems real.
Holy shit. Sounds like a real one. Let's get in there.
Sounds like a real one. Everybody load up. Oh, God. Do you think most of the SWAT team, they're like, guys, we're heading out. There's a trans teenager who just killed a senator. And they're like, okay. Do I have to put my cop shoes on? Because we're just coming right back. Please, can we stop at Popeyes on the way?
I don't have my belt. Helmet and flip-flop. Is that okay? I don't have my belt. We good?
We just gotta show up. That's ridiculous. That's a huge fuck up. 2 SWATs on that prominent of a person in 2 days, and they didn't verify. That makes them look really
that's
dumb.
Good news though. Honestly, it's good news for the average Joe because that's the sort of thing it takes to get scary laws passed against something like someone important to have an issue. So that will that'll be a good thing, I think, in the long run for all peoples out there. But it's not a good thing that's happening to her, even though she is she doesn't live far from me. She's down in Rome, Georgia.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, she's local gal.
I don't know anything about her.
Oh, she's real.
I know she's a loon,
silly,
but I don't know in what ways.
So you say loon?
She's goofy.
I interpret it as more calculated.
WWE.
Yeah, that's a real good one. WWE. She's always doing culture war stuff. She's always talking about how the Democrats are grooming people, how there's only 2 genders, how there's this, there's that, and the other thing. And her whole brand is disliking the other side.
Yeah.
And you can say she's a loon, or you can be like, she's firing up the people of this rural county in
She's
Georgia.
The one who has the commercial where she shoots a Barrett 50 cal and blows up a truck. Okay.
That's a good kind of commercial. Remember, didn't that guy from Texas do that in the 2012 election?
Yeah.
Whatever his name. Rick Perry.
Ripping me off.
Rick Perry just had an ad where all he did was shoot a machine gun, and he's like, "I'm Rick Perry. I approve this message." It's like, you didn't say anything, Rick, but somehow
I think I said plenty.
I think I could guess based on this no audio over it but gun sound, Rick, I can guess every one of your positions.
I forget how many federal level departments there are, like the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, et cetera, Homeland Security. He wanted to remove 5 of them, but he forgot which 5.
Oh,
and the one that he stumbled on was the Department of Energy. And then under Trump, he became the leader of the Department of Energy.
It was like something from Saturday Night Live. Like our political system for the last through the Trump era, Saturday Night Live bit. You couldn't make it up. That's why late night TV hasn't been funny for the last 5 or 6 years. What they normally goofed around about just happened, and then there was no joke to be made anymore. It was like the reality got more absurd. Oh,
I got outrage fatigue over it. Every day there's something new. And I'd stop being outraged about yesterday because he gave me a new red herring.
And there was only
today,
one point of view.
It was
everyone. It was let's mock Trump every night, and it was like, what are we mocking him about tonight? And you'd be like, well, wait a minute, God damn it! Like I thought that was okay. Did we just mock anything he does, whether it's good, bad, or ugly? And that's what late night TV became for like 5 fucking years.
Yeah,
like all of them sucked. I stopped watching anything. And it's not like I'm some big Trump supporter. When there's funny stuff about Trump, it's funny. The fact that he still walks around with that hair like that is a goddamn riot. Like if he was in your family, you would be like, here he comes. Here he comes. Look, touch it. Oh, I'm not gonna touch it. You touch it. Okay, come on. Fucking 2 out of 3 paper, rock, scissors.
I just try and have family barbecues on windy days.
Yeah, you'd be goofing around about Uncle.
Can we
Uncle
find
Trump.
a graphic of Trump's hair explained, Zach? Like I've seen him before where they show the cut and how he's covering bald spots.
Doesn't he go forward in one place and then swoops in another place, and it forms a wicker pattern of
when Jimmy Fallon grabbed it and gave it the shmush, it was like, oh, that's quite a lot of hair. That's more hair than I gave him credit for. Like when I saw it moved in a way that suggested some pretty good stuff there. It's surprising that he makes it look that bad. Some
sort, but it's not as empty as you'd think, And he had, I remember he was there's a name for the podium he's at. Look at that. And he's like, people think my hair is fake. And he invites a member of the audience to come up and pull his hair and see that it's real. And I thought it was kind of ballsy. So let's see. Sweep the thinning front section to the side and provide a band of cover above the forehead. The most important part, take the longest back section and propel it forward so that the comb over lies at a 90-degree angle with the underlayer and gives the illusion of thickness. Take a third section of the hair from the top, roughly in line with the left ear, and sweep backwards at an angle to deal with the peripheral thinning area on top. Comb hair directly above the ear backwards, otherwise it will trail by the face, detracting from the rest of the coiffure. Anyway, my takeaway from all this is that he is a genius and he's not getting the credit that he deserves.
Oh, you think he came up with this?
Yeah, he came up with this. I just watched the clip, Kyle, and you're like, I don't know what I was expecting. I was expecting like the top of a box to just flip back. He does have more. It's very thin in a lot of areas, very thin.
But it's his hair,
it's
and
growing
it's
out of that area.
Yeah,
it's funny.
It's
normally thin hair doesn't become 12 inches long, but look at that.
Yeah, something about that is pretty regal.
God, I'm glad you said it. He looks like a proud old lion, doesn't he?
I'm seeing a bird, a male one, ready to pick up
eagle,
an
bald eagle. You're right, Woody. You're right. I'm glad you both came together and finally agreed about Trump.
I mean, I think what's way funnier is the orange that stops on his forehead, because there's so much effort taken in his appearance, and it's like that just goes by the wayside.
Actually, so you're right about the bad spray tan. But when he became president and started getting professionals doing his makeup, it got better.
Yeah.
I wonder what he looks like
out
now.
anymore. Like they had some people.
Like on the campaign trail, he was doing it by himself the way he always did, and then somewhere along the way, he had a pro take over.
If he comes to a rally within 30 minutes of me, I'm going to go for sure, and I'll do the same thing. I'll try to get up close. I think this is a historical fucking figure. I think Donald Trump is more of a historical figure than the average president by a long shot. And I want to be able to say, yeah, I saw him. I was in that room. I was in that room in Hickory, Kentucky in 2015. I saw that motherfucker when he was thin and angry. Yeah, in North Carolina. Yeah.
He was thin and angry.
When he was thin and angry. And Chris Christie was there with his pants pulled up to his goddamn ears. I saw his gooch.
Chris Christie was the best optical decision for Trump by far, because Trump fat load. even like before he became president, he was already, wasn't like anyone that would stop in America and make you stare, but fat. Chris Christie looks horrible. He looks like he could die anytime. And so
he's
he like
clearly
intentionally,
an addict.
yeah, he's a food addict. He loves fucking bloomin' onion. And so he would just have him. Too. First of all, Chris Christie's short. And so you see Trump there towering over him. And it's like, oh, wow, that suddenly this tall, fat guy doesn't look as fat next to this orb of a man.
Chris Christie was wearing those businessman socks that have like the suspenders attached to them, to the socks themselves. And they were like they looked fancy. They were some pattern. But when he sat down in this chair, it reminded me of that chair that Morpheus sits in when he talks to Neo and offers the pills. It was a big cushy chair. But when he sat down and like pulled his pants up, so he didn't have a bulge or anything, like his pants leg comes so far up and it's so tight around his balls and dick and thighs, and there's so much belly, and he's got the suspenders and he's probably wearing a $6,000-$7,000 suit, but he looks like shit. No, way worse than this. Way worse.
That's the best he's ever looked.
Yeah. Maybe this will be difficult to find, but search Trump and Chris Christie and Hickory, North Carolina. Maybe we could find a picture from the day that I was there and got to see him. That was cool.
A fun Chris Christie picture is Yankees uniform.
Oh, what was he thinking?
Oh,
that's brutal.
Crazy.
It's hard for a normal man to look good in a Yankees uniform with those pinstripes and that tight athletic.
Oh, this is from Hickory. Okay. So
on him, that looked like that baseball.
I don't remember those flags.
Can you get Chris Christie in the Yankees uniform?
If you Google Chris Christie fat, there's a ton.
Is it the Yankees uniform or just other ones?
There's one he's throwing a baseball, but he looks fat in a different outfit. Not the Yankees one.
Oh, it's not his thinning look.
It looks like Trump's lost some weight.
Oh,
it was even worse than that memory, but okay.
I mean, look at that moose knuckle. That's as bad as it gets.
He's a specimen. He's even fatter in my head, though.
If I had been in the locker room and I'm Chris Christie and I put that shit on and I look in the mirror, I would have immediately picked up my phone and I called my handler, agent, whoever the person is that's usually between me and them, and I'd say, look, this shit's not going to happen. You tell them that I'm having heart palpitations, low blood sugar. I don't give a fuck. Meet me out back. We're leaving. That would have been it. I'm leaving. And it would have been, Chris Christie had to leave for personal health reasons.
Chris Christie had low blood sugar.
Yeah.
Make it a
anything, a family emergency. Like you tell them I had to go to fucking vote on something at the Capitol, but I gotta go.
Yeah.
Instead, he suited up like that and come on, that's a bad look.
Yeah. Terrible look.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say like we did I guess we actually did invite Wings on. He said he didn't want to come on. So just so you guys know, the ball was in his court and he didn't want to come on.
Maybe in the future. We'll see, up to him.
Yeah.
I had something gaming related, Kyle. So I said some of it on PKN. I'm very tempted to jump back into Elden Ring, but I also a couple days ago I started Fallout 4, and I have borderline zero experience in Fallout. I played actually this one, the beginning of it, when it came out, and quickly stopped. I didn't really get anything done in it, so I didn't really know. And you told me, you're don't put anything in charisma because you get all these points, your intelligence, your perception, your whatever. It depends. It impacts how well you're doing things. And Kyle was like, don't worry about charisma. It does not matter. And I was like, all right, my guy's going to have no charisma. Absolute just wet blanket of a person to be around. And so
Kyle,
literally
did you say this, no charisma, put it in zero.
Yeah, he said there's no need for charisma. And so unlike, I was imagining it to be more like Skyrim's engagement talking, where it's kind of, you only can say a few things and they don't matter that much, and when they do, it's very obvious. And in Skyrim, at least, they even orchestrate it sometimes where you have a shitty speech and they'll be like, well, I'll give you the key of the Dragonstone, whatever. Fallout 4 does not do that. And I've been out loud laughing a couple times because I fail every single speech check. I was waiting outside. The first main city you go to is called Diamond City, and I got there, and there's this lady, this reporter NPC, And the guy at the gate, he can't see you. And so she's like, oh, you better let me in. And he's like, fuck off. You are just writing bad newspaper articles about Diamond City. And she's like, oh, well, this guy I'm here with, he's a big supplier of things. Are you going to go tell Marcy that you turned a supplier away? And he's like, okay. And he opens the gate. And then like you go talk to the guard and he's like, so you here to tell me that all that was a bunch of hullabaloo out front of the gate? And your options are to say like, yeah, that was hullabaloo, bunch of nonsense. And your speech check is just to say, I'm sorry. And so I hit, I'm sorry. And my guy goes, because it'll say, I'm sorry. And the guy actually gives a little more verbiage than that. He goes, I'm sorry about that. I had never been to the city before. She started talking, and before I knew it, the door was open. I made a mistake. And my speech is so low that the guy behind the counter responds. He goes, oh, yeah, it happened so quickly. You forgot all human decency. It happened so quickly. You forgot all human decency. I don't have time for people like you. Get out of my face. And I'm like, good God. Like I'm getting absolutely lit up by every NPC in this game. Yeah. I stumbled upon a vault that wasn't the one I started in on the way to Diamond City. And I walk in and they make it in. And this kid is like, hey, I'll show you around this vault. It'll only cost you 5 caps. And I choose every speech thing because they're funny. And so instead of selecting yes, I was like, yeah, you can show me around, but I'm not going to pay you 5 caps. And the kid goes, if you're that much of a cheapskate, just go out there and die. It's like Jesus, fuck,
That's
man.
why
like,
I told you that, because like
it's so funny.
All you can get with higher ones is like avoiding fights or making a little bit of money, or like, the kid would have led you around and you'd save 5 caps if you'd had high charisma, but you'd have been denied the kid telling you to go kill yourself. So it's a lot better that way. The same is true with intelligence. If you make your intelligence 0, especially in New Vegas, I'm not going to be able to do it perfectly, but there's this thing in New Vegas where you're trying to power up this solar array where it's tons of solar arrays powering a super weapon. And you're pretending like you're an expert about this technology to a guy, and the guy's like, you sure you can handle this facility? And if your intelligence is like 1, you just say, ooh, 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 me make electric, boom, boom. And the guy's like, I don't think you're qualified. Like you literally say like retarded stuff, like you grunt at them. Like there's one I think where if your medical skill is 0, like you just sort of like chop at them when you perform your surgery, but if your luck's high enough, you can be like, somehow your monkey-like strikes have created a perfect surgical operation. The patient lives. Congratulations. Like, all right.
It's like
there's lots of silly stuff in Fallout.
I'm glad I have 0 charisma because it's very funny. But the big downside is it impacts how much you can buy and sell things for. And so like I'll loot armor that in my little thing says it's worth 20, for example. I can sell it for 4. If I loot a gun that says it's worth 200, I can sell it for 30 or something. Yeah, and like if I want to buy one stim pack, which I haven't because they say there's a million of those and there's a ton of them, it's like 200 for me to buy one stim pack.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an impediment.
So I'm just going to keep collecting.
I personally don't really. I like Fallout New Vegas the most. I think it's the best of the games. I'm not a big fan of 4. I've played it. I've beaten the shit out of it like 3 or 4 times, and with modded and unmodded and ridiculous and really plain Jane. The story's kind of a letdown, frankly. You haven't gotten there yet, but like when you get to like when your eyes are opened to the full plot, you'll be like, oh, well, that's kind of sad then, huh? Like, well, shit. Where do we go from here?
Oh, no. Are the Institute not the bad guys? They were ham-handing how bad they were every NPC I talked to.
Yeah,
no,
so
I'm pretty sure they're going to end up not being that bad. You're going to have to choose between the Institute, the Railroad, and maybe the Brotherhood of Steel. I don't remember, but that's the real one. It's between the Railroad or the Institute, because the Institute is making these synthetic life forms and seemingly trying to enslave, like insert them into positions of power. And well, I like
place. And the Railroad is trying to get them to safety.
the current guy I have with them is Nick Valentine, the synth who will like do the hacking for you.
Yeah, who's inexplicably dressed like a noir detective. Like doesn't make any sense. The year's like 2178, I think.
It's 2277 or something. It's been hundreds of
22.
years. I like the way I play these games is like so slapdash. Like I don't just stay on mission. I go around, I explore everything. Like the first thing I do in all the games like this, like RPGs, is like wherever I start pointing, I turn around and explore everything behind me because I always assume, there's going to be a bunch of there's always loot
thing right behind you, behind the waterfall. Yeah.
Yep, I went and found something in Fallout 4 too. But I really am liking it more than I thought I would. But the non-VATS combat is kind of shit. Like
yeah, it's been described. Like when Fallout 3 came out.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on controller?
I'm on because I'm using my Xbox to play it. That's what I have it on. And so like there's some like the cursor accelerates and decelerates like as you're moving it, which is weird.
Oh, man. Taylor.
Well, I'm playing on my Xbox. That's what I have it on.
Yeah, you gotta get that bitch on the PC. God damn it.
Well, I would much when he was telling me his Elden Ring story during PKN about how much trouble he had with the menu system. Like, get a mouse. But now that you need to play it on PC,
it's
I bet a lot of that's weird.
Yeah, it's not. It's Dark Souls is literally more of a console game.
Oh, is it?
Okay, that's fair.
It's made for console, and so they encourage you to play it on console. And the menu system is not very intuitive. It just the real thing is it takes too many clicks through layers to get to places on a controller. Whereas what you want on a controller in an RPG is like very quick access to your stuff. Like
something about that. I don't know this for sure, but I do know that when you have a keyboard with 104 keys on it, oftentimes they solve that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I like playing on console.
So I hope you really get into Fallout because Fallout New Vegas.
I have a shit ton to do.
Fallout New Vegas is my favorite game, though. It's much darker. It's much more. It's much meaner. You're in the Mojave Desert in that one, and you've got Las Vegas as like this cool place to go. And I just don't think that like Diamond City compares to New Vegas, because those are like the two major like settlements that you go to. It's just as a centerpiece for a game, especially with the mod now, because you go into casinos in New Vegas and gamble. And there's slave girls dancing and stuff. Like you can get they got
Diamond City sucks. Like I actively am made sad when I walk into Diamond City.
Make sure
First of all, I don't know how long
you run the plate. Run the bases.
Around the plate. Okay,
run the bases. It's a thing.
Okay, I did not do that
all the way around. Yeah.
I hate how it's organized. It's like you couldn't have made worse economic use of this baseball diamond. It's like the entire world is full of trash and they can't take it out. Like they can't take it out of Diamond City.
It's because Bethesda doesn't understand the universe in which their game is made in. They're just making like they made Oblivion with guns. That's what Skyrim was, or that's what Fallout 3 was called when it came out. But people love Oblivion with guns. If you think about how it works, like this is hundreds of years after the war. The war happened in like 2077, 2078. That's when the bombs fell. This is 200 years after the war. That's the same amount of time that separates us from fucking Napoleon. There aren't Napoleonic cannons just leaning against our houses. Yeah. Okay, like there aren't skeletons at Waterloo just laying there. They actually don't know where all the bodies that died at Waterloo went. It's a bit of a historical mystery if you want to look into that one. It's fun.
I didn't know that.
They're not laying there anymore. Like you walk into a store in Fallout and there's a skeleton on a bench, and it's like there's a woman operating this business. Like she has never moved the body out of her place of business. She has a diner with a dead man in a chair. And it's like, come on, that's ridiculous. We would have swept up. We'd have started growing some crops. I watched a YouTube about a video about this today. They were talking about this exact thing. And it's so right. Like
you're 100% right. Like that. Like when I play games like this, if there's like something integral to the plot, I'll pay attention to what's being said. But mostly I'm listening to Karl Pilkington joke around in one ear. And like, it's just, well, I'll say something good about it. The level up system for your skills, infinitely better than Skyrim's. Like if you want to get like smithing in Skyrim, you have to take fucking hours of finding shit or flying around, fast traveling to every smith and then waiting until they restock and then buying it and dealing with the huge amount of money it costs and then all the weight of everything. In this, you just like select gun upgrade 2. And it's like, oh, this is perfect. Like, I did not want to spend a shit ton of time at a smithing station making iron daggers. That's the worst part of Skyrim. In this, it's almost like perk overload in Fallout 4. There's so much shit you can do that like I lose track. I'm like, I guess I should just keep putting shit in rifleman, because I'm not doing that much damage.
I would always lean on a YouTube guide because there's so many choices to make.
I've never played it through though, so I'm like trying to mostly do it myself. The only time I'm Googling on this playthrough is if like I get pissed off when I'm not told how to do something trivial that's needed for a larger purpose. So like when they're like, you need to build a radio tower here. And I'm like, and I go to this workshop and I'm like, okay, power, where the hell is the radio tower? And I look up on YouTube and the guy's like, yeah, so it's a little confusing because no one tells you how to do it and they don't tell you to attach the wire. And also in order to get the tower, you have to go to other. And I'm like, oh, okay, other, and then find it. And like that kind of stuff. I will just Google, get it done real quick because I do not want to try and solve some puzzle that's not meant to be a puzzle.
Yeah. There's a lot. The DLC is quite good, I thought. There's one where you go to Nuka World, which is like a Coca-Cola world like kind of thing. It's like a theme park that you go to. That's and then there's one called maybe Far Harbor or something where you go to sort of a harbor city settlement where they live off the sea and they're being attacked by creatures. I think there's a cult there that worships maybe a nuclear weapon or something.
I'm sure I'll have to kill them at some point. Probably.
Yeah, that's your choice. You could side with them or you go the other way.
If I could get more, I always will choose what side will get me more XP. Like if I can get more XP, if it's like you can join us, we can go back to our base, or you can join that side and kill all of us, and it's like, well, you guys are going to give me a shit ton of XP.
I always cheat and go online, and I see what happens if I go left or right because I don't. Sometimes it's game breaking. It's like, oh, you killed Martha? Well, you can never be a ninja then. It's like, but I didn't even know I could be a ninja. Good, because we wouldn't have wanted you to get your hopes up. It's really cool, and now you can't do it. And it's fuck, but Martha. I want to know what happens. And sometimes it's like, if you kill the person, I don't know, a gemstone comes out of their asshole. But if you spare them, they give you the sword of eternity. And it's like, gems are a dime a dozen. I don't have a sword of eternity. Come on. So I like to find out what's going to happen.
I'm liking it a lot. Like first real foray into the Fallout universe. It's good to know that Fallout New Vegas is better. Fallout 3,
good.
That's not better.
I don't think so. That's another Bethesda.
Super old, isn't it?
It's probably 10 years old or 13 years old, something like that. So you had Fallout 1, Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas. And the people from Obsidian are made up of some people from the OG company whose name escapes me. It doesn't matter. They made Fallout 1 and 2. Fallout 1 and 2 were these top-down like survival games. But Fallout 3, like I said, they called Oblivion with guns. It's okay, but I don't like it. I've never liked Fallout 3. It's in Washington, D.C. And then New Vegas came out a couple years after that in 2010, and according to Zach. And I really like that one, as most people do. It's great modded. And then you've got Fallout 4, which is in Boston, and then Fallout 76, the cash grab game that came out a few years ago. That's just dreadful, and it takes place, I think, in West Virginia.
And it doesn't have. You said it had like no content, like it was just.
It's changed since I played it. It's a weird sort of like multiplayer Fallout. We could play it together. I bet it's fun now because it's been so long. I bet it's one of those games that they were like, okay, and it's probably better now. But if you want to play Fallout together, Fallout 76 accomplishes that for sure.
I'd be down, definitely. I'm sure it's probably cross-platform.
And there's like,
but I don't own Fallout 76. I just get that on PC.
Yeah, I would definitely want to play Fallout on PC. I've got the most Fallout time on console though, on like Xbox 360. I think playing New Vegas back then. There's no telling how many playthroughs I did. Just wasting time wandering in that goddamn desert.
I haven't dealt with any glitches so far in Fallout 4, which is something like in Skyrim. I always use that as point of comparison because I played that more than any other RPG by a magnitude of 10. But I like that. And it's way better on the waypoints than Skyrim was. Like, I know it's the same company, so 5 years, they made a lot of better decisions. Like, so many of the problems in Skyrim were like, I already collected all the dragon heads. And then it's like, oh, yeah, but this person's stuck in a doorway and a Draugr is laying on top of them. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I guess I don't have to join the Thieves Guild, like, because that's all you can do. But in this, like, even the companions, they like get out of your way better. They don't just stand in the doorway for you.
Oh man, like
the Death Claws. I thought the Death Claws were going to be a huge part of this game. I fought one Death Claw and I got a super armor set for it. I did try to kill it without the armor set because I thought I was hardcore. I got fucked up so fast because I didn't think it would be that fast. And with the armor set, got it pretty good. But that's the only Death Claw. Haven't seen any Death Claws other than that. Yeah, I guess I haven't played that. I haven't played very long.
So if you if you look at the map, you have the area you start in, and then radiating out from there, you can find it online, but there's like a temperature map, and every time it goes to a hotter color, the enemies are leveled up, and they use the leveling system in the game. Like now their stats are just better. They're level 100, they're level 250 or whatever. And as you radiate out, the further you get away, on the opposite end of the map in the glowing sea is like this crazy irradiated area with like your visibility is like 20 yards or something because there's just blowing toxic nuclear like fog blowing past your vision everywhere. Everything's green and glowy. And there's tons and tons of gigantic rad scorpions and death claws out there. It's kind of hard to survive there to begin with because it's so radiated.
I want to like get a companion who I actually like, because next playthrough I want to do the like lone guy where you get bonuses for being by yourself. I think that seems like fun. The loot would be annoying, but I did not read what you just posted. Sorry.
What's this? You don't want to be a wage cuck for the rest of my life. What would you guys do if you were starting from scratch? I always like that one where you start off with like I hate the idea of the plan involving a decade of education. And so before we start tipping the debt to income scale back the other way in any meaningful way. And I just really like the idea of going to that trade school and getting a degree in 2 years to get on HVAC or to become like one of those really high paid skills that you could then, lean into your own entrepreneurial endeavor. Like if you're going to be a welder, let's be a welding company once we get if you're going to be an HVAC guy, let's be an HVAC company. I don't want to always be a wage.
Before we go too deep, this was a Patreon question. I forget the level. It might be $10. We can ask a question and we might use it in the show. And it was, don't want to be a wage cuck for my whole life. What would you guys do if you were starting from scratch? Which Kyle read.
Yeah,
I had the same thing.
Plumber,
HVAC.
Electrician, HVAC.
The only thing is, it doesn't quite qualify as what you said, because there's still 10 years. It's just not all in school accumulating debt. You have
but it's a whole different scenario, right? Like you can start off making $50,000-$60,000 a year, like way more than the average person. And then the second year, it's just going to be more every year. And the more you want work, the more you get, right? If you're working for some other company, like you could, I don't know. I like that a lot, especially with the HVAC thing. I just always think that like when someone comes to me and I'm hot and sweaty and like, it's like, yep, that'll be $1,000. I'm like, do you take cards? Or would you just like to take it out of my asshole?
Yeah.
Either way.
What's the fastest way to pay you?
Yes, sir. It's like
the guy doesn't want to be a wage cuck. I wonder what his
charge.
existing skills are. Right? Did you finish school already? Are you currently a computer programmer? And you just
I'm starting him at high school. I'm starting him at 18. Like just gotten out of high school. Like start at nothing.
I'm putting him at 24 and not happy with his current role in life.
Okay.
And it's like, how do you get out of there? I kind of like what Scott did. Scott's Kyle's cousin. He went to community college, became, I'm going to foul this up a little. You go to school and you get your welding certification, but he got like a second one, or like, he got his master's in welding.
I think he keeps going. He does this thing where he like travels and gets like certifications in various specializations and techniques. Like he's like going and getting, if he was a doctor, he's going to like a podiatry clinic. So if anybody needs anything, yeah, I can do that too. So like anytime he has a job, whether they want him, he does this shit where they use a mirror on a stick that's reflecting the back of a pipe. And he's got a special welding tool that lets him like reach around behind and weld backwards through a mirror. And it's like, that's a whole different kind of welding. Like that has nothing to do with knowing what to turn the machine up to and how to like draw a bead. Like he's doing it backwards through a mirror on the backside of a pipe while wearing a gauge that lets him know if he takes too many rads. It's like, it's cool welding.
Sounds scary. Rad.
It sounds like you have to actually be good at this shit, because I know when he's welding nuclear power plants and they x-ray your welds afterwards to make sure they're good. There's no fucking faking this stuff. Like they really check it out.
I mean, college could be a good advice for this guy. Like, did he I don't think he said he's in college or not.
He said he didn't want to be a wage cuck. And I feel like,
I mean, like, I think like
doesn't college set you up to be a pretty successful wage cuck?
I mean, STEM. More so.
We know the answer is STEM, whether we like it or not. Look, if you're smart enough to be a wage cuck, you're going to have to be an entrepreneur, or you have to go into STEM. Am I wrong there? Or get lucky?
No, you're right. I'm
other than that, we're waging on luck.
I'm currently like immersed in this world a little bit because my daughter just finished college and her entire friend group just finished college. So all the different majors are entering the grown-up workforce and they're seeing what's up. And every one of them is like, holy heck in STEM. You know, that this one gets to work at 40 grand, this one's at 35 grand, and this one's at 75 grand. 75 grand. This is your first job out of school and you're making 75,000, 85,000. That's the STEM.
Yeah. Like if you're going to go to college, be smart and get something that's going to get you a degree. Don't go for, English or history or psych or something.
Figure out what you want to do first, right? Like have a career in mind. I like we've been watching that For All Mankind show. They're all engineers. There'll be a point where somebody will be like, "You're all engineers. Just do it," and they'll be like, "Yeah, I guess we are." And they'll start getting fucking chalkboards out and shit, and they'll fabricate a thing from nothing. Like having a skill like that is invaluable over getting like, God, there's so many degrees that are just meaningless, right? That don't really have a career in mind behind them,
for sure,
or at least not one that's in demand, which is what you want. Ideally, you want to go out and like have three options. Hey. There's a guy, they want me in San Diego to engineer something, and they want me in New York too. Man, that would cost a lot, but they are paying $50,000 more a year. You want those kind of options, right? If you're not going to be a wage
in a position where multiple companies are competing for the right to pay you 6 digits, right? That's where you aspire to be.
Yeah. Or get in there and start welding, bitch.
That is that position. I can make 6 grand. Or 6 digits,
you absolutely. If you're willing to hustle for it, but then you're going to be the guy who like might go on the other side of the country for 3-4 months at a time, live in a trailer on a job site welding, but you'll make 6 figures in those 4 months.
The toll on your body is going to be hard. Like that's something that never gets talked about with trades. It's like, just crawl around in an HVAC system for 38 years. Like your body's going to get fucked over time.
That's why
you need
to
think that as like a cost benefit. Like, would you rather be someone who has to blow their body out, doing all of this hard stuff every day, or be a wage cuck who is like sitting at a desk and then you get to go to the gym or whatever? Like
also sales is the highest paid position, but you got but
can also be
find out right. You'll know right away with sales if you're any good at it or not.
Is that true, Kyle? Or can't you get better at sales? Can't you?
Weed the fuck out. It won't matter. You either will or you won't. It doesn't matter if you can or you can't. You will or you won't, and because it'll be over quickly.
Like there's so many like sales.
Maybe 3-4 months of someone sitting right next to you and being your buddy and saying, no, you should have asked for the sale. You didn't ask for the sale. Or, you were too aggressive there. We don't ask for the sale when we meet them, buddy. But you've got your sink or swim, right?
Let me ask you this. Let's say we're grading salesmen on 1 to 10. Could it be you just need to hit the ground at a 5? No one's going to start as a 10 probably, right? Very few. You just need to know that you're not a 2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have some medium amount of experience in that, and I just noticed that like there were guys who could do it, and there were guys who couldn't. Like you either could or you couldn't. And
what was the characteristic of a guy who couldn't? Was he not bold enough?
Being personable.
I didn't want to be his friend. I didn't want to be that guy's friend. I every now and then I joke around about me as a 19-year-old kind of giving these guys a hard time that were in their 30s and 40s and 50s, and I think the reason I was giving them a hard time is like I didn't want to be their friend. They were kind of losers. They just didn't seem like cool guys. They say like I remember like they just seemed weird. They weren't friendly. They weren't personable. They weren't guys that you wanted. I didn't care if they liked me. And there were, but some people you can't. You're like, hey, I wish Brad liked me. It'd be kind of cool, right? I mean, he's got a fucking side by side. Just he doesn't have a brother. That could be me. Me and Brad. We could be fucking. God, we'd have our own handshake. I know we would. You know, it could be like that.
I kind of want to be Brad's friend. That sounds
right.
great.
Gee, Kyle's selling you on Brad right now.
I'm buying.
I have some sales experience, and like in seeing people, like you can tell if they're going to be good or not just by how, like, honestly, like conversational. Like if you're a conversationalist and you're good at making people feel comfortable, putting them at ease, like making the stakes seem low, just a normal day, like that kind of thing makes you good at it. Like,
you know, when you're on a date,
you don't want to be Mr. like asking for the sale 3 times before you've even spoken and like gotten to know them at all, because that's off-putting, and you know that person's not going to buy from you because they feel like you're a predator.
Do you remember how when it was your first day at a new grade or with a new teachers, like for that first week or two before you got to know her, you were real on edge with her. You're like I don't know how she handles things. She might be fucking strict and scary. I'm gonna like mind my P's and Q's, and then after a while you feel comfortable around her, and you guys everything's a lot smoother. And the same's true when you're dating a girl, right? Like at first we're sitting on the couch and you're like, whew. If I like make the wrong move, I could offend her, and like there could be a misunderstanding. But then like after maybe we've had sex, or we made out or like goofed around or something, like now it's like I could flick her on the tit and make a joke out of it right now, and it'd be funny. Like you've the same as
that bridge has been passed. Yeah. You've
got to like break that bubble of like social distance a lot quicker when you're selling something, because we don't have a couple of dates to break it down, and we don't have a couple weeks at school to break down that little barrier between teacher and student. I've got to become your friend, or at least someone that we can have like a normal loose conversation that's flowy.
Sure.
Now, like in the next 10-20 minutes, because I gotta get you out of here and get
like you don't have to be like when I said conversationalist, I mean being able to read someone. You don't want to be Mr. Flowery, over the top, talk. Like you should be able, this is what it is. You need to be able to read someone and their intentions and their desires. Like, does that person want to be spoken to, or is that a no nonsense, don't fucking, hoity toity talk to me, just get it done? Or is this someone who maybe it's their first car and they would be more relaxed if they were in a more, gentle atmosphere, and you ask them like a question about themselves. Why do you want this kind of car? Oh, this will be perfect for that. Like, I've never sold cars, but like with sales in any way, you gauge the person first. You're selling yourself. That's trite, but you are in pretty much everything. If someone doesn't like you, they will not buy from you.
Exactly. You're not going to buy for someone, and the slightest offense can turn somebody off.
Yeah, because they're on edge. They're looking for offenses and potential slights of, oh, he revealed these.
I would often pose position myself as an independent kind of guy. Like, look, it's you versus them, and I'm your middleman. But don't worry, I'm with you. And I could sell that. So, and so it made the process a lot easier, even though I'm not working in their best interest. They need to believe that, or at least kind of believe that I am, because I mean, look, they want a car, right? Like, it's not like I'm going to ruin their lives or something like that. I'm trying to make an extra $2,000 here on a $50,000 purchase. I'm trying to put food on my table.
Like when I've done oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but it's like you said, you've got some people would be. Guys would come in, and this isn't their first rodeo, and they'd be like, hey, look, I'm here to buy a new F-150. I want the blah, blah, blah package. And hey, it's got to be red or black, or red or black. And it's like, all right, do you know which one you want? You want me to pull it up here? You want me to take it on a test drive? Like I'm just giving, nah, I've done all that. All right. You want to see numbers? Yep. Let's do it. Hang on though. My manager actually, look, he'll give me a hard time if you don't go out there and smell that thing first, right? So let me pull it around. Let's get in there and smell it. And then when he comes around and he asks if you smelled how the car smelled, you can say it smells great. Then I won't get in trouble, because I got to get him back out there to smell that fucking car before we start talking about numbers. He's got to get back in there one more time and feel how smooth the leather feels, and like rev it up or whatever.
Why are you getting him in there? Is that true? Your manager doesn't care if he's in the car, right?
No, my manager doesn't care. I want him in there. I want him to go touch that $60,000 truck before he sits down and starts talking to Wells Fargo. Like I want him to remember why he's here.
The car to sell itself.
Yeah, the car does sell itself. They're nice. New cars are nice.
He's there because he wants it. You know,
BMW has this electric SUV. I think it's called an iX or something.
Mm-hmm.
Looks sick. It looks sick. And I'm looking at it in this commercial, my mouth's watering, and I'm like, that's a fucking sick car. That's a fucking sick car. I bet that car is $85,000 fucking dollars, though, isn't it? And I went, well, that model isn't. That model actually starts at $105,000. And it's like, yeah, of course it does. It's a BMW electric SUV and it looks sick. Of course, they're $100,000. Is that what new cars are going to cost now? Should I just swallow the pill and get me one of them 6-figure fucking cars? Because that's just what cars cost now.
No, they're not that much, are they?
Fuck. If you want a cool one, if you want a cool fucking car that people go, oh, that's one of them. Those are $100,000 fucking dollars. It looks better in black, but that's it.
That one doesn't European. Jump out at me as standoff. Like stand out, I mean to say. Like I look at that car and
it's got this sunroof. It's got that like magical glass that just turns opaque instantly.
I don't like a crossover look in a really expensive car.
Again, it looked better in black.
Okay. I don't know.
I'm not loving it myself right now, but the one in black particularly looked good. And
like a Corvette is
the interior reminded me of the Tesla, but it's just like this long, big fucking glass panel.
I'm getting to an age where a man begins to appreciate a Corvette. It's not my fault, but I see a Corvette and I'm like, whoa! American cars look like McLarens now. Like this Corvette is as attractive as a Ferrari to my eyes. Good gosh. Corvettes were always not quite as cool as those European ones. It looks cooler than a Bugatti to me.
I think that any of our like big car guests would agree with me here and say that Corvette, like that Stingray Corvette, the 2022, 2023 or whatever, is the most bang you can get for your buck in a car period. Like it's so much car for, I mean, look, they're 90 to 110 or something like that, probably. And oh my fucking God, like, look, throw that next to any other car on the planet. And I'm still like, but that Corvette though, that looks cool. Like a rocket ship.
I don't think it gives up anything to any car. And the Corvette traditionally did, like throughout my whole life, it was like, ooh, the Corvettes are cool. And then you're like, well, okay, the Ferrari's cooler. It's more expensive.
This is a mid-engine car.
Yeah, I know. Dude.
What does that mean?
I mean,
well, people like the engine in the middle because it weights the tires better.
Okay.
And
you've got a front in this thing.
Yeah. But it's really hard. You have to really design the car around the engine if you put it in the middle. And
it handles better. You've got your center. The engine's the heaviest chunk of the car, as you can imagine. It's moving it back.
When I'm driving,
we kind of lean to the left when I'm riding. Can you imagine how often Wings has to get his tires balanced from all those left tires getting worn down to the wire?
Is any significant difference? Nah, there can't be.
Why not? You go ask any. You go ask any.
The difference between his weight and mine is what, 190? I don't know what he weighs. Would that make that big a difference in a car's weight?
He weighs 4 bushels.
Is a bushel 100 pounds?
It's a bushel of corn.
I don't know. That doesn't help me know what it weighs.
21 stone.
They're 100. I don't know what he weighs.
They call it a quarter cow.
He said 426. That's what that motherfucker weighed when he came to my house. When it came to the FPS boot camp, that's what he weighed.
What you're saying is he's back at his fighting weight.
Time is a flat circle.
That motherfucker.
It's his fighting weight. That's that. When he came in ready to go to, what do we call it? Boot camp? That was his boot camp weight. That's his
sometimes I was about to say I'm mad that I wasted my time helping him, but like y'all got to see it. So like I'm sure a bunch of y'all enjoyed those FPS boot camp videos. So it was not for naught. But Jesus Christ, to still be the exact weight after all that and that surgery.
And the surgery. That's
the trouble is the therapy. He doesn't have the right relationship with food. That's just what's up. You know, he's eating sugar, he's eating carbs, which are basically the same thing to your body. And he's not like he's normalized it. He must have.
He'd be a millionaire right now if instead of all this nonsense, he'd have done like he'd have gotten just ripped. If he was some fucking big bodybuilder dude, which he could be like a legitimate bodybuilder size by now, like springboarding off of that ridiculously powerful lower body that he's had to maintain. Like turn that right on into fucking 600-pound squats for reps, right? Get that like 185-pound wings has got like the bar bending, fucking cranking them out, you know? That's he could be that guy. He could be motivational speech, Walter Goggins type guy.
He still could be.
Not.
David,
you ever hear that thing about Walter Goggins having to qualify for? He wants to qualify for another race.
That's
Walter
Goggins.
His name is
guy.
David Goggins. Am I wrong?
Is it David? I'm sorry,
Walter Goggins is the guy
actor.
with the teeth in the Gemstones show.
You're right. He's a fucking white actor. I'm talking about the black motivational guy. It's David Goggins, right? You know, he had to run that. He was running that race, and he had broken all the bones in his feet.
Right.
And so he duct taped his shoes to his feet so they went numb, and then he like cranked out like 25 more miles, shitting himself as he went.
So wait, here's the whole story. I've heard it recently. Thanks. So David Goggins was just getting into shape, and he's a big fat fuck at this time. And
280 maybe.
280, okay. And anyway, he wanted to raise money for like a veteran friend of his. And to do it, he had to get in this race. And to get in that race, he had to run 100 miles. So he has 4 days notice. So he just runs. He does like 50 miles. He's not feeling at 70 miles. He has 2 broken feet. So he just tapes them up and runs the other 30 miles with broken feet. And then 4 days later runs the other race. And
this is like a Paul Bunyan level.
Oh, it gets better.
Dude, he has
you don't know all of his feats
like
yet.
That. Yeah. I don't even like him as a motivational speaker.
Tell him about the world record.
I don't think I know it.
He has the pull-up world record. He set the world record for like consecutive pull-ups.
Jesus Christ.
Pull-ups weird, but okay.
How many is it? How many? Like, what's the world record? Like 100? Is it 100?
You know, I'm just
pull-ups, right? I know the pull-up.
Just cranking them out.
I don't know what the record is. It must be super high. I wonder if it's pull-ups in some period of time, like in 24 hours, where you.
He lost the record recently to a famous person's son, like a football player's son or something like that. But it was a tremendous amount of pull-ups.
4,030 pull-ups in 17 hours. Good. Did he hang that long? I don't understand.
I don't remember.
Prorated? Yeah, right. He just did one in 10 seconds and then they prorated it. They extrapolated from there.
I remember seeing him on Instagram and he's like giving you a motivational speech and he's cranking out these slow pull-ups while he's talking to you. And I'm like, it's been minutes.
I'm the only one that doesn't like it. I heard this guy hired him. I forget the guy's deal, but he's a successful entrepreneur. So he hires David Goggins, and immediately he's like, well, I want to see your starting spot. Let's see how many pull-ups you can do. So the guy goes and he does like 10 pull-ups. He's like, no, now do as many as you can do. And he does like 4 more. And he's like, no, do as many as you can do. He has like 2 left in him. And there's like rests between each one of these. And he goes, we're going to do 100. And he's like, he's at 16 and he can't do any more pull-ups. And you're going to get 84 more out of him.
Yep.
And he did. And I'm like, is this even healthy? How is this good work? This is a terrible workout plan. If I'm your personal trainer, I'm like, all right, we're going to do this exercise. It's going to feel light to you. And you're not even going to be hurt afterwards. We're just going to get your form right. Overhead presses with 15 pounds. I know you could do 25, but we want to get your form locked in at 15. You'll be at 25 8 days from now.
Sounds like Woody's gym for pussies. I would go to Walter Goggins' gym of worked out arms and destroyed elbows.
Right. Walter Goggins will injure you on your first day. I'm like, this isn't even smart. What are you up to?
Dude, no, that's good advice. Work out.
Didn't he make him jump in the ice lake too? Didn't he make him jump in an ice lake or do something crazy else?
Yeah, he had him jump in an ice lake, and his wife is like, "What is this insanity? You brought this inspirational guy around, and suddenly you're hypothermic, and it is like, how is hypothermia good exercise?" Okay,
yeah. Step 1 should be diet.
Right?
Way before that. You can fix most stuff with a good diet.
Instantly introduced this regular person into like outrageous feats of strength and endurance and discomfort. And I'm like, all right, look, I like it. I learn more about the Rocky speech about the get knocked down and get back up a thing than I am this guy who's about self-injury and mutilation. That's ridiculous.
He's about mental toughness, clearly, though, right? Like that's what it's all about. Like, I don't know.
Happy spin on it.
I don't know if he's like Jocko, because Jocko's one of those like up at 4 a.m. cold showers motherfuckers.
Liar. Liar. Fucking liar.
So you talk about him not having enough sleep. I've heard him address that and be like, he's like, yeah, people who don't believe me about that. They don't know about, because he goes to bed at like 10:30. He said he goes to bed at 10:30 and he's up at 4:30, which is like 6 hours, right? Okay. And which is doable. But he's like people don't believe you can do that. They don't know about naps. Oh, you lay down. If you're tired, you lay down on the floor. You elevate your feet. Set a time for 10 minutes. You'll sleep. If you're tired, you'll sleep for 10 minutes, and you'll wake up feeling good, and you'll go about your day. And he's like talking about taking these 10-minute like cat naps.
What a lie that is. That's not how sleep works.
I don't mean to rip.
I'm not going to argue with
he don't know shit about naps. I napped for 2 hours today. I can kick his napping ass.
Jocko's head is so big that I just can't think that he doesn't know more than me. There's so much knowledge in there. That's why I always lean to Taylor if I have a question.
It makes a lot of sense. I'm with you on that.
Like I wish it were true. I wish that the bigger the person's head, the more intelligent they were. You
could just tell from a distance.
To be.
Never been disproven.
Like I can get a rough gauge on how strong someone is by looking at them. I want that for intelligence. I want a job, you know.
Yeah,
you can, right?
There were some guys that worked on that. They had a lot of. Well, they worked on it for a while. They got a bunch of people together. They took some measurements, took some notes,
got their phrenology all lined up. There's got to be one thing useful. No, phrenology was around way before the Nazis.
I think Kyle might be making a German joke.
Talking about those Nazis.
There's a lot of bad people that wanted to be able to spot a slow person just by looking at them. I mean, y'all have done that to my dog. Apparently, I went down there and I was like, there's so many people making fun of you on the internet, dude. You don't even know.
He's a cute dog, but he is retarded.
He's still laying there. He's so sad.
No, he was like, "Who are you?" We met before.
Where's that 8-pound snack you've got running around here?
I took him out a little while ago. He's hurt. He's hurt now. Hey, the other dog was like running with its like long cable lead on that I've got outside. I hook them all up so they can run around the yard and go crazy. I don't have a fence yet. And this motherfucker, like the other dog, ran the cable into this guy's leg, and he's like limping now. And now he's laying down there all sad. Did it get
caught on his exposed surgical hardware?
I don't know. It bumped it or something. Yeah.
Let's call it a show so you can get to your needy retarded dog.
Mm-hmm.
Also Patreon. We've got that.
Oh, Patreon Hangout coming up.
Yep, coming up this Sunday and Tuesday. Check out the Patreon.
Yeah.
Right.
And also PKN. PKNs have been good recently. Check out the Patreon for that. And don't forget about Lock and Load. Discounted jizz pills, code PKA or code jizz.
You know you want to see what your pre-cum can be.
And go support Driftor. Go support Driftor wherever he's doing his thing, because good God, guys, he's just barely hanging on to life by the skin of his teeth. By the skin of his man's teeth.
Go show Driftor some love.
If you believe in a higher power, pray for Driftor. Throw one out for Driftor tonight. To whomever and whatever. And if any of you are into any like eldritch gods, I think they're called, fucking ask them if they'll lay off of him, because I think that man's been cursed. Anybody knows any voodoo or witchcraft in general? But I would appreciate
Driftor, help him out, because
contact us, because I'd like to know what you've done to him, because it's effective. Jesus Christ, the doctors are baffled. That's some. If he even knew Vladimir Putin a little, we think that's what it was. Like the Russians got.
I really respect how he seems to be handling it. I would not be doing it that well at all. But anyway,
PKA